Yeah, I don't know if, all right, so 1 week ago, we were on this. I was sitting at work talking with you, and Stephen with the sleeves asked who I wanted to see win the
I'm
game.
not even sure if I know who that man is.
It's the professional who in his free time he
His
masquerades as a
the
sleeveless
mirror
nasty
universe,
boy. Yeah,
the mirror universe
he's a
version of
sleeveless
Steve
nasty
Urkel,
boy
right?
in a different universe, but in one universe he's a professional sleeved up gentleman.
Got it.
But he asked me who I wanted to see win the game. And he said that he was pulling for a player named Justin Rose or Bryce DeChambeau. I told him that I'd like to see Roy McIlroy win it. And Sir Stephen with the sleeves went on to place some bets for who would win. And he did not bet on Roy. He bet on his two puppies. And I don't know if you watched any of the game or got curious or poked in, but I will tell you, like even if you're not into watching a golf game, the last 9 holes, because you play the course 3 times and it's a combined best score. The last 9 holes of that tournament were the most dynamic golf I've seen in my life. And I've watched the Masters every year for my entire life. And it's such a local thing, you can't, it just piques your interest no matter what. I don't watch golf any other time or care. It's kind of like the Super Bowl, you know. I don't watch football. I don't care about football, but I really enjoy watching the Super Bowl for whatever reason. It's just such a community event, you know. It's just one of those things. It's fun to be a part of. But that last 9 holes was absolutely electrifying. And damn it if Roy McIlroy didn't win that son of a bitch.
Poor Steve with no sleeves now because he can't afford them.
Stephen with no sleeves would have definitely bet on the winner. It's Stephen with the sleeves you got to watch out for. What's up, Simon?
Good.
How'd you get here?
Evening, gentlemen.
He stayed up late.
I didn't even know you knew the way to this stream anymore.
Well, it's not daylight savings anymore, and I'm on holidays for a week. So
hey, dude, that's awesome.
Easter, huh?
Yeah, 4-day weekend. But the boss said, "Let's take you can take the 3 days off in between because we got another public holiday the following Friday." So
that's the way to finesse it right there. Good call.
So I'll 10 days and only 3 out of my annual leave. So
I have these 3-day weekends that I'll catch every other week. And I'm also off on Tuesdays. So if I'm just burned out, I'll take a strategic Monday off. So that gives me a 5-day stretch just from taking one day.
I got this cruise coming up, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Thanks.
You should cruise to go see Spidey.
That's when he retires.
That's the eventual thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go there for sure. That'd be a blast. I want to go do as much as the outback side. I don't care about coming to visit the cities as much as just
cities are cities at the end of the day.
Yeah, cities are cities, and I hate them all. I'm being serious. I'm not a fan.
Especially Atlanta.
Yeah,
I just need to go there and teach them at Spidey what.
Like, you don't even have to start dissecting like the people in different cities. It's just like I get that claustrophobic feeling. Like I can't see. Like if I look to my left, I just see a building. If I look to my right, it's just a building. And who's hiding between them? I don't know. You don't know either. We should just keep moving.
That's why I'm still out in the suburbs, of course, but it's not exactly bushland. But I can, drive, 10 minutes and see some kangaroos if I wanted to.
Yeah, that's how it is here. Like I consider Augusta's a city, but it isn't like. It's not as big as Charlotte, even. You know what I mean, Rob? Like the buildings.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, it's flat city kind of thing. Like everything's spread.
Well,
and you drive in 10 minutes in any direction, and you're hitting country.
Well, you know who is hiding in the alleys in Australia? It's Quigley Down Under. That's who's hiding.
You don't want him to pick up a revolver.
Yeah.
What's up, Darth Lopez? # Tower of Babel. Good morning to you, good sir. Jeremy's in the building. Good morning, my ugly nerds and beautiful nerdettes. Happy Friday. Got a 17-month member milestone chat from Jeremy as well. I appreciate you, homie. Appreciate the support.
I'm almost a toddler.
You're getting there.
Yeah.
Good morning, Marcus. We're talking sports ball. Yeah, small one that you hit with a stick. Briefly.
I don't know. That's a lot of sports, actually.
A small ball you hit with a stick. Yeah, I can think of at least 2.
3.
It's called Kangaroo Ball.
No, I said I can think of 2.
Oh, okay.
Not-
Because baseball,
I got
softball, cricket,
the softball is sport.
croquet.
That's who? It's like saying rugby's a sport.
You
It's
could
called
basically
football.
put
Field hockey.
snooker and billiards in there because it is a stick and there is balls.
Yeah, exactly.
Good morning, Stephen with a C. Jeremy hates golf. And don't ever go to putt-putt.
Never played a game in my life.
Really?
Go normal golf, putt plenty, but not normal golf.
What's up, Drew?
I started playing golf when I was in middle school, and I do enjoy it, but I just haven't played more than 5 or 6 games in the last 20 years, just because most of the friends I had that I used to golf with all moved away, and so my clubs around, and it's like mostly when I go down in the south to go spend time with my dad, I'll bring my clubs. And the last time I was down there, I don't know if it's fatigue or whatever, I'm out there and I just hit didn't hit the ground crazy, nothing, just a normal clean hit, and my freaking 3-wood just broke, the shaft broke. Just like, what the fuck is this?
That's a sign from the universe. Like, Rob, we were done with this.
Yeah, no, Dad was a big golfer when he was physically able in his younger years. He used to play like every weekend, but obviously shit happens and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, my dad hasn't been able to play since we're still recovering from hip replacement, so hoping that he can get out there soon, other than just the greens, because he's driving Mom nuts.
That's what you get for stealing putt-putt's clubs. Rob's way too tall for putt-putt clubs.
Now we used to have doing dumb shit. Obviously, when you're young, we used to have a putt-putt course right smack in the middle of the city, like the major CBD, and it was open till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. So we used to go there at 11 o'clock, midnight. You're bored, you do dumb shit, and the whole idea was once you got to the 18th. You would putt the ball in the hole or whatever like that, and it would go down a chute and go back to the clubhouse sort of thing, and then you'd hand in your club and whatever.
Right.
We would hit it down the main street.
Well, now when we were driving home last night, we took a different route than we normally do. We went through the edge of town, actually, and there's this big complex now where Top Golf has built this thing, and they're a company. It's basically a driving range, but they've turned a driving range into a club hangout place. So it's like come here, you get a lane or two to hit balls out into the driving range, but there's beers and there's food and there's sports bar and all this other stuff going on all around you. So it's kind of like a Dave and Buster's but golf or something like.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
But man, it's like they're open late, so it's like you're all in the middle of nowhere, and there's this all of a sudden there's these bright lights as they're lighting up all the fields and stuff, just like daylight. This little mound of daylight out there. You're just like, oh my god. But
let there be light.
You can tell Mark is ready. It's apparently Superman Day or something.
Is that
what's going on?
It's officially Superman Day. I already put up a post.
Maybe I can go to my shop and maybe they'll actually have DC Comics for once.
They might have some free ones. This is the week that I guess some shops were just passing them out as they were coming in, which is kind of
we didn't get DC in again.
It's kind of weird that shops do that because it kind of defeats the purpose of helping the event. Is to celebrate Superman, sure, but there's also different aspects to it. It helps drive business to your store. You can actually market an event, say you got free books for people, get them in the door kind of thing.
Free comic book day is 2 weeks away? It's kind of weird to put them so close together.
Yeah, sometimes the days pick themselves. You got Star Wars Day is on May 4th. Free comic book days, first Saturday in May every year.
Yeah, nobody does May 4th is not free comics.
No, it's Star Wars Day, and that's getting aggressively bigger and bigger every year and becoming its own independent thing as well.
I know, now that I'm actually seeing freaking greeting cards and stuff nowadays, which is
oh god.
Yeah. My point is that some of those things happen kind of organically, despite what else is going on.
I should take the day off. Say it's a holiday. It's a religious holiday for me. I need to
Could
take
be. Just make sure you're wearing like a Jedi robe when you have that conversation.
Well, that's what I was joking with my sister yesterday because when I was getting ready to head up, she sends me the a text message with the pin for where I'm driving to, and she's like, "Oh, it's an outdoor venue." So, and I said, "So what's the dress code?" And she's, "Oh, people coming after work, so it's like business casual at best." I'm like, "Oh," she's, "Oh, but it's an outdoor venue, so dress appropriately." I don't know, you're saying so.
Cargo shorts and sandals for Rob.
So I'm like, "Are you saying closed-toe shoes and no kilt?" And she's like, "Oh, hey, you do you." She's, "But it's likely to be cool." And I said, "Oh, so a Sith robe then?" And she goes, "Well, now you're talking." Then, of course, when I show up without one, she's like, "Oh, what? Yeah. Anywho, I am looking forward to the end of this week.
It is the end of this week, Rob.
Is it? Okay, good.
As far as I know.
Then I'm looking forward to it. Work has just been hell this month. I just wanted to this week done leaves 1 week's remains before I go on vacation, and that's going to be just nice to have the time to unplug and recoup. Plus, there's some I want to go. I need to go to the grocery store. They got lamb on sale. They got stuff. So I'm going to get nice, boneless leg of lamb and maybe smoke that. Sounds great.
I've been wanting to go get this duck, not a live one. That's different. But there's this
I was going to say you missed your friend.
That one of their dishes is king duck, and it's just delicious. It's freaking amazing.
Peking duck.
It's just called, like, on the menu, it's just called king duck. So I don't know how it's prepared. I don't know shit about how food's prepared, Rob. I make Pop-Tarts and hot dogs.
I'd never heard of king duck. I've heard of Peking duck, but never king duck. But
no, it just says king duck on the menu. Maybe that's what it is.
I
never read the fine print either. I just know it's duck on a
got barbecue sauce on it instead. I don't know.
It's kind of like sweet and sour sauce, like the red sauce that they put on like the little fried chicken things. But it was just really damn good.
Buffalo duck. I don't know.
Who knows, man? It's not spicy or nothing, but it was just so good. And I haven't had it since I think it was like October, November, when my buddy from Belgium came to town. One of the spots we stopped at was that restaurant, and he ordered it. And it's a massive plate, and like the portion stuff here in America is wildly different than Belgium. It's what they would call a share plate. Like over there, they would have brought the duck and 3 plates for everybody at the table, and that's the meal. Instead, here in America, I ordered all the chicken, he ordered the duck. As he asked me, he goes, "Is this a share plate restaurant?" I'm like, "I don't even know what you're saying right now. Just order your food." You know?
That's what I've heard as well.
So we left with like 4 to-go boxes.
Well, yeah, you're a share plate restaurant. What the hell's that?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
A buffet? What?
Yeah, like, bro, I don't speak Belgium.
You do like to supersize everything.
Yeah, there's a whole documentary about it. We're good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Spurlock. It's interesting how we have been all talking about cooking food recently across the community. Well, we always talk about food here at some point or another. It has to do with Rob's presence.
It's Rob's presence. That's what Rob just brings it out. Like it happens on Outback as well. Somebody will be mention meat, and then Rob will go off on a tangent, and then it just won't end for another hour.
Yeah, you mention meat, he'll go off on a tangent. Then after a 30-minute tangent, he'll start talking about food also.
Who are you calling a fatty?
I'm hungry.
I'm still doing the only eating between 6 and 8 thing. We're going on for a while now, and I'm enjoying it.
Well, the last couple of days this week, I'd gotten up in the morning and there were some bananas, and so I'd have a banana in the morning to get me through till I usually don't eat breakfast until closer to 10. But
I don't. That's part of my morning ritual every working day is to get up, shower, eat breakfast, get dressed, and go to work every morning.
Well, since I work from home, I don't.
Yeah, it's a bit different for you.
And I start early. I usually don't cook first thing in the morning. I don't want to. And so I'll wait till later in my break. Usually
Your breakfast is 2 pots of coffee before you've even started the computer.
That was good, Jeremy. Holy crap!
So I'll work. I work a couple hours and then I'll take a break and then I'll usually make myself some scrambled eggs and something.
It only takes me 53 minutes to get there. That's unfortunate. Not going there. That's what I consider out of town, Jeremy.
But anyways, yeah.
Mark has a 30-minute circle around his house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't come up with
unless it's Heroes, of course. But
yesterday was awful.
And then I just sit in the passenger seat. Pop, you got this.
We were going to Napa yesterday. So Napa's 75 miles. When we left at like 2:00. It was almost a 2.5-hour drive to go 75 miles because of traffic. When we came home, it was only like an hour and 5 minutes. The traffic, it was awful in the afternoon. Trying to get up that way, I can't believe people commuting that shit. I'm like, no, yeah, that's right.
Was that on the famous 405?
No, 405 is in SoCal. This was freeway called 680 for the most part.
Well, no, I'm definitely not coming, Jeremy.
Visit you? Why would I do that?
At least you don't have Bubs coming to visit you. Apparently, that's what's happening. That's what's happening next year. Apparently,
Darth Disney is in the building. What's up, brother?
What's up, man? How you doing? Bro, you're trolling a little bit too hard. I think it's funny though.
Yeah, that was my only outlet for sanity yesterday, was to throw some fishing trolls out there. It was fun.
Yeah, I like the post. I mean, they're coincidental though, Mark. Come on.
Oh yeah, did you see all of them throughout the day? It kept going farther back in time, all the way back to Humphrey Bogart.
I did, bro. I think it's just coincidence though, but it is funny.
I mean, sometimes you just got to pull a boat. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to pull a boat.
But you said, Black Panther won 3 Oscars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I know DC has the best supporting actor and best actor for the Joker. Heath Ledger, rest in peace, Joaquin Phoenix. Right? Yeah. So I mean, we both got Oscars.
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that the Marvel movies are better than the DC, whatever it's called, EU movies?
I think some Marvel movies are better than some DC movies, and vice versa. I don't think it's a blanket thing whatsoever. Me personally, I would put Jason Momoa's first Aquaman movie above the lion's share of the MCU. Not over like Infinity War, not over Winter Soldier, but like a lot of them. Like sometimes they just hit.
Well, the Phase 4.
The DCEU was a huge mess. There's no denying it. But I'm personally a huge Snyder fan. I would put the Snyder cut over the MCU.
Oh,
like me personally, that's a taste thing there.
Yeah, yes. I couldn't finish watching it. I was like, just couldn't do it. I mean, I'm a Snyder guy, but I like his zombie movies better than any DCU movie he's done. But I like Man of Steel. I do like Man of Steel.
Man of Steel is amazing.
I do like Man of Steel. I think it gets a lot of shit, but I think it was really good. But I didn't like Justice League. I didn't like all the other stuff he did.
Batman v Superman. Batman v Superman was the other one.
Correct. That I like parts of it. I think Ben Affleck was like one of the best Batman, especially his Bruce Wayne. I like his Bruce Wayne. But
sorry, I like Batman v Superman a lot. I think Zach's vision was too big for what they were doing. Like, and that's as big of his problem as it was for the viewers. Like, you got to understand the medium you're working in. You got to understand the limitations to the medium you're working in, and he just was going too big.
Yeah.
But now that it's one of those things you can look back on, it's easy to digest, having all of it at one time, kind of thing. I mean, it's a lot of content, but you can actually see the whole 3-movie arc play out, and it's magical.
By the way, did you guys know that Ben Affleck was the original Daredevil back in the day? So
Yeah, we
Yeah.
saw it.
Yeah, I saw it in theaters opening day. I've got the original one-sheet movie poster that used to hang in my room, rolled up in my collection.
childhood memories. And Legion, I wanted to tell you, buddy. Don't know if you saw, but I did play Turok 2 again, and I gave.
I just started it this past week.
You mean the game?
Yeah, I got through the first game and just started the second game. I'm
Well,
walking around shooting flares in the beginning when you first get in the building. I'm walking around shooting the green flares, trying not to get killed by all this stuff I hear hiding in the dark.
I never used the flares. I don't.
I didn't either until I died 3 times. I'm like, what's attacking me?
See, I never had that issue. I mean, even on the N64 itself, I never had that issue.
That's what I'm playing on is a old school N64.
Oh, I kind of figured knowing you. But the thing is that I'm literally almost done with Turok 2, and I'm looking forward to playing Turok 3 because I've never even touched Turok 3. See,
Yeah, I have to order one of those. I have Turok 1, 2, and 4. I don't have 3 for the 64. Never had it, so I'm gonna have to order
just
that.
so you know, if you're looking for 3, the under title, like the way its title is Turok 3 Shadows of Oblivion.
Yeah.
You want to look for
It's about $45 to get it online, and a lot of them have. Well, that's perfectly acceptable. $45 for an original copy, and a lot of them come with the booklet even for that price.
Oh, okay. At that
Yeah,
point,
that's not a
I
bad
see what
deal.
you're talking about. But yeah, right now in Turok 2, I'm just looking for the Primogen keys. So, and then once I defeat the Primogen, game over.
Yo, the big like the 3 big finales for the first Turok game were insane.
What were they? Because I never got to beat it.
You have Long Hunter driving the truck around you, and when you blow
Oh,
up the
that one
truck,
I
you
know
jump out.
about.
And
And
then
also
you
the
have
big bug thing.
Yeah, the cybernetic T-Rex, which was crazy. And then you have to fight the guy that's like teleporting and attacking you at the top of the tower, and that was the final boss.
I think the final boss's name was Tyrannus or something.
Yeah, something like that.
But
yeah, you have Long Hunter, cybernetic T-Rex, and then Tyrannus or whatever his name was.
Yeah, Tyrannus, because I watched a. See, I only knew about Turok 1 and what the game entailed because I read up on the lore of Turok and how the dinosaur hunting started. So I'm not going to tell it on here, y'all. I don't like being a spoiler guy. So
That's not a spoiler. It's not a secret. That's like the Turok's been around since the 1950s. That's just kind of his origin. The game though leans heavily into the Valiant comics, the cybernetic stuff and all that. That didn't come into play until the early 90s.
yeah.
And then they changed Turok. The Turok that you play in the first game is a completely different person altogether than the Turok moving forward with number 2.
Yeah. And the thing is, I actually didn't play Turok on the N64. What I did is that when I was first playing Turok 1 in high school, I played it on an emulator. That's the thing. I never owned it on, N64. I ended up having to emulate it because we couldn't find Turok 1 anywhere.
We didn't have emulators back in the day. I only ask everybody. We got some people on here. It's Superman Day, so I got a question. What did everybody think of the Fantastic Four trailer?
There's another one?
Oh, we getting mans from people? I'm supposed to say that. Y'all are supposed to be excited and then fuss at me and call me a hater.
I'm
sorry.
I'm
I didn't know there was another
cautiously-
Fantastic Four movie. I wasn't aware of
The
this.
trailer came out yesterday. Yeah.
Cautiously
Call to the
optimistic,
calls and watch it
so
real
that's it.
quick.
I was more excited for the 28 years later trailer than
That looked really good.
bro. That music, that's just I can't get it out of my head. That's
Lee Jabber back. Take a restroom break. So hold on.
Watch the trailer while you're in there. Why y'all act like y'all don't watch your phones while you use the restroom? That's you'd be wasting time if you
Problem though, Legion.
all these phones.
I have a. I have a confession regarding phones. I don't own one.
Well, there you go. Take the tablet with you, or take the computer with you. Take whatever you got. Just bring
I
the
mean,
right thing to you.
I have a Chromebook. So I've
Okay,
got
we'll
to
just
run-
pause and we'll wait for you to come back.
No. I'll see what I can do. But
Yeah, you got this. Spidey, what did you think of the Fantastic Four trailer? You said,
Yeah,
oh, you're a Marvel guy. Come on.
I'm mixed. As I said, cautiously optimistic, but the Silver Surfer thing still annoys me. I know they're trying to modernize it and everything like that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I like the Galactus shots, the big shadow and the big foot,
Bro, how cool are the feet walking through? I know that's something little, but that's what a trailer's supposed to do: show you something cool and get you excited. That was such a great shot. Just the camera like at
it's gotta
street
be
level.
too goofy. Like there's going to be too much goofiness going on, and yeah, I don't know.
Raiders said, I haven't stopped throwing up yet. There was a couple of shots that I thought were really cool. The first one was Thing pulling the boat. Like, that was really cool. And Darth's laughing. When I watched the trailer, it wasn't in real time that I thought of Man of Steel or anything else. I just saw Ben Grimm pulling a boat. I'm like, Ben's cool. Like, Ben's like the underdog that everyone roots for because he's always made fun of, and like he's always upset with himself. And you see him doing for other people, you know what I mean, all the time. I thought that shot was cool. The shot when he's just running and just putting his head down over and over, just taking out the pillars, that was really cool.
Yeah.
I think Johnny, I'm not really convinced on. Like Pedro Pascal I don't see Reed Richards. Put him in a suit. I see Joel from The Last of Us dressed up in a weird outfit.
Yeah. He's everywhere, bro. Like, I mean, he's a good actor. I like him. He's a good actor. And Hispanic dude, I'm glad he's blowing up. But sorry, I want Reed Richards to be white. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't
but it is.
I don't need him to be white or any specific color. It's just Pedro. Because, like you said, he's just out there so much. He's just Pedro kind of thing. He's already, when actors get older, like Christopher Walken, it doesn't matter what he plays in. He's just Christopher Walken in a movie. He doesn't really take on a role anymore. He's himself. And Pedro's already hit that status for me in a lot of ways.
I don't know. He's the flavor of the month. Like, he's been in so much stuff, like in the last year, 2 years, that he's going to get picked for everything, and it's just good for him. Like, congratulations to him for sure. But yeah, like as Darth said, he's not Reed Richards.
Nah, I'm not like the only Fantastic Four I read was when I came back into the hobby. So I think it was Jason Aaron. I'm not sure who it was. I know it was East Side Rebig doing a lot of covers, and that was my first experience with Fantastic Four, and it was dope. But yeah, I can't see him as Reed Richards. Like, I just can't see it, dude. So it's like that when they cast him, I was like, oh, come on. And it makes it open for people to say, there they go again, doing whatever narrative they want or run with. But I would have just preferred more classical looking Reed Richards, which that's hypocritical because I do like Namor.
Well,
I do like that with the Mayans.
It's different strokes for different folks as well as characters, right? There's some characters that you just have a mind's eye toward. Like, perfect example is in Matt Reeves' Batman when they cast Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon is an iconic Batman character who's been white forever. And when they cast Jeffrey Wright, nobody cared and everyone was excited because the dude's a powerhouse actor and everyone's like, yo, he could play that role great. So I don't think it's as much as like a race swap all the time that gets people fired up. Is just bad decision. You can make a good decision with a race swap. It's probably a little more difficult, but you can also make some bad decisions.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go, Legion. I gotta go to drop my hard hat. I gotta go to this
one thing before you go.
Workplace. Damn it.
One thing before you go. How excited are you?
No, go ahead. I gotta go. I gotta go to my safety, man. I just wanted to pop on. Thank you for inviting me.
Do it, man. Stay safe.
Yes, sir. Safety first, baby. All right.
Peace. All right, Spidey. The
That is
elephant
not
in the room from the trailer,
get off the screen.
The trailer dropped, and the fans have united across the board. There's always exceptions. Exceptions make the rule, but across the board, this trailer has gotten panned for this, for the T-1000. The Terminatrix, the special effects on her look god awful. Like, you can say it looks cool. might look cool to you, but this is backtracking special effects here. Like what's happening here? Almost 20 years earlier, they did the same effects. They complained about Reed's stretchy powers, and Kamala Khan had to change her powers because we can't make stretchy look good, and now she looks kind of.
I'm you know me, I'm too much of a traditionalist. It's yeah. I know they're trying to be, I hate to say it, but the woke stuff, but it's not Silver Surfer for me. I'm sorry.
But it's in the comics.
That's what I would have rather been Frankie Ray Nova.
Online who have not read the comics are having fun saying, but it's in the comics. Yeah. Barnabas says Fantastic Four has always failed. They were insane to make another one.
I enjoyed the 90s ones, the Jessica Alba and Ian
the 2000 ones. Yeah, I liked them a lot.
I really enjoyed them. Like, obviously that remake they did with Michael B. Jordan, that was god awful, fucking horrible. But
yeah, I will be honest with you, the Galactus thing, like I was even so forgiving of that because like how much I love the rest of the movie, like with Doom having the powers, the fight scenes in it were amazing. Silver Surfer was absolutely ridiculously awesome in that movie. There was that was a really good Silver Surfer. Yeah, like how can you make him better? I don't really think you can. Like with Lawrence Fishburne doing the voice, really like well. his aura, his tone, like his driving motivation, like every bit of it, the little nuance with like just the natural instinct when the missiles took off for him to turn around and just put an arm slightly out to protect Sue.
I just love the phasing going from the top of the board to the bottom of the board. Like just simple stuff like that just made it look really, really cool.
Yeah. You notice how with the when Galactus was doing the slow approach to Earth, there was one shot where his silhouette, his shadow was cast onto Saturn, and you saw the shape of Galactus. So for me, in my mind, Galactus isn't a cloud. Galactus is just in there, like that's just like was his ship. I mean, in there, you have the tentacles.
It's literally like if like every time you see some sci-fi movie, a big spaceship comes to Earth, all the dust and all the crap, and that goes everywhere, and it makes a big like accumulative.
Yeah, I never assumed that Galactus was a cloud monster. Like I don't know why people even think that Galactus was just in there
of the cloud. It's like that's just all the crap at the underneath it.
By the way, Legion,
what's up?
I just saw the trailer.
What'd you think?
John. I'm not sure what to think. I literally have no idea what to think. Again, it is nice. It is nice.
That's honest.
All I could say is it's nice to have another fantastic movie.
I think it looks cool. Like the aesthetics are cool. Like how this one takes place on a different planet, in a different universe somewhere where the technology looks different. It looks like it's the 1960s, but a little World of Tomorrow vibes to it, like with the way the cars are shaped and stuff. And haven't heard from Rob yet. Rob, what did you think of the trailer? He doesn't care.
I've not been really sold on this trailer from any of the trailers on it. I'm not too sure about the stylized imagery that they're using. It's all kind of, I don't know. It's just not hitting right to me from the get-go.
It seems just, it's a bit odd.
I mean, I don't mind them setting it in the past, but it's it's just the styling that's going on there. It's just reminding me too much of more, God, what was that? I'm just trying to think of what the name of the movie was that had fucking God damn it.
Like you stubbed your toe.
Name an actor or something if you can.
Well, Scarlett Johansson was in it, but I mean, it's
Ghost in the Shell.
No. This is more. There was something like it was like a period piece with crazy stuff with like an asteroid or aliens coming to this town in the middle of nowhere type shit. I'll look it up.
Fly Me to the Moon?
No, I'll look it up.
Yeah, boys.
Asteroid City, the Wes Anderson movie.
Yes.
Fly Me to the Moon. That sounds like the song, ain't it?
Asteroid City.
Yeah, that's it. Asteroid City. I mean, just there's elements of it that just remind me of that, and it's like, come on, I'm not ready. I don't need that in a fucking MCU movie.
Yeah. As I said, like I'm cautiously optimistic for it to at least be fun and have some cool stuff in it and whatever. And we've seen a little bit of that from the trailer, in my opinion. But I just hope they don't go too goofy with it because I don't know.
Hey, by the way, Mad Spidey, where you from, friend? I can tell you have an accent, brother.
Just
He's
a
from
little
New
bit.
Jersey.
I'm from Jersey. Now from good old down under.
Oh, it's Australia, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. I've got a couple friends on the YT verse from there. In addition, Legion, it is time for me to start my day. But I saw you live, and I just wanted to say how you did.
Yeah, I appreciate you hopping on.
Of course, you
Rob,
are.
you're gonna get a kick out of this. I was clearing the kids' book bags from their stuff from yesterday, and look what came home with Monkey.
What is that?
Manatee. That's an inside joke. We were talking before the show, but
Well, before I go, or is this like a private inside joke?
No, we were talking,
yeah,
and the word mentor came up, and I asked them what a group of mentors would be called, and we're like manatees, and so it was just kind of funny that a manatee just pops up.
All right. Well, I'll see you later, Rob,
right.
Legion, and also Mad Spidey.
Take it easy,
By
brother.
the way,
Appreciate you hopping on.
by the way, I cannot wait to start playing Turok 3. I'd start now, but I have this sick, like bad opposite optimistic feeling that if I start Turok 3, it's gonna erase my file like I did Turok 1 to Turok 2.
I'm gonna end up ordering one probably sometime this weekend. That way it'll be here well in time before I get to it.
And dude, if you start before me, don't spoil anything.
I'm just gonna send you videos of all the story cuts.
A complete walkthrough.
Good old Legion being funny. All right, later, guys. And Rob, I need to start watching more of your videos if I can get around them, man. I know you do content.
Well, fortunately, there's a couple thousand of them out there. So
yeah, start only slabs. That's the best way. That's the best place to start.
Wait, while we're on here, and while I'm still here, Matt Spidey, do you have a channel? And if so, do you do content?
Yes, I do.
All right. Anyway, someone can post his link.
Mad Spidey.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, what's the logo of the profile pic so I know which one is which?
Yeah,
so.
you'll see
you know how many? Because Lily, a lot of people are gonna take that name. I know that.
It's a cartoon character version of his face with a Spider-Man background.
Okay, sounds about right. Is Mad Spidey together or is it like space?
Hang on. Let's go this. Let's go that. And let's go. Come on.
Sorry, I'm asking 1,000 questions. I apologize.
That's all right.
I think I just found you. Blue, you have like a blue hat backwards situation.
Yeah. It's just at Mad Spidey. Yeah, all one word.
Yeah, I'm a sub. There you go, butter.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that.
By the way, how did you do that logo? That looks really good.
An artist friend of mine did it for me.
Nay. It's
not what you know, it's who you know.
It's one of those situations you're like, hey, did you just do that? And you're like, yeah. And he's like, nice.
I'll use that.
See you later, guys. Take care.
Let's see.
Hey, mate.
Legion, if you can hear me, brother, goodbye.
Why'd they have Herbie, the worst character in the history of everything? If you ask Mark,
I'd
probably because Herbie. Superman has robots.
I was going to say I prefer Herbie over Dupe. Oh, God.
I don't know. It's just...
Yeah, I hope you've recovered from earlier today, Bruce. There was some really bad instances. Oh, you've heard. Okay. Yeah.
I'm in a bunch of chats, so I see things, even though I wasn't on. I was disconnected from the internet for the most part yesterday afternoon, which was nice. But getting caught up on the stuff, and you're like, oh, Cool.
I
Well,
don't know
that's
what happened
bullshit.
with Tony. I don't know what happened with Tony's stream, but I know luckily it only happened in Matt's stream. It happened on the private chat, not public. Thank Christ for that, because that was not pleasant. I'll tell you about it later, Tate. It's not pleasant.
There we go.
Not
Anyways,
pleasant at all.
So,
but we'll bypass that.
we got
Who have you got on Who's Only Slabs this weekend?
JustinComicx.
Ah, that's right.
He's I'm trying to nail down the guest or the I'm nailing down the guest host right now. I think I have it figured out because
Is Chris off
Chris
again?
is taking another week off.
Oh, slack bastard.
This month has not been Chris's month. Man, it's been like he's worked one weekend out of like all these all the show episodes. It's almost like it's not what we call in television. There's like sweeps where people like they put on all their best stuff. It's obviously not sweeps time period because Chris is just taking off. It's like Chris is just, no ratings, so Chris is just taking all the time off. But I believe we're hoping that Mark's going to be able to fill in because Becker's not able to. He's got a 4C event going on.
Yep.
Plus, of course, it's WrestleMania weekend, so be sure to tune in to Mad Spidey's Outback for all your wrestling talk.
Well, if you get absolutely desperate, just ping me. I'll be up anyway.
No, I got it covered. If Mark's pretty sure he can do it, so he's just got it. He's just getting confirmation from the fam. So
yeah,
and then but yeah, Chonko's he's getting his books ready. He has messaged me on that, so that's gonna be good. That's a Kryptonian Appreciation Day. There you go.
Easter egg hunt tomorrow at the church, but it's at the morning time and will be done well before the show, and that's all that's on the to-do list.
Phenomenal. So there you go. So Mark will be co-hosting. There you go. Tomorrow on Only Slabs, as we have JustinComicx. Yep.
I'm just supposed to pretend to be offended whenever you pull a book out of the giveaway box.
Don't worry, I'll do that in the chat. Don't you worry about that. I've got that covered.
I need to know the job parameters.
Ask what's on the left side of the label.
Just ask what's on the label every.
Provide some insight to any books.
I like when DJ was on because he was nice enough to actually show the book and then say why it's a key as part of the presentation. It seems kind of here's the book, here's why it's a key, and here's why it's important to me.
Right. Everybody's different.
No. But if I catch him slipping, Rob, if I catch the guest slipping, I'm going to ask him.
That's fair.
Why is it a key? Why is it important to you?
That's fair.
That's
part of the show. Wait. I'm excited for Freaky's appearance.
I am too. I hope he's naked.
Well, somebody's bound to be.
That man is chiseled. That man is chiseled. Oh. Y'all talk about this. Herbie is from the cartoon where Reed defeated Magneto with the wooden gun. Yeah, that was cool back in the. I think that was like 70s cartoon or something.
Well, you can't defeat Magneto with a metal gun.
No, they tricked him. They didn't like beat him. It kind of shows you how like mentally unstable Magneto was because they showed up to a fight surrounded by metal, of course, but Reed was holding a wooden gun and Magneto went to take it from him. He's like, "Oh no, you've taken my powers!" And he falls to the ground and cries like a little biatch.
Freaky nudie it is.
We want to see if you're slick like a seal, my guy.
He wants to get warmed up for Heroes Con. Ooh, that's coming up quick. Starting to see the slew of posts from Heroes Con on Instagram with all the artists showing up.
Supposed to hit up Nelson today and see how his schedule is looking. Possibly have a call with him today.
I'll tell you what's crazy to me is I reached out to an artist for a commission on a sketch cover, and I have a good at this point in time. I have a handful of a pretty good range of what a sketch cover typically costs.
Yeah.
So I reached out to I reached out to Stephen Rowe, and
So this stuff somehow got left in the car.
yeah,
he's. I've always wanted a piece from him, but he is not.
What car?
no,
Why don't you go check?
I've already put it out through the way. It is melted.
because I'm talking about
It's been in the
like
car since
two
we were- whatchamacallit?
characters
I don't know what you call it, baby.
on the
Always.
cover, and it's he's like, oh yeah, or his rep responded to the email, and he's like, oh yeah, it's like maybe $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh, for a sketch cover. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Actually, is it still Bob Shaw? Is he still being rep by Bob Shaw?
I don't know. Is Jeremy his kid name, the person who responded, but I don't know who he's
Jeremy.
But or it's his manager. He said it was the guy identified as manager because I had emailed Steven and I was like, oh hey, reminded him we met and all this stuff. And Jeremy's like, oh yeah, I remember meeting you at Heroes Con as well, and blah 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 blah. And great, I got a go between. That means I can't slide this into a hey, would you like to donate something to C3 as easily?
Because I know when I was looking at it, like I was looking at a full figure Copic piece on 11 by 17. That was, we're talking a few years back, and that was about $600 to $800, depending on whether I wanted background or not. So it's obviously gone up quite a lot since then.
I mean, yeah, this is technically it's two characters with a limited background, but
yeah, minimal background. Yeah.
You're back, Mark. Welcome. Your super chat. I left it just for you.
Hey, $4.99 from Darth Lopez. Big shout out and thank you all.
Yeah, he's always been on my hit list, but yeah, unfortunately, just never got around to it, like a lot of artists.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing you to the center stage. Put your hands together for Madam. No.
How are you doing this morning?
Making it.
I want it now. We should have like started hitting some music. Have like pour some sugar on me. Start playing.
Nothing wrong with Deflin.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage.
Was that splash dance where she takes the bucket of water and she sprays it?
Good morning, Brian. Comic Web.
Bit of Coyote Ugly.
Yeah, so now I'm really torn on this because, like, I know that he's the right artist for what I want, but I'm just like, oh, damn, dude.
Sounds like he's the wrong artist.
Which artist is it from?
Stephen Rue.
Were you looking at Rocketeer stuff or?
No, this was actually not going to be a particular. This was going to be no particular character. So this was going to be something on a Planet Comics cover.
Boobs and bubble helmets heard.
Yeah. Some
this guy draws women a lot.
Classic pinup stuff with like I told him it's like I envision like two ladies, maybe they're in the airlock, slipping in or out of their spacesuits, and then maybe like there's a portal in the door behind them, and there's an alien that's kind of like peeping in while there's
an alien slipping in and out of her airlock from behind her. Got it.
No,
not quite.
That's what you said, Rob. I'm just repeating it.
So I got to think about it now. But
I would
what
go
was
for
he charging? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
1,000, right?
What was he charging?
Like $1,000.
Yeah, there's nothing to think about. Fuck that guy.
I would definitely pay it.
There you go. Rob Stepp's going to pay it for you.
I'm just saying, like, if you want that artistic talent that guy has, and that's what he's charging.
I know.
I own a page of OA from that.
He's only going to get older.
But
time out, guys. I've been looking for OA out there, and that issue specifically I read last night and was blown away by however you say it, Gullis's art, because it was the first issue he was on. And I looked and I couldn't find any out there. I would love to see a picture of the page if you're able to shoot me a message with it. I recently got issue 12, page 11 that Rags Morales did, because I had no clue that freaking Rags Morales cut his teeth on Turok until here recently, and had to have a piece.
Did you try the email I sent you, Mark? Or
no, I did exactly what you said never do. I'm being serious. I ordered this off eBay. But
I remember you saying that.
Mark,
I checked the seller, and I got like a bunch of people that said that they're aware of this person and that it was legit, and like you saw on there, I shared a thing. He had like over 20,000 sales and 100% rating as like he's an art dealer too. He I guess he has a business off of eBay as well. But I didn't just blindly buy it. I got feedback from the seller.
Can you show your OA again, Mark? Real big? Can you make yourself big?
I can show it, but Rob's got to tell more of a story.
Well, I want to say why it's so good. It's so good because it's like half black and half white. Do you know what I mean? Like
that's how black and white works.
Negative space, and they color it in, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
And it's cool because you get like the range of emotion on it too, from him being like mad and like, let's go kill some people, to being shocked and heartbroken, finding his people chopped up, and then like, now definitely got to kill some people.
Yeah, but compositionally, like with each frame is like half 50% black, 50% white. If you look at them, they're not just line drawn.
I'll measure it and get back to you and let you know if that's accurate or not.
I was just simply saying that the only thing I'm thinking about it is only because it's like more than double any sketch cover I've ever paid for. Oh. So,
but would you appreciate it more than double?
That guy should pay you to accept his art.
I don't know. It would definitely be a unique piece and such, but I mean, I can keep looking for other artists that can do a pinup style art and pay potentially less.
I'd do it for $950, Rob.
Yeah, it does, and I got
to pause. What's going on?
I got to that point too where I was like trying to do, get all the local artists and the cheaper pieces and all that sort of stuff, and then I'm like, if I want the bigger named artists or the more recognized artists, then. And you do not want to know like some of the prices I've paid for pieces as being.
Oh no, I imagine because I've seen some. I mean, just like this just was kind of sticker shock to me because I've never seen somebody quote anywhere close to that on a sketch cover other than maybe Jim Lee, right? And
I don't even go there.
Right,
inflation.
But I was like, I wouldn't put. I mean, Stephen Rue's great, but I wouldn't put him on that level for a sketch.
Don't ever ask for a Carla Cohen or a Lucio Perillo or a Del Otto or anything like that on a sketch cover because you'd be paying about 2 to 3 times that amount.
Yeah, wow. I wouldn't think
Carla Cohen is amazing.
So,
I mean,
yeah. Well, anyways, it's neither here nor there.
I say put a poll and we vote on it.
Well,
and then whatever the poll says, you have to buy it.
I even had somebody recently who's not even like I mean, I hate that. How to say it right? He's not an industry artist, I should say. He's still kind of more of a community artist who is trying to quote me close to $400 for a regular sketch cover. I was like, oh, really? You're getting a little ahead of yourself there, man. You're getting out on your skis, I think. Don't get me wrong. If maybe you got so much backed up, I understand the difference of pricing. If you got a lot of commissions, great. Hey, I got a backlog. This is what it's going to cost right now to get on the list because I have a big log. I get that, but man. Anyways,
I think the artist should do is my philosophy was always like I'm going to do it as cheap as I can because I want the work. So I'd always try to undercut everybody else so I would get the work.
There's a level, right? Of like you're as you have, okay, I have availability and I want the work, great. Your prices can come down versus I've got too much work stacked up. I need to slow down with the stuff so your prices start going up, right? So I get it.
That's the other reason why I retired, hiatus, whatever you want to call it, from original art, because like everything else, prices skyrocketed. Everybody's like no-name artists are charging ridiculous amounts of money, and big-name artists have, had a price the same for 10 years, and then all of a sudden, I'm going to double and triple it. And yeah, I can't do the books I'm chasing and original art and everything else all at the same time. I don't have that kind of funds. So,
yep. Well, hey,
yeah.
what are you gonna do?
But I still have my contacts in the That's why I'm trying to reach out, trying to look for some info on Stephen Rue now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the other thing I go with him is like if I do that, because I can do since it's like for Heroes Con, and he said, oh yeah, we can, you can do payments or whatever, and it's like okay, but it's like if I do that, that's now that cuts into any budget I bring with me significantly into other things, and I'd like to pick up at least one decent. I got like one book potentially I'd like to target while I'm there. You got to bring home one bigger book type thing. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, you have just a lovely wall behind you of money, don't you? Well, you can always just cherry pick off of that.
You want me to get rid of something
and recycle,
but then I don't have it.
Someday, Rob, I hate to tell you this, you won't have it.
Would you miss that 1K if nobody? Yeah, it's right now. It's a little bit. It's not the markets aren't exactly working in my favor. So yeah, I probably would miss that 1K right now. Inflation. It's not as well. It's not the inflation that's the issue.
Tariff.
It's when your investments are in the dollar cost averaging mode versus the ROI mode. That's the big impact.
You got to diversify your portfolio.
Diversification is not going to help you much when the entire
Rob, diversity is very important. I won't hear you say otherwise. Not on this stream.
Look at you go, buddy. I like you. I mean, everything's down, so it helps. But I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's right now is the time where it's dollar cost. Yeah, it's buy time. It's dollar cost averaging, right? The stuff that you're buying more of it, more shares at the same price than you would before. So
I agree.
it helps bring down your average.
I buy toys and books. I should be buying stocks and bonds.
Gold. Buying gold.
Bullion.
Actually, gold's up right now, I think, isn't it? So.
Well, usually when
money's
stocks,
down, gold is up. Weird how that
works. When stocks go down, usually gold and bonds go up usually. But
all right, Tate, have a good night, buddy. Johnny Depp played me in a movie. This was when he still had a career. Barnabas Collins. Oh yeah, from Dark Shadows. That's right.
I was waiting for Mark to get there.
Yeah, I don't associate Johnny Depp with Dark Shadows. I forget. And that movie was legitimately funny. It was pretty good. But because I sat there and watched so much of the original Dark Shadows, I always think of the original Dark Shadows.
Got it. That's fair.
And whenever I think about Dark Shadows, I immediately think about that first season where they said Burke Devlin's name at least 37 times an episode, which was hilarious. Me and Pops made a joke and a game of it, but it's a good series.
Don't forget, Scotty, it's all been in the same day. Matt's stream was 9 a.m. this morning for me, and now this is, started at 9:30 tonight, so it's still on the same day.
Yeah. Consistency, that's what matters. If there's a Silver Surfer girl, I hope they have the Beach Boys on the FF movie. There you go, that's fair, right?
Oh, singing Little Surfer. Yeah.
So I think Simon's the only one that's really excited to see the new Silver Surfer making her Marvel debut. Like how dude, I think it's crazy that they're turning all of y'all into a bunch of me's. I'm supposed to be the cynical one about Disney.
I'm cynical about Marvel and wrecking traditional things. I've been like that since the start.
Sure. I appreciate it. I appreciate you more than when it comes to watching these movies, because you're one of the few people like myself that don't listen to the critics, even when you know it's going to be bad, you still go and give it a shot.
Blade.
Madam Web, Craven, like
I saw Blade like 8 times in the movies, and the
well,
critics
look at
absolutely
Madam
took it.
Web and Craven are prime examples of you do listen to the critics. Like y'all listen to the critics. Everyone does. I do too.
Mark, you know?
I hear the critics and I make judgment calls based off of it. It doesn't mean I'm going to die on their opinion, but I definitely use it as a tool, you know, even if it's in the back of my mind. But I still watch it all, except Thor 4. That can go fuck itself.
Dang.
Thor's my canary in the coal mine. I was calling foul as soon as Ragnarok came out. I'm like, something's wrong with the MCU, and I've caught shit for it from the day I've been on YouTube. And I said if Marvel keeps doing this, they're going to destroy the MCU. You can't make everything Guardians of the Galaxy. And now that's a common thing to say. Like all the way back almost 5 years ago now, when I got on here, I'd have arguments with people over, I get it. You think the music's good. The lights are flashy. It's a shit Marvel movie though. It's a fun movie. It's a shit Marvel movie though.
Popcorn flick.
They bastardized the characters and the story to bring you a product that you could
Hollywoodization is what I
you can
call it.
skin that story any way you want it. It doesn't have to be Thor. But because of that, I skipped Ragnarok. It's the one and only MCU movie that I haven't watched and I won't watch. Just
you mean Love and Thunder?
Yeah, that one. Thor 4, whatever it was called.
I enjoyed Ragnarok.
Yeah, well, most people did. I'm definitely the minority report on that one. But my dude, I saw Justice League, the Joss Whedon version, the theatrical version, then saw Thor 4. Or Thor Ragnarok. I'm like, bro, I prefer the Justice League movie, and it's utter shit. Because at least like the movie was bad, the characters in it weren't bastardized. One of you sounds like Crocodile Dundee. I've been telling him that for years.
That's not a knife.
It's Madam who sounds like Crocodile Dundee, actually.
I saw your little
when it did come
video
out,
you
Crocodile
posted,
Dundee,
Steph.
that movie. When it
The
came out, I
video
got to
you
see it in
posted?
the theater.
Sculpting that thing with the circles on its head.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, I saw your little sculpting video. It was pretty cool.
Me too, baby.
It was very unfulfilling, though. You didn't show the rest of it. Is there more? Do we get to see what happens
I can't
next?
crank it out that fast. I mean, I'll show you what I got.
Your video was a cliffhanger.
Oh.
Really? You gotta
crank it out.
Tune into Spidey's Outback.
Now, I was
and you
gonna
might
say
actually see it.
for requests that takes super chats.
Mm.
And then that's not even promised in because it might not even come to him.
I might say something from Kangaroo Jack instead.
Yeah, hit him with the Kangaroo Jack. That's the way to do it.
Here's gonna be your head.
How about some Yahoo Serious?
Oh, I love Young Einstein. Reckless Kelly was alright, but it was all a flop after that.
Make sure I put settings off here.
Spot on, dude. Spot on. And now they're going back and trying to figure out how to do that Hulk story. That's pretty cool. Reminds me of the movie Species. You remember the poster art?
Oh,
for
yeah. Natasha Henstridge, yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Every man remembers that.
But Mark's referring more to when she actually was the full alien, of course. We're not going to go into the spa scene.
Yeah, but don't worry. Her nipples extended when she was in full alien mode, so it was still cool.
I don't know if I can even
JB.
Here, it's so big. Hold on.
He heard Natasha Henstridge and he's like, oh, I'm here. Let me in.
Scotty.
Wait, what?
Exactly. Species.
Yeah, the alien design for the character.
Very underrated sci-fi movie.
1000% Barnabas. JB, happy Superman Day, good sir. Today is the day that we say that to each other.
Oh, yes. Happy
Or we
Superman
don't.
Day to celebrate.
No, we definitely say it, Rob.
Oh, we don't.
Or we don't.
Oh, we don't give a rat's ass.
No, we definitely say it. No, he died like a decade ago. He's been dead a while.
Superman died for your sin. Wait, no, that's not.
No, not Superman. H.R. Geiger, the guy who designed like aliens and species. I forget where he's from. He's like from some Nordic place or something. I don't
Cleveland.
remember.
Yeah, Hulk hasn't been good in the
Cleveland.
movies since Edward Norton.
There's some cool documentaries on him out there. They're dubbed or subtitled. I mean, there's some good ones. Big facts. More current Hulk is not. I don't know. Maybe they'll get back to it. At this point, I don't think there's much to get back to. Another thing been saying for a while since I started saying it. Everyone started talking shit to me for thinking it, but they need to reboot the entire MCU, kill it, burn it with fire, give it a break, and just keep making superhero. There's no reason to stop making superhero movies. This storyline is done. It's cooked. It's dead. Let them cook. They did. They cooked. Now it's burnt.
I still like the actors for a lot of them. Like, I still love Chris Hemsworth as Thor. I still love Downey Jr. as Iron Man. I still love Chris Evans as Captain America and a few others. But just do new stories. No tie-ins to any old stuff. Just pull up some new contracts and just start over again.
Yeah, ain't no reason not to.
Make a John Bernthal movie, freaking Punisher movie or something, but just not the recent Daredevil stuff.
Yeah, no reason not to. I don't know. I can't. I know there's got to be a percentage of the MCU fans that have like gotten into the MCU in the last couple of years, last 5. I mean, think about it. Even if you got into the MCU in the last 5 years, long time, 5 years, you've only gotten into it during its low point. And you're like, this is good. Like no, it's not.
Watch the old stuff and it'll be even better.
Start from the beginning and try to pretend that this is good. I don't know. There's aspects of it that are enjoyable. I love Deadpool and Wolverine. That was great. That was great. Oh, this is a good point. Thunderbolts. Did y'all see the newest trailer for the Thunderbolts with the it focuses a lot with Sentry and the Void? They are cutting some phenomenal trailers for that movie. I'm legitimately excited for that movie. All right, madam, tell us what we're looking at here.
Oh,
a butt.
Stop there. Go back. And pause.
Yeah.
All right, tell us what we're looking at here.
A beautiful behind.
She must work out.
She is an angel, so she can have whatever kind of butt she wants.
Okay, so those are her wings coming up and touching tips?
Yes. And then as we come around,
what's in her hands?
Something with her hands. I don't know if you can see what.
Are those going to be little butterflies?
Those are butterflies.
Oh, that's awesome.
Those are little plastic butterflies that I got from Michael's. They were on a string of lights, and they were plastic, and they are topographical.
Is this a funzie project, or is this a commish?
This is also a funzie. Yeah, this is like working on a show for me.
That's really awesome.
You like it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Spring, the advent of spring.
I like how you're here recently in the last handful of months. Your mind's eye is always going to these like intricate spirals of some way, whether it be that hollow-chested person with it coming through, or the hair spiraling out, and now it's the wings. You really got circles on the brain.
I do. You're right, Mark. I'm very fluid. I like to have a lot of movement in my pieces. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Barnabas says Thunderbolts will flop. All the characters are D-listers. Yeah, they definitely are. Not just D-listers, but all of them are from properties that weren't well received. And I think that's one thing that I'm getting the vibes on, kind of like critiquing the tone and style and vibe of it all. It doesn't necessarily have like the traditional drawing power that a Chris Evans would or Robert Downey Doom would, but these are all like redemption characters that they deserve a redemption, not just in the context of the movie, but the actors portraying them as well. It's like the ultimate underdog story for the MCU. Like, you really want to see these people catch a W, and I'm impressed that Florence Pugh.
Yeah, it's actually pronounced Pew.
Florence Pugh.
How do I know this?
I'm sure that most they don't cost nearly as much, so it brings down the cost of an ensemble movie just from salaries there. But
yeah, might be able to do a little bit more.
A lot of people said the same thing about characters when they said Guardians of the Galaxy. So who knows? It could could be great if it matches the tone. I heard I didn't read any articles, but I just saw some passing headlines or something saying that
Pew,
some of the
pew.
early screenings were going very well for it. So
Then there's the that has that going for it for sure. And I like that Florence Pugh decided to do like a high level stunt herself. She's doing a base dive off of a building herself, which the Oscars are adding the stunt category this year, which I think is fantastic. Being a huge Tom Cruise fan,
Right. He should
outside of
win.
his religious beliefs, just his professional career, but being a huge Tom Cruise fan, like I think that's long overdue. Like the Expendable movies, I'm a really big fan of those, and stuntmen literally died on 2 of 3 of those making those films. So it's like that's like a high octane, dangerous career that there's stuntmen working in every movie we watch, almost like putting this craft together for our entertainment, risking their lives, and they're getting a category. And I think that she's going to end up getting nominated. There's a lot of social media and media about her doing that big stunt. Yeah, exactly. People still do stunts. It's very, very uncommon for the leads to pull them off. But yeah, I'm
Have you never watched a Hong
fan.
Kong cinema movie?
Or a Tom Cruise movie? Huge
Go
fan of
watch The
practical
Fall Guy.
special effects. Yeah, that Fall Guy movie apparently is a lot of credit goes to it for this category, because Ryan Gosling was doing this whole personal PR campaign to give stuntmen some attention and credit for what they achieved in that movie, and here we are.
A movie about stuntmen. They better praise
2
the
years
stuntmen.
before they add that category. Oh, so it's going to take that long? It won't be in the next one?
Well, they got to get the envelope made up, and that takes time.
Yeah, you got to figure out
Problem
what font
is
to
getting
use.
a letterer to letter the damn thing.
Yeah, I was going to say the font is the issue. Those guys take forever.
Bloody letterers.
What up, Caroline?
Mommy told me not to. I did it anyways. I misbehaved.
Dude, I love that show.
It was funny as hell. I've been watching that. Oh my god.
Are you all the way caught up, or are you playing catch up?
I'm playing catch up. I'm at the last episode. Is episode 9, I think.
Of season 1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that's a fantastic show. Anything Jody Hill puts out is amazing.
Yeah, I really have loved everything Eastbound and Down and all the shit that he's done.
Vice Principals.
So funny. He cracks me up. Danny McBride or whatever.
Walton Goggins and him are like a match made in heaven. They just have great chemistry.
It's like Apatow and Rogan,
Yeah.
It's dude, this Goggins guy,
he's the best.
He is a great character actor.
Yeah, and he's crazy. He played on The Shield, playing a very serious a-hole, like quasi-racist dude on The Shield, which I've been going through. But I knew him from Justified, where he plays Boyd Crowder, an actual like homegrown terrorist white supremacist dude in that show. And then he goes on to do like all kinds of like White Lotus that he's doing now. He's doing Righteous Gemstones. Like the dude is so versatile, it's insane.
He's a great character actor, and like those guys don't get a lot of credit because they get so enmeshed and they don't get appreciated. Like Paul Giamatti, I would say, is a great character actor.
I think he's an Oscar-winning actor, though. Doesn't he have Oscars in his house? Like
Sideways, I think. And then he did Kid Spies too, So it's our Spy Kid too.
He did one of those American History HBO specials as well, I think.
Oh, John Adams? Wasn't he?
Yeah, wasn't he in John Adams?
John Quincy Adams?
That guy.
That guy.
What's up, DJ?
Yeah, he was.
Who here is going to watch Sinners? I definitely want to go see that this weekend at some point. I'm hearing nothing but A+ rating.
I don't know anything about it, actually.
Michael B. Jordan are doing the dual role like Tom Hardy did with Legend. And it's pretty much Demon Knight, but in like the 1920s or 30s in America kind of thing. It looks awesome.
Oh, nice.
These two brothers are put together some money by means and want to open up a little club out in the country, and it gets approached by creatures of the night. And I'm not talking about hookers, but it's like a standoff kind of movie of survival, from what I understand.
I'll let you go.
Bit dusk till dawnish sort of thing.
Yeah. Ray Moreno is not really Razor, FYI, y'all. Yeah, me and Rob were speaking before the stream about people
Fake
bouncing around
accounts,
and
yeah.
stuff.
It's
Yeah,
been apparently Marcus told me that apparently lots of fake accounts have been going around lately.
yep.
There's
Yeah,
a
watch
huge
out! Watch
problem
out
with
for
them
that
today.
Rob Slim Stacks. That's not me.
Don't trust that motherfucker. No.
Rob Fitzstacks.
Yeah, Rob
Yeah.
Fitzstacks. Yeah,
Wow.
that's
That's Rob Fitzstacks is a lot more insulting than Rob Slim Stacks.
Oh,
well, Rob
One of us wants
Fitzstacks
to know
has
how
been
many of
done.
y'all enjoyed
That's a Louis
Nosferatu.
character. So
Yeah.
I highly enjoyed it. I like Edgar's style and
I haven't
tones of
seen it yet,
story.
actually.
The story that's been told numerous times. How do we set it apart? And the artistic, stylistic decisions he made, I think, worked well for it. If that, some people will be into that kind of storytelling more than others, but I think it was a good fit for the story.
matter of fact, when Louis does the Rob Fitzstacks, it looks more like the vaudeville weightlifter, strongman. he's got the whole look with that, and he puts the little
I
mustache
hope he
on.
puts a little like one sash, the one strap on, and it better be cheetah print.
A
Spidey,
barbell
you
with
didn't see Nosferatu?
big balls on the end.
Simon, you didn't see Nosferatu yet?
No, I have not. So I'll have to see if I can find it on a streaming service. Hopefully,
I've seen. Have you seen Shadow of the Vampire?
With
It's a
Willem
really-
Dafoe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really like that one.
And John Malkovich.
Yeah, they're both great.
It's
Also
Pop
another
put me
one.
onto that a long time ago.
Some of my the two favorite vampire movies I have, if you want to really talk vampire, like Dracula, is Bram Stoker's,
Mhm.
and then the Shadow of the Vampire, like a whole lot.
That's just interesting. It's about the making of Nosferatu, and
And
the
I think
actor
that's
that
how
they cast as
Legends-
Orlok is really Count Orlok. Kind of thing.
Not embrace of the vampire though.
Not of what?
Not embrace of the vampire.
Not I've never seen Embrace of a Vampire.
Serpent in the Rainbow.
Embrace of the.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Of the vampire. No.
Vampire and
I don't suppose you would, madam.
Huh?
It's. I'm sorry, lady.
Sorry.
It's an Alyssa Milano film when she was trying to say I'm not a kid anymore.
Oh
It was
my
her version.
God,
It was her
soft
version
porn.
of yeah, more or less, yeah.
Of
But
like
then
fucking
after-
probably what is
After
it?
having done Poison
Wild
Ivy 2,
Things.
then she goes
Coyote
off.
Ugly.
Well, no, first she did Poison Ivy 2, and then she did the Embrace of the Vampire.
See, DJ Links knows it because he feeds off that old nostalgia. So I did see Dracula's Dead and loving it. I
See,
really like
people
that.
know. People know, yeah.
All Leslie Nielsen stuff is good, but also, do you remember that Once Bitten with Jim Carrey?
Jim
where-
Carrey, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Lauren Hutton, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I remember that.
Early, like late 80s or something.
Oh, the original Fright Night and the Lost Boys are both two
I'll
good
tell
ones.
you
I
what.
even like the
Love
Fright Night
Lost Boys.
remake with Anton Yelchin and Colin Farrell. I like both of them. They did good with that.
Actually, that wasn't bad. Actually,
Yeah,
The
they did
Colin
really good.
Farrell one.
Yeah, Once
Anton
Bitten.
Yelchin, it still blows my mind how just like that, he's just gone. Like that freak accident.
Even the Nick Cage. What was the Nick Cage one that he did recently?
Rimsfield.
That was actually a bit of fun. Actually,
Yeah, I think that was kind of a parody, and he was really popular.
I still haven't seen that.
Tell you which
That's
movie
really-
I'm
that's really
excited
fun.
to see.
well, I like the goofy
Which
ones
one,
too.
Rob?
I like.
I'm
Vampire and
I'm
Brooklyn
excited
and
for.
all that.
I bought my tickets. My son and I, we're going to be out there for the 30th anniversary of Star Wars Episode 3, baby.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that'll be a blast. Isn't that like the shortest Star Wars movie as well?
I don't know, but I don't care. It's like we
No,
went out.
Revenge of the Sith isn't,
We went
though.
and saw
I think
Phantom
that's
Menace
what's
together
good.
in the theaters when they did theirs. Somehow they skipped
Yeah,
Clones,
Earthers were easy.
but now
too.
they're doing the Revenge of the Sith in the theaters again for 1 week, and it's like I can go like there's like 2 days before I go on my cruise. So I'm like, oh, all right, kid, we're going to the fucking cinema. We're gonna watch Star
The
Wars.
finale to that is absolutely insane on Mustafar. It goes on for
You
so
see it back on the
long.
big screen again with that theater sound. Yes, baby.
I'm also like a fan of the really not that great, but I still love it. Original Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie with Christy.
With Paul Rubin.
Oh,
How
awesome.
funky is your chicken? How funky is your chicken? How loose
Is your goose.
a goose is really loose? Yeah, I watched the movie all the time because me and my friend would replicate the cheers of the cheerleaders because we thought the cheerleaders were so cool. Because all we wanted to be when we were little girls were teenage girls, could go to the mall and just stand around and giggle. For what? I have no clue, but that's what little girls want sometimes.
To be mall rats.
Right? Those were 90s goals. When I grow up, I want to be a mall rat.
Mallrats was one of the early Stan Lee cameos, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, he's in Return of the Incredible Hulk, but
Oh yeah, that.
while, I mean,
It's also the movie that brings him back, brings the View Askew universe into the MCU because it's the script he's reading on the bus in Captain
Mhm.
Marvel.
Yeah, that's funny as hell. That scene killed me. Pee-wee, I love Pee Wee Herman. That guy. Paul Rubens was another great character actor. Now, did he have his flaws? Mm-hmm. But
Oh, yeah.
like, he was so funny in 30 Rock as that fucked up prince from like a foreign country. Have you seen him? Like, oh, it's so funny. He's like in a wheelchair and he has like one gimp arm and like messed up teeth. It's so funny.
Have you guys ever walked out of a movie because it was so bad?
Yes.
Which one?
It was a National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
It does change everything.
Awful.
Oh god.
You know,
And what's even better is, I mean, maybe the reason I did it was because I also didn't pay for the movie. I had comp tickets for as a preview, but
Okay.
still, I was so disgusted. I was so like, no, and I left.
like to be fair, playing with yourself in a theater for adults, like adult movie theater, which is what you got accused of doing, is
I did
so
not.
mild.
No, I
these
left of
days.
my own accord. I don't
No,
care
no,
what
no.
rumors you heard.
Okay, that's why he got kicked out.
Constantly exposed.
That was Slim Sticks. That was Rob Slim Sticks. No,
wait, he had flaws. Well, that changes everything.
I don't know. I don't know what you heard about me.
no. Paul Rubens. Like that is such a
Sticky
mild thing.
pancakes.
Now it's like people got islands and shit.
Oh yeah.
I see. Have you seen that movie Stigmata?
Yeah.
Yes.
I unfortunately went to the theater to see that, and I
Yeah, I'm
walked out of it.
sorry.
'Cause
Not
I
good.
was
What's up,
like,
Roscoe?
what am I doing here?
Heard you might be coming down here for free comic book day. Is this true? Is this information accurate?
Huh?
Is everybody making their plans and
Roscoe.
preparations for free comic book day this year?
Fuck
Yeah,
no.
for
When
sure.
was it? When is it?
First Saturday in May every year.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sure.
I'm trying.
If I make it.
My LCS had a thing again where I could make a donation to the charity and they pulled my books for me and whatever. So I did. But then the damn email never came from the charity confirming my donation. So now I have another email out to the charity to say, hey, send me my goddamn receipt because I need to be able to provide it to the LCS to get my free books. Bastards.
I don't
Real
understand
thing.
what you're talking about right now.
What
I
the
understand
fuck?
what you're saying, but why do you have to donate to a charity to get the free books?
Well, so you can get 3 books, whatever. But if you want like one of everything, they do
Oh, I
this
got
thing.
you. Cool.
It's a thing that my LCS does to try to help raise money for a charity. They partner up with somebody to do that, and I'm not going to be around. I'm going to be on a cruise ship, so I won't be able to get there. So this allows me to not only make sure I get everything I want, but they'll pull them and set them aside for me, so I don't have to worry about it.
Oh, that's awesome, Roscoe. Just a heads up, Finn's first sword clinic. Signed my kid up to learn how to wield a sword.
Nice.
His first
Like
sword
broadsword?
clinic will be
Very
Saturday.
practical nowadays.
It looks like one of the two-handed
Yeah,
Japanese
broadsword.
swords. You
Oh,
remember?
katana type stuff.
Yeah. So do you remember the
What?
Wolverine movie, like titled "The Wolverine," where he
Yeah.
fought the Silver Samurai? How the trick to actually firing up the sword was putting both hands on it.
Mhm.
One of those swords. How you have a long
Nice.
sword, short sword.
We used
What,
to
what,
do.
what style is he learning, Mark?
Of sword fighting, have no clue. He's just in Taekwondo, so they just do
Okay.
whatever, man. But the kid's 7. It's not that serious, is the way I look at it. It's a wooden sword.
Well,
Is
but I mean,
Jousting lessons
different.
next?
There are a lot of different ones. My
That's-
son, he took broadsword classes for a while.
Just straight
so-
Viking. Ah!
More
Just
medieval,
grab this,
but-
scream, and charge each other. Go. But so that'll be on Free Comic Book Day. That's like at 11:30, Roscoe. So I'll be at ABX before they open. Obviously, first person there is always gets the good stuff. So try to get there early, my dude. I'm gonna hit it early. Possibly take Finn to Sword Class. I don't want to miss that. And then Brian will be in town. You'll be in town if y'all want to get back up. Depending on if y'all are kind of hitting the other shops here, I recommend staying and hitting the other shops. There'll be sales at Dead Media. Second and Charles is always popping. But yeah, I'll try to catch back up with you guys after Free Comic Book Day.
Okay. If you visit the relevant county health department office and they're there during their operation hours, 8 to 4, Monday through Friday, you can usually get your certificate the same day. Birth certificate. You'll need proof of ID and pay a $15 fee. Okay. Because I'm trying to get this real ID bullshit.
I know, but like May 7th, we all need it or something. Right?
What the fuck is this fucking?
They've only been talking about it for 5 years. I'm surprised.
Hey,
to even
hey,
hear
Really?
about
Were
it.
they were
Hey.
gonna not do it? I heard
Hey.
they were on the fence about it.
I was busy dissociating. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's creeped up on anybody.
Have
So
you
I'm
seen
like,
what's happened the last 5 years? I had my mind on other shit. Yeah, I'll get it done. It seems like it's pretty simple. I just got to go to the Davidson County health record place. Where
I
I
just used my passport card instead, but that's
I don't have my passport. It's not valid anymore.
Yeah, mine's expired.
Scotty, don't worry about it if you're already living in fucking North Carolina.
Do you know what is valid, Lady Fantastic?
My balls, what?
This.
Oh,
This
for
is
fuck's
valid.
sake.
Silver balls, gold balls, Silver Surfer girl.
no balls.
No ball having SS.
You know who does have
surfer
balls?
either.
No balls either. boy surfer ain't
Lumps.
Touche.
Smooth
He's
like
got
a
that
Ken
Ken
doll. Yeah.
flat in front like Ken.
I know. When I would look at Ken, I'd be like, "This is some bullshit."
Where's my Dr. Manhattan doll?
Oh god.
There he goes. There he goes.
New definition of blue balls, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Your avatars
I
ain't
live in
for him,
paradise.
though,
I don't
man.
need a
Good
passport.
for him.
We're in paradise.
Hey, it's not
Of
every
being
day
down
that
by
it's
the river.
Superman Day. I want to share some stuff with you. I'm very, very proud of this collection. I shared it on Instagram, but I want to show you guys. So it's Superman Day, so the shops are doing different things when they're releasing the
yeah.
books. I think most of them released them on Wednesday, but the brand new Golden Age size Action Comics 1 is out this week, which
How
is
many
super
copies
cool.
can you get?
I just do one of each. So there's a foil version as well, and then they did this Dan Mora cover featuring David Cornball Sweat.
I like that.
Oh, I like that one.
It's good art.
Yeah, Dan Mora's
Better
always good art.
composition.
And you use the same color
But then you got the Treasury edition, which was like the first time they reprinted it, I believe. Just super cool. And then in 2024, I believe it was, they did a regular format size reprint. Got a couple of those.
Yeah, the shiny.
Then they did the regular one non-foil.
Yeah.
In 2017 at Fan Expo, Tony S. Daniels did an acetate cover. So just the Tony S. Daniels art is on the acetate. You peel it up. A couple of those.
Go to the one from the 80s.
In 2017, they also did the Loot Crate edition. This one's still polybagged and everything in there. That was like the first, what you'd consider a facsimile, I believe, because before then they were all just like different version reprints of just the Superman story. In
Oh,
the
that's
year
a new
2000.
too.
They did the Millennium edition with the foil embossed.
Mhm.
What are those things
Those are
called?
nice.
When you get something
Embossed.
notarized, it's almost like a notary there.
Like a stamp and indentated.
Speaking of stamps, Lady Fantastic, here's the U.S. Postal Service stamp edition. This right here is a little fold up, and it has the actual collectible stamp on there. That's the only way that you can get it.
So when are you going to send something to me with that stamp?
Super cool. And this is the 1992 Rando, just reprinted the Action Comics part. And then we start getting into different terrain. This is the 50-year anniversary from 1988, signified by the 50-year thing. But they also did a newsstand edition for it that didn't have that. Now you get into the harder to find ones. This is the 1983 Nestles. Nestles, how you say it? The
Nestle?
Nestle.
So this is the
Nestle.
Nestle's reprint.
Nestle.
And this is the 1976 sleeping bag reprint. So all these were like promotional ones that you'd be able to get. And this is one of the toughest ones here, the Safeguard reprint. You'd have to cut out and mail in 3 Safeguard proof of purchases to get this, and it even has it there on there. And then you got a couple of them graded. The 2022 edition. And this is a great way. The Nestle, the peanut butter one. This is the peanut butter one. They all on the back have the product that they were associating with for the reprint. And this actual peanut butter, you can find it online and order it. If you still get it full, like and sealed, it's pretty expensive. But just to get the empty jar with the artwork on it, it's pretty affordable. But this is a one from 1983 as well. And then one of the prize pieces, the 9.9 silver foil, silver, not foil, it's just straight silver minted New Zealand mint replica for Action Comics 1.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them over here.
Yeah.
There's a few 10s of those as well.
Yeah, thanks for really busting my bubble, Spidey.
Yeah.
9.9, that ain't bad.
I was gonna say where's the original one, but
It's all right.
That's busting too much.
And the Comic Mint just did a gold foil. The cover is, instead of black and white, which Madam is a huge fan of, it's gold and silver foil of the one that just came out this week, the Golden Age size. They did a golden foil one. They limited it to 300 copies, and they're all already pre-graded. Like they did the print run, they submitted them, and once they hit 300 of them that were 9.8 or better, they stopped it and left it there, and they've numbered each of the CGC slabs with the sequential numbering, and they put those up for pre-sale this week, and I was lucky enough to get in quick.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And order one of those. Tell me why, Rob.
Oh God!
I got because I got the Detective Comics 27.
Oh, the trouble with the slabbing.
This not only was a slab awful, but it just doesn't. I don't know. It just it doesn't come. It was very let down. The picture is very good, but when you get it in reality, the way that the foil is inside the slab, it doesn't look anything like that. It's just it's like a shiny mess.
Yeah,
and then,
that's
of course,
super fair, and I thought about that as well. I was talking with Paul, and he told me about the issues with the grading process for it and everything too. How difficult it was for them to get it slab properly without issues. But for me, I collect the action.
Yeah, no, I mean, good. That's good on you.
Have it.
I thought about it, but I said no. I was already so disappointed with the Deck 27 one that I got that I'm just like, oh, I can't. I'm not going to do it. I can't. It's just, ugh.
Yeah. So there's if it comes in and I'm disappointed with the way that it looks in that slab, it ain't nothing to pop that bitch and take it out. Because foil, I haven't ever slabbed anything foil because it's like it just makes, like you said, it takes away from what it's intended to do. You're putting it behind a plastic screen. It's not getting that reflectiveness like it should.
Well, it becomes like ultra, or it refracts differently, so it ends up becoming like too reflective and stuff. And then of course it just accentuates every piece of garbage in CGC's pores.
The dust and everything.
Control. Well, in mine, it wasn't just dust. There was actually like there's a whole bunch of just crud on the inside of the plastic that is just like I can't even describe it. It just looks like shite.
All right.
And of course,
I would not. You wouldn't hear a disagreement from me there, buddy. Big fan of the Spectre, the Wrath of God himself. Bow, 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 bow.
Well, really, the wrath at first is the wrath of Billy Corgan.
So there was a couple of questions. It's like Dr. Manhattan or Galactus, who wins?
I would say Galactus.
Dr. Manhattan all day. That's not even.
Yeah.
Dude, do you see the schism now?
Yeah, that's an unfair comparison in my opinion.
Yeah, because Galactus is so much more OP.
I don't know. I mean, like that's literally a Dr. Manhattan shtick. They had to write him out of comics. You can't keep characters like that around.
Oh, same for Carol Danvers, because she's a girl, but actually she's the most powerful in the MCU.
Yeah, Dr. Manhattan is literally one of those cosmic scale characters that can create and blink away entire universes. So they have to give him like
Galactus eats entire planets.
Got to give him mental hiccups.
So Dr. Manhattan versus Franklin Richards. Let's go.
That's more accurate.
Franklin Richards.
Franklin Richards when he's on his game, and Dr. Manhattan when he's actually looking at the place he's standing at for once. Because they give him those those mental hurdles, like where his thought process is almost too big for his body, and
Marquis of Death takes
in front of you, but he's somewhere else in time and space, kind of thing.
If you've ever read Marvel's 1985, and I want to say Millar wrote that.
Yeah, it's a mini series where the Marvel characters came into the real world. It was cool.
And so in 1985, yeah, that featured the Marquis of Death. No, Dark Phoenix can't. She cannot transit across universes. She's relegated to a singular reality and universe. It's the 616. She can't traverse. So I would say she's not. But if you're just talking about here, I mean, she's a pretty powerful entity. But I don't know. Binary.
Let's go back to that question, Rob.
Yeah, I was going to. I was just listening. Yeah. So we had the question of why Superman wears a cape. Lady F wore in because his coordinates with his undies. Madam says because his butt looks big. Scotty 720 says because he looks silly in a feather boa.
I guess maybe more context of why did the Siegel and Schuster put a cape on him, or why in continuity
it creates an illusion of motion and it shows which direction Superman is moving.
Okay, that's really cool.
But I mean, if he's his arm out, isn't that the direction he's going in?
Well, I mean, you could be falling back and punching forward.
If we watched the Supergirl
it looks
show,
like you're just doing that dance now.
When we did a Supergirl show, we learned that there was an aerodynamic actual aspect of it, supposedly, according to their lore.
We learned in the Incredibles that it's ridiculously dangerous for supers to wear capes. I remember
that seems much more likely. Having this cloth hanging behind you while you're trying to do anything just seems.
And even in Zack Snyder's Watchmen and in the Watchmen comic, the character from the first run of Heroes, Dollar Bill, his cape got hung up in the revolving door, and he got shot up in the shootout.
Damn, when's the next day off for fucking Vanderbilt?
That's what we were all wondering.
Yeah, you said that one. The Spectre has to be in his active
host.
Well, not just that, but it has to be. It depends on the situation, right? He'd say he has to be doing his acts of vengeance type thing and stuff, or he can't. It's not just.
Yeah,
he's not as powerful if he's just deciding to have a hamburger and a hot dog and.
Yeah, he has to be in a vessel.
You're thinking of Jim Corrigan in that aspect.
Yeah, Corrigan is primed for vengeance. He's a vessel of vengeance.
Yeah, the entity itself is the physical embodiment of God with a capital G. Wrath.
Yes, yes, and so usually it will take over a character who's got some paybacks.
Okay, thank you, man, Spidey.
Dang, Justin, he stole your thunder.
I'm going to have to up my game.
Better like hell this time.
This isn't going to cut it anymore.
No. Exactly. Nope. You'll have to actually go get some smoke.
Exactly, Rob. That's what.
Record myself doing that, letting off smoke bombs.
Yeah. Is that what Scorpion did when he disappeared?
Yeah. And then he popped back up on the other side of the screen.
Mm-hmm. That's what Birch does, except he shows up in his bathroom or something.
Wait, I show up where?
In the bathroom.
In your bath. When you smoke bomb out, you actually transport to a different place in your home.
Into the toilet.
So
the
origins of smoke bomb are that I was having a conversation with my brother one day, and we had decided that the only acceptable way to just leave a conversation is to yell explosive diarrhea and then just leave.
I love that. That's great.
That'll work. That'll work.
So
Yep.
me yelling smoke bomb is the polite way of saying
The
explosive
PC,
diarrhea.
the PC.
I think you should just go with explosive diarrhea.
Barnabas, I did a really
We
fun
don't
video
forgive you
a
for
long
leaving.
time ago on who was the first superhero, and dive into
Me.
a lot of the pre-Superman characters that inspired what would ultimately become the first traditional superhero.
Well, and it's like as per who? The United States, because what we define as a superhero and what other, because comics
Lady
came up.
Fantastic. I go back to Beowulf in this video.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you that is the traditional Western heroes arc. So you're talking about that's a very that's the Western hero arc. I mean that ebbs from the Western civilization and the stories of
Well,
the
I
hero.
would say the hero's arc goes back to well beyond
It
that.
goes to
And
fucking
it's
Western. It goes to the Greek,
Homer.
to
Homer.
The ebb of civilization, like Western civilization, is like Athens, Greece, that area.
Okay.
And then followed by Rome, but much later. So when we say because that's where the ideas of like justice and democracy and republics and all that shit came from. And that's where what we define as a hero's journey or the traditional Western hero was created. And it began in those myths and stories.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of characters that predate Superman from pulp comics, like the Phantom, the Clock. There's people that inspired the concept of a masked vigilante, and all these things kind of get
Lone
put
Ranger.
together, and the best pieces of them
Zorro.
kind of are what clearly inspired Siegel and Schuster in many ways to ultimately bring to life the Superman.
One of the best critiques I've seen about Disney lately, and why some people one of the biggest critiques against them is that they sanitized amazing fairy tales, and Tolkien hated them for sanitizing the Grimm fairy tales, because Grimm's fairy tale shows that there are consequences to actions, whereas Disney just shows everything's great and a princess wins and gets a man in the end. And that's not how these traditional stories actually went.
Grimm's fairy tales were very grim.
But they taught lessons. Those were the Germans for you, man.
The Man of Bronze.
Rudy. No happy
Rob, that's
endings.
the character I'm surprised I don't hear you that you don't seem to be into is Doc Savage.
Me? No, it's just raw balls for me.
No, I'm talking about Rob.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's
I
why.
have some Doc Savage stuff. I just haven't dug that deep into him yet.
The Man of Bronze.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's cool. He's got the best widow's peak in the game.
He spends too much time on Earth.
But can he compare to Flash Gordon?
He does
He
spend too much time on
in
Earth.
space.
Huh?
He spends too much time on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Flash Gordon doesn't.
Good morning, Bryant. How are you today?
I've been getting, so look what I actually have a Superman. It's an action, but it's a Whitman variant. You don't see many of those very often. I picked it up.
Excuse me.
But you can't find the number. You have to go into the inside of the page. To look
Sorry,
at
that
the
was my
button.
fault, Lady F.
You did. It was fuck. God. Fucking Californians.
Oh no.
I know. It's gonna start.
Everybody take it down and pass it around.
Let's see. I just got some stuff from some fun books in the mail, Mark. And I know you'll like them because basically I've got almost all the Marvel I want. So I'm just trying to get some fun DC. But I'm really getting into the waiting for some covers or some what the fuck do you call them? Mylars. Mylars. But
Oh yeah, nice.
Picking up these weird war tales.
That's where the Creature Commander.
Ooh, that one's great.
Mm-hmm. I like the earlier ones because the art is just fire.
He's on some of them.
Luis Dominguez.
Oh, yeah, that's
Come
cool.
on, man. Come
It
on.
looks like the World War II soldiers, but with like some Genghis Khan horns going on.
I feel like Skeleton Man is gonna fly off of that. I feel like he does not have control over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's a skeleton, because he flew off before.
And then
That one's super cool.
I haven't seen the Silver Sea. Yeah. When she's done, I'll get into it.
can you tell us more about it?
Yeah,
Tell us
the
more.
label on it is something that isn't normally seen.
I've been picking these up too, and I'm gonna piece them together eventually. I don't want. I only have one in hand right now, but do you remember these red circle sorceries?
I'm not familiar with those.
It was Archie, the Archie brand that made them, but a bunch of the covers are Grey Morrow covers, and they're just fucking fire. I'm getting more in, and I'll present them all like once I get them. But yeah, these are fun. Look at this. It's you. It's me and Mark talking about comics.
That's us.
That's
I'm in the pink, by the way.
yeah. We're okay. You've got the cuter ass.
Yes, the job requires me to walk a lot.
I know. We're objectified, really, in our. What does this one say? Pirate Island. Look at that man. But yeah, these are really great. I highly suggest them. You can get these on the cheap. The sorceries. 1 and 2 are made by Archie Comics. I want to say Redline was like a subsidiary of Archie, but or Red Circle. My bad. Sorcery.
Is that all 70s stuff?
Yeah, this is 74 right here. And I want to say these are probably about the same time if they're 20 centers. 74. Yeah, this is 74. So I'm really, I'm technically always going to be like a Bronze Age whore. That's just the stuff that I like the most is from the Bronze Age, both Marvel and DC. So, yeah. To go Tron.
Do you remember the series of stories they did where soldiers fought dinosaurs?
Yeah, it's like it's war stories. Like, but yes, I there's some at my LCS right now, like where dinosaurs got a fucking tank in their mouth. And there's like, B-52 bombers going at like some stegosaurs and stuff. Yes.
Stegosaurs.
Yeah. Stegosaurs.
I love dinosaurs. So Sicko in 2018 is when this came out. But the New Zealand Mint is a
9.9.
What'd you say? 9?
9.9.
Yeah, it's a 9.9. But the New Zealand Mint is a company out of guess where, Rob?
New Zealand.
You nailed it. And they
is
they
it
do
0.9? Is that 9.9 made of 0.999 silver?
0.999 silver. Yeah, 3 9s. 999. So it's 35 grams of 0.999 silver.
I feel like you're taking my Wisconsin accent and turning it into a German
it's an
accent.
angry German.
Yeah. So what they do is they do collectibles and coins and stuff like that. They deal with minerals, metals and stuff, and high-end stuff like that. And they did this commemorative Action Comics 1 made out of actual real silver. And it's not a full book. It's just the silver slab with the image on it. And they partnered with CGC, being that it's kind of like a different thing, and they were able to get this special label. So I guess that it just helps signify what it is versus what you'd assume would be in one of these.
Yeah.
So it's a New Zealand Mint replica image of the 1938 Action Comics 1 cover. And again, 35 grams of 0.999 fine silver.
How heavy is it?
35 grams plus
35 grams plus the plastic.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
Hey Rob, what weighs more, a pound of bricks or a pound of feathers?
Exactly.
Sorry, Steph.
It's okay.
You're not sorry.
No, it's not heavy. It feels just like a regular comic would. Like, I don't know how much a comic would weigh, but if you were blindfolded and they were passing you these, you wouldn't feel anything different. It feels.
I would, because it's hard.
Yeah, and for Barnabas, they've done one of Detective Comics 27, and they did All American Comics with Alan Scott. And that one I was like so on the fence with to get the Alan Scott
AF-15 and
I wouldn't know about none of the Marvel. They did Hulk. They did
because I remember watching. There was a video where I don't remember. maybe it was MJ Comics at one point back in
I
the.
love that guy.
Some of them got together. I might be misremembering it, but I remember watching a video where a couple guys got together and they had got some of these, and they said, and they got them back, and they were like, they sent them in for grading, and they ended up getting all kinds of weird grades, but the labels were mismatched. So it was like there was like a Superman label on an Action Comics label on the on the AF-15 label on the AF-15 book, and it was just all kinds of screwed up stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Silver, the silver covers of Star Wars 1. That's pretty cool. But yeah, you can buy and sell bullion, or they got precious metal collectibles.
I need a cracker now.
Like, check that out. These Star Wars coins.
Han Solo and Carbonite made out of pure silver. That would be
That's epic.
Can it be embossed? Because that's what I want.
Let's click on DC because that's what everybody cares about. World's greatest superheroes, Superman. It says it right here. Founded in 1934, DC is the home to the world's greatest superheroes. That's their words, not mine. Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman. I mean, I fully agree with them, and I like that they added Aquaman there too. But look at these actual gilded coins, is what they're called. They look like gold bars to me.
They're ingots.
That's fantastic. One of tech, one of action, comes in a nice carrying case.
Depending on the size. Well, depending on the size of it.
These are coins. These are really cool. Harley, you got Captain Marvel, Superman. This is out of Action Comics #1 when he drug the huckster through the sky, hopped him around till he confessed. That was kind of savage of him. These are cool coins. Wow. Only $1,000. Oh god, the Green Lantern one here is 1 ounce. It's 3,600.
If it's a quarter ounce of gold or 1 ounce of gold, it's 1/4 ounce gold. So yeah, it's going to be expensive, given an ounce of gold's by spot rate, because it's going to be these commemorative coins are usually higher than the actual spot rate.
I'm still pissed at
Hold on,
Nixon
Deadpan.
for taking us off the gold standard.
Oh, look at that Aquaman coin. That's nice. These are cool. Look at these things. These are just over $100. This is 1 ounce of silver. This Two-Face and Catwoman.
Yeah, so that gives you an example though, because the spot price on silver is like what, $33, $35 or something like that.
I don't know.
So you're talking about 3x on the price, the value of the actual metals
For the mold and the image on it, you're
1 ounce of gold versus 1 ounce of silver, it's a 10x.
Yeah, it's been skewed for the longest times. For most of history, silver and gold ran at a 4 to 5x ratio, and then it really started skewing in the 80s, and it really got out of whack for a while. I mean, there was a period of time I remember when I was buying silver bullion for $13 for $13 an ounce, while gold was over $2,000. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, fuck.
There we go, Caroline.
No, I don't need it.
Get your Samwise Gamgee on.
Daddy told me not to. I did it anyway.
Misbehaving.
Walking away, giving the bird.
That's too funny.
Han Solo. Oh, damn, you could get a C-3PO in gold. That's extra.
$795.
Totally
Silver
worth
miniature. He even has the silver bottom half of his right leg, like he should.
Okay, that's kind of fucking sick if you're a dork.
$925 silver miniature.
Tariffs may apply, bitches. Doesn't say bitches, but it means bitches. The bitch is implied.
That would really run up the price.
Oh my god.
Here you go.
Already
Spidey left too soon. We got kangaroos.
Well, thank God.
This is what nobody thought they would be looking at today.
Let's check out
It was superhero related, right?
Sure.
Do y'all think there's any gold left in Fort Knox?
Well, let's just out of curiosity, where are some of the possibilities it could be if it's not there? What are some of the
fucking clue? I don't.
Yeah,
think it's bullshitting.
I don't either.
I don't know, some fucking compound in the middle of the goddamn desert underground, and I don't know. I have really no clue.
Well, if it's still in the
Fort
possession
Knox
of,
is pretty secure.
where I was about to say, if it's in possession of the people who are supposed to have it, I think Fort Knox would be like the natural safe place to have it. But
Yeah.
They hit it on the other side of our flat Earth.
oh, on the bottom,
Yeah.
they put it on the bottom. Got it.
Brilliant.
Yeah, no one's gonna look there.
I mean, I don't know how you get there because you go off the edge, but I
You
mean,
just
somehow,
fall. How do you get back
somehow
up?
I think you have to put a grappling hook, and then as you go over the edge of the flat Earth, you can then kind of hang,
They got it
that
on the
makes
other
sense.
side.
hang,
I-
yeah.
I
Where
feel
none
like
of
that's
us go.
the equivalent of putting the key under the doormat.
They probably do have like a little magnet box somewhere, and that magnet box has the key card. So we just got to actually find it somewhere.
So that's my wonder question about the whole flat Earth is what's on the other side.
Another flat Earth.
You just fall off. It's just people barely hanging on.
So we've gone right at 2 hours, and not one person, not one in the chat, on
Oh,
the
God.
panel, not one single person said the word Daredevil yet.
Why would I? Why do I have an
That's a good
interest?
point.
Because we don't want to
Just like why would I say
bait you.
Superman?
We just don't want to bait you.
In all sincerity, when something exciting happens, when something that pops off, people bring it up. They ask. We've had all kinds of conversations and questions and everything. And the season finale for Daredevil dropped, and here we are, just a couple of days later, on a live stream with a lot of people with shared interests, and no one has brought up Daredevil.
I'm gonna show you a badass Silver Surfer cover.
What up,
towards the end of
Izzy?
the series, where he fights Mephisto. He don't got titties in this one.
There we go. Boxed
You're
out.
a bitch. See how you pissed off that cat? Fuck, you asshole. Pissing off cats and shit. I'm calling PETA. I'm calling PETA on your ass.
Yeah, that's some good.
Oh my
numbers.
God,
That's Ron Morris.
That
Who
is
did-
awful.
Who did the art in there? Is that Ron Mars?
Penciler is Tom Grummett.
Tom Grummett.
Inker Matt Ryan. Plot J.M. Mateus. Script Tom DeFalco. But yeah, this issue is great. He fights Satan.
That trade dress is awesome. Even
That's
Yeah.
great. I like how he pops out. He looks like a Matisse painting.
This only
Mhm.
comes to goes to 145 or 146 this run, and this is 136. But yeah, it's a. I mean, this.
the smell.
Can
The
you
smell of
open that?
Barnabas.
Can we see that first page one more time?
No.
Uh, Gravity pulls him downtown.
That is just.
I'm trying
Are
to
you
see.
talking? Are you judging the letters here? Is that what's happening?
You know, you're right. That's not fair. This is way back when. I shouldn't be judging.
Can I ask you a serious question though, JB? If you had to critique them, like what do you notice? As someone who actually is a letterer,
It's
and
hard to read.
Yeah, so it's I'm not a fan of that the free floating black on the white background like that. Like it needs to, it would be easier to read if it was more filled in.
Look at this shit.
But again, this was from probably like 20, 25 years ago. So I really shouldn't judge it that harshly.
Justin, it's extreme lettering.
extreme.
You're right. And
I can see that
he
thing
is
in
left
reality
off.
competition.
So let's
Justin,
get
for
back-
you, extreme lettering. Like, can you extreme letter, like, in hurricane conditions outside?
Hey, we don't say the H word. Still too soon.
Sorry.
While hanging
I
upside
mean-
down with a pit. A snake
Well, a bunch of
vipers
small
below you.
children are nagging you for things.
Oh wow.
I tell you what, here, this is my version of extreme lettering. Ready?
Oh
I
damn.
forgot my
Oh!
compression sleeve. Look. Yeah. Here
Wow,
we
and you
go.
still have a separate handpiece.
Yeah, I don't want to smudge up my screen.
I see.
Mark, I'm going to show you a DC comic that I bought
Okay, this
simply
is a
because of the cover, and it's like it's you and me on Legion of Comics while the people are watching. I'm not even here. What a bitch!
I know. Here,
I
hold
feel
on.
like Justin just transformed into a superhero and no one said anything.
I love this so much.
Why is Justin naked? Yeah, see?
And it's
Yeah, I didn't like that. Blah. Elbow keeps bumping. Blah.
That's a great cover.
I know.
Look at all those muscles.
Yeah, well, look at all those pissed off tiger men. I'm gonna fuck somebody up. All right, that's all. Why is Justin naked?
Taylor.
Is he though? Oh yeah, because he took off his sleeve. That's what it was.
He said he wanted to get extreme with the silent E.
Oh shit!
Lovely.
Is he with the no sleeves? It must be a fucked up Friday.
Oh, it's Good Friday. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the best Friday.
Oh, what
Hey.
a pun.
Did you know that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated on Good Friday?
Yes.
It was not a very good Friday for him.
Yep. And did you
No, it
know
wasn't.
that
What a
Mary
fun
Todd
fact.
Lincoln was holding his hand when he got shot from the back of the head?
Yeah,
She was
I
keeping
jumped
him
in.
from moving out of the way. She was in on it.
Did I jump in at the right time?
She lost her shit. I watched a big special on her. She was crazy as hell. I think she had a mood
Mary
disorder.
Todd Lincoln, yeah.
I think she had a mood disorder, guys.
So I'm gonna say that the lettering should have a black background with white letters instead of what they did there, which looks like some poor
It's
canvas.
white letters. It's white letters on a
Yeah.
positive.
I just think that the gaps should be more filled in. So it's
I think it should just be if they're gonna do the squiggly thing that they do. You see, look, it's supposed to fill it in, fill the
Yeah.
whole thing.
The background's too distracting. I agree.
Izzy,
Fill the whole
what's
thing.
up, player?
How we doing, my man? I'm tired,
Oh,
man. I'm still
God, it's
waking
not
up.
even centered.
The very side of you. That's me.
That's really no. That's poor. That's poor lettering work because
No,
we're
it's-
talking. It's poor lettering work, Justin. Don't give them love like that.
No, hey, it's from like 25
Shit, Izzy
years
doesn't
ago.
have
Like,
sleeves
It's
on.
been longer.
No, they know better. The lettering has been around since the dawn of time.
98. That's
should know better.
27 years.
Sorry,
yeah,
you get a good
it's-
artist like Tom Grummett to do the work. You know,
This is
That-
Tom Grummett.
yeah.
My statements were a little harsh, considering
think?
the year.
Oh my God. Can I read you this letter?
I like how you're judging it on a grading scale based on the year.
Yeah,
The year doesn't change
Yeah,
I'll read you
anything.
this
Jesse.
letter.
Justin,
It's
serious
letter
question.
A.
What do you think of the Zatanna gimmick? It's something that I really love the character and almost can't stomach reading anything with her in it because her powers are magic based, and the way that they present the magic in the books is she speaks backwards. Any spell that she wants is just her commanding something, but saying it backwards. So in the comic, they literally write it backwards. So you're reading a book, you're all excited, you're into it, and you have to stop and get a mirror, get like it's the stupidest thing in the world, in my opinion, when all it takes is an asterisk, a writer's note that says spoken backwards, and you do that one time, and then you just put that asterisk in there whenever, you know what I mean? Like,
She wrote a
Wow,
contract.
You are disturbed by those.
That-
letters.
Guys,
Wow.
That's a contract.
you guys,
That's a
I need to read you this fan letter. It's really
what's your thought on the backwards thing that they
It
do
doesn't.
there?
It
Has
doesn't
she-
bother me.
Has she done that from the beginning, from like the very beginning?
For a long time now,
So
Silver Surfer
I
editors.
can
as long as I can
appreciate-
remember.
I can appreciate that they have continued to put that practice in play. Like it's remained consistent over all of this time. I could see where it would be difficult to read. If it were me personally, I would get to it and I would probably just skip it.
That's what I do when I read it. Like I've got to the point where I don't even read her dialogue if she's casting spell. I'm like, this is no. And then I'm just frustrated. I'm like, God.
So
It's got to be a mandate from DC
I'm gonna read
editorial.
this
as
letter.
far as
Yeah,
their-
It's point.
that's what I'm thinking. It's
as far as their
We'll get to-
style guide goes. There are certain rules in place that until someone else comes in and is able to change it, that's just the way it's going to be.
Yes, I
Caroline's
agree.
Caroline's got this letter that she wants to read us. Set it up first.
It's from the fans, from Marvel fans writing into Silver Surfer. Okay. So this is a rando guy. He goes, Silver
Dear
Surfer.
Marvel, where's his dick?
His name is Alexander Mystic Soto. Please keep Silver Surfer away from Earth. He's a cosmic hero and returns to Earth way too many times. He should be out exploring the universe like he did during Unilord Saga. Also, I don't think Alicia Masters is good for him. Please remove her. Anyone that keeps Silver Surfer bound is not good. Binary might be a better person. You have not portrayed other cosmic heroes in the Silver Surfer issues. Heroes such as Quasar, Beta Ray Bill, and Warlock no longer have places to be seen. It'd be nice to get an update every so often on the Star Masters too. One last thing that all Silver Surfer fans need and want, the Silver Surfer to kick Thor's butt upside down and all over the place. Please do it. The Silver Surfer is 0-3 whenever they have faced off. Please give the most powerful hero in the Marvel-verse a chance to show what he can do. With all his powers of transmutation and molecular control, it is almost inconceivable that Thor could be him. Please rectify what past editors have dared not to do.
First off, there's not an ounce of fat in that letter. You couldn't remove one word of that. That was a flawless fan letter if I've ever heard one.
An excellent portrayal of what the guy actually sounds like.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
I will say
That's
there was
solid.
one thing missing.
He's 37. He lives
No,
at home.
more like 47. One thing that's missing is that you failed, and I'm sorry, Lady Evan, I love you. You failed to do the excuse me, that part. You have to do that part.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Right. They replied to him.
They replied to it.
They replied to him.
What voice did they use?
They say, sorry that you don't like Surfer on Earth, Mystic, but he's going to be here for a while. After the whole ordeal with his missing memories and emotions, he just needs to settle down and get his bearings. Besides, we think there's enough trippy dimensional sort of stuff to keep any fan of the space surfing Norrin happy. All the stuff with Zinla and Galactus, the Other, and now Mephisto, who could ask for anything more? On the Surfer Thor front, there's some good news. Norrin and the God of Thunder will be teaming up in Silver Surfer 98 with art by Ramon Bernardo. This seems like a good place to mention that February of next year is officially going to be Silver Surfer month.
Really?
To commemorate the beginning of the Silver Surfer's new cartoons, remember those cool sketches we printed a few months ago? Also coming out that month are the Essential Silver Surfer, which reprints the classic Stan Lee and John Buscema issues, and Silver Surfer Parable by Stan Lee and Mobius. We dragged Big John out of retirement to do the new cover to the Essential, and it's amazing. And if you're not familiar with Mobius's work, check out Parable. Look at the cool shot in this very letters page. You won't be disappointed. He's the artist who inspired Garney's rendition of the Surfer. Anyway, that's enough yammering. On to the next letter.
I would have loved
First
it.
off, you have to address you can't go on without addressing. They're 1000% right. Mobius's work on the 2-issue Silver Surfer is iconic, legendary. Mobius is A tier.
Mm-hmm. No, they're right.
As an artist, what Mobius's work in general and on Silver
plus
Surfer
tier.
Yeah,
this
like
one,
it's
this one
undeniable.
sounds like
He was on a different level than everybody else. You
It
know
was
what I
because
mean?
he was like not from here. That was like a foreign art style. What is it? French? You need a French artist. or
I
something?
want to
Yes,
say,
he's French.
yeah, it was French. Yeah.
All right, look. This is like one last one's from a kid, okay? And this is me, in grade
heavy
school.
metal, yeah.
This says, Dear Marvel Masterminds, I'm having a hard time at school. Some of my friends seem to have the wrong idea about the Silver Surfer. They say that he's weak and cannot beat many other characters. Yeah, right? They say Spider-Man and Wolverine would give the Surfer the thrashing of his life. One of my friends said that the cool-powered Iceman would freeze a Surfer to death. I think that's a very stupid thing to say. I think that if they fought, it would mean a sudden death for Iceman. Am I wrong about the Surfer? You tell me. Until Thanos loses some weight, make mine Marvel. Eric D. Pruitt, Cleveland, Ohio.
Logs, I see you back there. Flip the camera on for a second, buddy. We have always on this stream since the earliest days done private links and visual confirmations. You're good, homie. But yeah, you don't just bring people to the stage without knowing. There's a
That
reason
sounds
for
like
that.
something that I
Good
would.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, Vazzy.
Is that
Yeah,
Will?
everyone's invited. If you ever want to hop on, you just message me or Rob and we'll get you a link, but you got to be able to confirm you're a real person kind of thing.
Well,
Of course.
Well, we can't see you.
But I was able to before I put them on.
I had
just-
the fortunate.
I
you know-
literally go ahead, Izzy.
No, I met you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That felt like a live reading of a Reddit post.
I just
That's what we had
just-
back then.
Hey, Stephanie.
Yeah, it goes back to Penisgate, like legit. Like
Oh,
years ago,
Jesus.
there was a Penisgate that happened.
I'll be back.
It was on.
That was enough to make Vazzy leave. He found out.
Bert had an open panel show, and somebody got on and with their camera
yeah.
off and turned it on. It was just a cock shot, and
Your gym dog.
it's just kind of stuff like that. So that for
That was
forever, I
funny.
just send out the link to as many people that are in group chats as possible, and just keep it open invite for folks.
He knows I'll show mine.
I gotta leave early. I got
And with that
I got
said-
work stacking up. So,
All right,
you
well,
know,
Rob, before you leave, I don't need a critique, but did you watch all of Daredevil?
yes.
We'll return to this conversation later, then, my friend.
I feel like you may have been lying right there. Adam.
Pen is
Nobody is talking about Daredevil, and I just brought it up a few minutes ago, and nobody still wanted to talk. Why is that? Why does
Because it was a mid-season finale. It wasn't a
MCU
finale.
is so back.
It was a mid-season
It
finale.
was
It
a
was
season 1 finale. Is
no,
what
it was a mid-season finale because that show was originally 18 episodes.
I
and this was
understand what
episode
you're
9 of
saying.
it, and
We've
that's what
talked about that, and that's what it was originally, and that's not what it is now, though. So what it is was the Daredevil Born Again season 1 finale. Do you think when they come back, they're coming back with episode 10 or season 2, episode 1?
Is it going to be called Daredevil Born Again? Is my question.
Yeah, I think they're going to switch it up. I think that'd be cool if they switch up the title to what is it, something Shadow or something?
Yeah, I think that would be
Or
cool.
Evil Dark Rain. That'd be cool. I'm fine with the cliffhanger. I don't think that a show.
I was fine
has
with the
to-
cliffhanger too.
Yeah, like remember like the Smallville days, like the tornado shows up at the end of season 1, and you don't even get resolution till you wait till the next season, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But cliffhangers are cool. It makes you
The
want
cliffhanger,
more.
yeah, the cliffhanger didn't say anything, didn't do anything bad. I didn't have a problem with it. It was just like, okay, this is where we're taking this story now, but in reality, nothing was really resolved. You get what I'm saying?
So
And
sorry.
Cole had a. I'm sorry to say, Cole's demise was not good.
He's Seventh-day Adventist now, Barnabas.
What's it called? Stephanie's like, I don't see Vox. Just give me a minute. Steph, I just woke up.
The
Okay, are you naked?
I was kind of concerned last Friday.
Be
I was
careful.
working, but I popped on here for a minute from the job, and I expressed my concern that the season finale would be a jumbled mess that they mask in violence, because they have this thing where if you show blood in a MCU property, there's a certain group of people that lose their mind and praise it and think that, oh, they took it there, they went there, despite the fact that we did a good amount of violence in Moon Knight. We did excessive violence in Deadpool and Wolverine. So Marvel and the MCU has shown that they are willing to go there when it's applicable for the characters. So there is no reason to assume that this R-rated Daredevil show wouldn't be R-rated.
Yeah, they said it. They said it was going to be gruesome.
Like it was what
Well,
was
if
to be
Punisher's
expected.
going to be involved, and it's probably going to be bloody.
But I'll be honest with you.
Oh, but what's a Punisher that did the biggest thing?
Well, I didn't
So,
watch
like,
it.
yeah, to catch you up, Caroline, it was the standard like dark room fight, like where you see like blood spatter popping here and there, but it's in a dark room. It's not gore. It's just there's blood, so people
You
freak
can
out.
hear
But Wilson
lights
Fisk
getting
gets a
hit.
scene where he gets to crush a guy's head, and they did like the practical effects and kept it on him, so you get to see his head crunch. The prosthetic didn't work perfectly for the scene, but like his jaw comes off and his head pops up
Like
here.
when Cap does with the shield.
Yeah, but now imagine if the camera was on the victim when it happened.
Yeah.
It was one of those things that when you saw him doing it, you already knew where he was going.
melody's
Right?
gonna pop.
Yeah. But what they did is they used that scene in order to mask everything because that's like they needed the conversation.
Sure,
on
they
something kind of thing.
compensated quality with fucking gore.
Yeah, they
That's
throw
never been
enough
done.
violence in there.
The
People
episode
don't
was
talk
good
about
though.
how
I'm
the
not
show
going to say
lacked
the episode was bad.
how it lacked cohesion across the board. Let me ask you a question, Izzy. Why did Frank walk into the warehouse full of the bad guys?
Why weren't his
Because
dudes?
Frank. First of all, Frank does that kind of stuff.
No, wait. Why did he do that?
He's definitely I don't think.
No, think back on the episode that you watched.
Yeah, which I would have to
Try
watch
answer
again
that
because
question.
my wife didn't see it and she wants to see it, so I have to watch it again.
Oh, bless your
Well, she says she wants to see it, but then she's like, I can't see it now. It's like, but when we're gonna see it? And then I said, I'm seeing it. I don't care.
Going down a rabbit trail. I'm just wondering why Frank walked into that warehouse. Narratively, I can answer.
Was he searching for something? I'm trying to remember.
For you, Izzy, there is no answer, and this is my point. They glaze the audience with violence, and somehow people forget that Frank goes home with Karen and Matt. They say their goodbyes. Frank he expresses no interest in joining them in their investigation. Flip the scene, and he's walking into that damn warehouse completely unprepared, knowing we have to assume he knows they're in there just to go get kidnapped, like unprepared out.
But he's not going in to talk to them because that's not his style anyway.
And he goes in. We have no reason for him to have gone there. We have no reason whatsoever. We don't get an explanation on how he knows they're there, why he's there, what took him there. Nothing. Just from being at home, unpacking to just being there, walking in. Like that's how lazy these writers are and how glazed the audience was. That people don't even realize. You don't know what's going on. You're watching
it's
it.
not even a reflection on the writers. It's a reflection on
clue what's happening in front of your eyes, and you don't care for some reason.
People are he's in the new room, by the way.
Frank's whole gimmick is like he has no powers. He's a tactician. He strategizes, and he just voluntarily, willingly walks into this warehouse full of the entire task force.
He's a soldier.
With no weapons. With no
soldier.
Weapons. He left his entire house with all the weapons and didn't bring any of them to go in there, clearly knowing they were there. What were you doing? Not you, Izzy, but what was the average Daredevil viewer
He was like,
when you watched this show? Were you watching it?
He should have stopped by.
Like one of your kids right now, Mark.
I do not recommend it, Barnabas. You won't.
What's the guy that
this
played?
was a roller coaster ride. If you judge it by its individual episodes, some were kind of okay, some were kind of really bad, and it was just up and down, and it made no sense across.
It was definitely sloppy, and we knew. I think we a lot of us knew that going in.
Yeah,
that
we
it was
talked
be
about
sloppy.
it going into it. The production
we knew it was
of
be
the
sloppy.
show consists of Disney hiring showrunners to write and direct it, and then they did it, and then Disney looked at the product, and even Disney said, "Holy potatoes, this is garbage. We can't release."
Even John Bernthal said it was garbage.
Yeah, John Bernthal was about to walk. Even Disney themselves said, "We can't release this. It's unreleasable." The first time they ever said that, and you've seen some of the stuff that they put out before, but this was unreleasable. So they fired their showrunners, brought in new showrunners, and said, "You got to fix it." So they did some rewrites, reshoots in the first 15 minutes, and then the last 2 episodes are completely from the new crew, and then there's just adjustments, and it's wild. It's wild. But the fact that people you watch the show and you have no clue what happened, but everyone's still like, this is awesome. Like there's so much of it that's like that where none of it makes sense. It's not even.
Don't worry,
I wasn't happy at it because it just felt sloppy. It really did feel sloppy. Did I enjoy the action? Oh,
Yeah.
the action was top tier. I thought the CGI, some of the CGI was like, but I look at TV production CGI a lot different than I look at movie
I don't judge. I never judge anything on
Yeah.
CGI like that. I'll pick and
Yeah.
play, but it never takes me out. Like,
Yeah, but-
there's only one Avatar. Everything else is everything else.
Yeah,
Like,
but
what?
Oh, you said Pop's here. I'm like,
Yeah,
do you have
Pop's
to
here.
come?
Yeah.
He's picking
Yeah.
up a package in his hat he left here last night.
So, but in all fairness, I think it's just it was fine, but it wasn't a season finale to me.
Nice. By the way, I'm in a new room. temporary.
can tell.
I actually didn't
Yes,
notice.
your background is different.
I was too busy looking at that shirt.
Oh, it says golf is dope, and it is.
I was looking at the color.
Oh, it's an.
Yeah, it accentuates your eyes. That's what I'm saying.
My eyes are blue.
Tom.
I got a $10 super chat shout out to Jeremiah. He says, "Can I be frank about the Fantastic Four movie? I hate this film. They can't even praise a guy coming a father yet. We can praise the woman. Kevin needs to be fired. He has no idea what he's doing." Yeah, they have a knack about shooting themselves in the foot. There's a lot of critique about it. That trailer dropped, and the internet seems to be united on being.
Nobody's seen the movie.
I will
They hate
openly
the movie,
admit
but they haven't seen it.
I didn't like that trailer.
I didn't either.
Oh, you didn't like a trailer?
We're
but
not
did you
judging the movie, judging what you've seen. Like that's
I
all
didn't
you
like
can
that
do.
trailer.
You can
Okay.
judge
I
what
didn't
you've
either,
seen.
Izzy.
I usually don't judge a book by its cover.
All right, let's play this game.
I've seen it. I'm
What
seeing
do
it.
you
I'm not
think of
saying
the
I'm not
current-
seeing it.
Wait, let's play this game. What do you think of the current administration not having seen what they accomplished in their 4 years yet? Are you going to wait and see? Or, I like to poke the bear. You don't have to answer that. I'm just messing with
It's
you.
absolutely not the same.
I know.
It's me like looking at the
Look,
cover
Pops
of
here.
Silver Surfer and saying, I don't like dudes with
Pops!
What up, fam?
what up?
Hey, Pops.
Can't wait to see a hero, sir.
Dogs, he said he can't wait to see you at Heroes Con.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing everybody.
I like that Flash shirt.
Yeah, well,
Oh yeah,
He's
it makes me faster.
He's about to go jogging.
reverse zoom. I like it.
Later, guys.
All right.
Later, guys.
See ya.
Take it
That's
easy.
the one that if you can get it, I could use a printed receipt for. That's the one.
What hat are you
In
wearing?
England.
So
Yeah.
before we walk
Was
away
this
from
good?
Daredevil to talk about Fantastic Four, I will say this much: the end of Daredevil made it seem like they're going to create teams, right? I'm sorry, Kingpin's teams looks a hell of a lot stronger than Daredevil's
He's
team.
on his T. On the Kingpin's team. Echo?
No, the task force.
Mm.
So the task force, the remaining members of the task force, and he pretty much, for those of you who didn't see it, he pretty much caged everybody. But then there's a end credit scene with Punisher.
No. I'm gonna see it. I'm interested. If I'm gonna be like completely 100, I'm more excited based on just the trailers. I'm more excited to see Thunderbolts.
The worst.
Yes, I was saying the same thing. They are cutting some
Thunderbolts looks good.
fantastic trailers for that.
The worst thing about Daredevil,
I think it
is
might be a
that
sleeper.
I think it's the psychiatrist. She's a moron.
She's the worst psychiatrist in history. That's in
She
all my
is
posts.
a moron.
Look,
Place
she'll
her.
sit there and psychoanalyze somebody to a
Who's
T,
the best psychiatrist? Harley Quinn?
and then probably better than her.
Yeah, better
I would
than her.
I would go sit down with Dr. Quinzel knowing she's Harley Quinn before I sit down
Literally,
with Heather.
Matt is literally telling her everything Kingpin's doing. And she's
Yeah,
like,
you need to cosplay
nah,
as
you're
Dr.
just crazy.
Quinzel.
And then she falls for it.
Izzy, in the finale, just in the finale, not talking about any of the conversations had beforehand, because there were, but in the finale, she visits Matt in the hospital. They have a talk out of the hospital. They talk about Wilson, who's already shown up at her house and at his house and everything. She still doesn't believe him or take his word serious or sees the psychoanalytics of what he's saying about Wilson. Now wait, they part ways. His whole apartment gets blown up, and then the next time you see her, just a few moments later, she's in his office working for him.
Yeah.
You can't
She's
make
a moron. She's a
you can't make
moron.
this up.
And he just
Jeff,
created.
you
Did
need
he
to-
just
Who did
create
she
a role
think
for her?
blew his apartment up? Like
I'll
she
say
wouldn't
her.
know about that.
I'm gonna make you the deputy mayor of mental health. Well, did he
Stephanie,
just
you
make
need
that role or
cosplay
something like
as,
that?
Dr. Quinzel one day. That'd be cool.
Like mental health is a municipality.
Yeah.
Now it is. I'm with
Apparently
Logsy
so.
on this, though. I'm definitely with
You know,
Logsy.
he
We
blacks
need
out
Harley
the
Quinn.
city. He blacks out the city. He tells everybody, "Oh, it's something happened. Must have been the vigilantes." I'm like, come on! Like it was the crappiest.
That would be
The more I think about it, the more it's how stupid it really was. It was very comic booky in that way,
Nah.
because it was comic booky, man. I'm
Comics
talking
ain't
about
that
old.
lazy, my guy.
No, I'm not talking Frank Millerish. I'm talking comic booky. Like old school comic books, and like
look.
you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Silver Age style, where a lot of things are just conveniently happening.
And
for
then
them.
this, and then this, and then
Yeah.
this, and then this.
And it drove me nuts just watching it, even though I was intensified by the action. But yet, like her, she's got to go. You know what happened to Bullseye? I don't.
Because isn't she supposed to be a character that kind of like you're going to be sad to see what happens to her? But at this point, everyone's can't wait for it to happen.
I'm assuming she's going to turn into some kind of villain, or they might
Margarita Lavia.
Like the actress herself, I got
Caroline.
nothing against the actress. You know, she's definitely a great looking actress.
What's her name? Margarita? Ooh, the Margarita.
I'll get it to focus. It just takes it a second.
Just tell her to know her role.
And shut your mouth.
Bro.
Oh, see?
Hey, you just walked in. Michael Gandolfini is hilarious in that show.
Yeah, he's kind of terrible, but kind of really fun to watch at the same time. Like he's super.
You
super
want him to get
fun
smacked, though. I'm waiting for the moment that he actually does get smacked. You know what I'm saying?
Did you catch the the episode when Daredevil saves the little girl from Muse? Like when he first puts the suit back on, right? So in that episode, he's sitting at the office, and completely unprompted, randomly, Cherry, his investigator, walks in. Hey, Matt, what's going on? I got this file right here. There's a serial killer going on, but don't do anything. And walks out. Completely random. Super random. And then Matt looks at it with his blind eyes and goes, "Arr!" And he goes and puts his suit on and literally runs straight to the dude's hideout. No explanation on how he knows where he is. No explanation on how long it takes to do it. The girl's literally got her blood draining out the entire time. He just runs straight there. And everyone watching this show said, that makes perfect sense. I didn't even notice that it made so much sense. And I'm sitting here like,
but didn't
how did we get here? Did I just miss a scene?
Didn't Angela know where he was too?
No, the little girl.
Yeah, Angela. That's her name.
None of them knew. She told him earlier about like how this stuff is happening in these parts of town, kind of thing. He literally sprinted, Izzy, because that scene, though didn't make sense, was cool as crap when Muse peeks out the door and the light is shining from the tunnel, so that he's backlit, so you can't see him till he's like right on top of Muse, and he just sprinted straight there.
No, but she knew. She found his hideout.
Did she tell Matt?
No. Maybe offline?
Maybe. There's a lot of offline happenings in this show. But you know what was really cool? When that fight with Muse was pretty fun. But the girl sitting there with her blood draining out into that giant jug, a whole lot of blood. How did he bring her back to life?
There's a lot of that going on.
You remember? He sat there. Caroline, this girl dies from lack of blood. Do you know what he does to bring her back to life?
No.
Chest compressions.
Oh, that'll do it.
She got no blood in her body, but chest compressions.
You know, that's definitely plausible, though. For anybody that read comic books, that's how you do it.
That's how you
definitely.
I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV.
Yes, you are.
I don't know if that'll work or not.
It did that day.
Well, we need to watch an episode of The Pit to find out for sure.
Oh man, Kyle watched that and he said it was intense. I've talked to a couple buddies that paramedics and stuff or work in the medical field, and they say I can't watch it. They say that it's too on point. It just is giving them
Daredevil? What?
No,
what?
A show called The Pit on HBO.
Yeah, The Pit
is like film it in real time. It's in an emergency ER room in a hospital.
I'm hearing a lot of good stuff about the show.
It's not it's not fun.
So anybody who works in the medical industry are all saying the same thing. I can't clock in.
Yeah, because it's like they already have to detach. It's one of it's in the healthcare industry, like in medical care specifically, like suicide rates and depression rates are through the roof because they have to see some of the most fucked up shit, and it's like it's hard to separate sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine. And this is like real
like
visceral, real gory, realistic.
Yeah, it's like the wartime medics.
Post-traumatic stress.
Oh, you say medics and I'm actually working on something called medics. Huh, funny.
Medics.
I'm working on a PowerPoint on this end for work.
Funny.
And that's why, like, the
alcohol?
medics for armies were
Yeah.
given like really high in soldier statuses because they
Oh,
were
it's sink in.
old.
Just
I
gonna
tried
need it.
magic eraser.
Does this come off? Can't you just like boil it? Just leave it sitting in boiling water.
Well,
Not
I'm here.
boiling, but hot water.
I
Let
don't
the
know what
water
to talk
try to
about.
soak in. That's what the pen did.
I think I'm just gonna.
I don't know how many Fridays that could be.
Alcohol instantly
I'm
dries,
trying to make more.
like really fast.
But not instantly.
What power does Muse have? He's kind of like Taskmaster, can mimic quickly. He's got like some kind of super
So-
sense reflexes stuff.
So Muse in the show is definitely different from Muse in the comic books. In the
Yeah,
comic
in the show, he just took karate as a kid. Not even lying. I took karate as a kid against my will, but I killed.
But you know what? I appreciate that they did that because
What?
it came in the episode afterwards. So what was it? Episode 5 where he's
Where's
fighting
Sledge?
Daredevil, but episode 6 is where he's doing his monologue. Because in episode 5, I'm like, where did Muse learn how to fight like that? So in episode 6, like, this is how I learned how to fight like that. So I appreciated that. Just for the hell of it, the stupidity of it. But I appreciate that they did that. Just so I'm like, okay, now I know why he could fight. But yeah.
Did y'all see sorry.
He was a one-dimensional villain. Not exactly the best character that they did. And all he was just a plot point for the show to go from one place to another place. They used him, they abused him, and then they said, okay, let's bring back Bullseye. That's all that was. They needed to get rid of him.
Never mind, let's not bring back Bullseye.
Well, that's the thing. They needed to get rid of him to get Bullseye back.
I really
Literally,
like that
that's how they did.
penultimate episode. The penultimate episode, I think, was really good from like a storytelling standpoint. It moved all of our characters simultaneously with purpose, and it got them together at the ball, and there was like you could feel the tension rising. Like I'm not saying it was great, but it had all like the proper storytelling elements there, and then it completely detaches itself.
Yeah.
At the finale, like it was just.
Well, that's what happens when you have a Frankenstein TV show. So here's what Wikipedia says about Muse. Muse's body acts like a vortex, which he can absorb any kind of sensory information that surrounds him, making Muse incredibly hard to track, with even Daredevil struggling to target him, which that was not part of the show. He's also has superhuman speed, which also helps him with this. He can move faster than the human eye can see, allowing him to remain out of sight. He has levels of superhuman strength that are far beyond normal humans. So in other words, first of all, he's an inhuman. They said he was an inhuman, not a mutant, but he does have superpowers. But in the show, he's just some regular screwed up kid that likes to paint pictures.
Does it say fun fact mixed music as well?
No.
I'm sorry, bad joke, but I had to.
You never apologize for your bad jokes.
It basically just sounds like a fucking Rogue and Quicksilver merged. So he can suck up powers or
He can suck, but it's not the same way that he doesn't take their powers.
Whatever.
It's more like a bishop thing.
Oh.
Mark, I'm gonna send you a picture. You don't need to blow it up. It's a slab I'm getting. It's because I want to show it on Show Us What You Got. I'm gonna send you a picture of it on DM. Oh, it's not here.
Oh, okay.
It's a Batman slab.
This is frustrating. So I'm like kind of like watching like a hawk. They teased yesterday that the McFarlane figure for Superman stuff is coming today. Assuming they were going to do like every other movie set and drop the entire set, the entire wave. We'll have Ultraman, Metamorpho, Lex Luthor, a mega figure of the Kaiju. And nope, they're just dropping Superman. Just Superman. They're waiting until June to drop the wave. I was really excited that they were going to drop the wave because we'll get our first good look at Metamorpho. But just finding out from the post that McFarlane is putting up that Lex Luthor and the rest will be coming in June, which is a bummer. So they're really protecting some of the other characters in the movie. We're also getting a Guy Gardner movie version, which. Blech.
Mark, I sent you a picture. Mark, I picked that up for $50 plus tax, $45. It's not a key,
Nice.
but yeah, it's my first Batman slab. I'll be showing it on Chris's on Wednesday.
Ooh.
Dr. Quinzel, what are you up to? I am going to the comic shop later, though, for Superman Day. I just hope they don't run out of a lot of stuff. They probably.
I'm sure they have plenty.
I don't know. They got
Did I ever tell
all-
you guys? Speaking of
Yeah, I
free
got the
comic
list. They
book
have
day,
these
man,
All-Star Superman free edition, Virgin
stuff-
foil, and
yeah.
a blank.
I'm sure
Then they
the
have
free stuff
Superman
is
for
going to
all
be.
season, free edition, Virgin foil, and then a Jimmy Olsen Super Cyclopedia, and then the Action Comic one reprint.
That's the one I think that's going to go bye-bye.
Which one? The Dan
The
Mora?
Dan Mora.
So, speaking of new comic book day coming up, 2 weeks.
What
told
is
this
up,
story-
Jerry?
Hey, Jerry.
What's up, Jerry? I was talking to the guys on Matt's.
Can you guys hear me?
Heroes.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
And so I'm
Hold on.
talking to the guys, and you guys know I love Batman. So I'm leaving. I'm packing my things to go, and the guy's like, "Hey, I know you like Batman. You've said it in the store." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Would you like Barkham Asylum?" I'm like, "What is it?" And he's like, "Oh, it's like dogs and people, and the villains are locked up like they're dogs." And I see the cover, and it's Batman as a dog. It looks like Ace.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
at Free Comic Book Day this past year or something.
Yeah. So he's like, "Would you want it?" I'm
There
like,
we go.
as much of a Batman fan I am, I'm gonna pass. He's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Yes, absolutely." He's like, "Positive?" I'm like, "No, this is not Batman and Joker. No, I don't want this.
I shall
Thank you.
not.
I get it. It's free and I can give it to a kid. But guess what? I don't want it."
It's okay, man.
Now,
You don't
welcome
have to get
Jerry to
angry
the show.
about
It's his first time on the screen. We got Old School Comics. He's got a channel
What's up,
on YouTube
man?
as well. Be sure to
Hey,
check him out. He
everyone.
does a lot of comic creator kind of videos.
Awesome. Welcome, man.
Jerry, you have your own comic, don't you?
Yeah, I've got a couple of them. I've got End of Days, and actually I just released Bounty. So yeah, it's out there. I'm waiting on it to come in now from Comics Wellspring. So
Nice.
great to be on the show, you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you hopping on. So fill us in. What's your takeaway on the Daredevil show? You watched the whole first season?
Oh yeah, definitely. I love the Netflix series. This one didn't quite live up to it to me. I mean, I did enjoy it. Now from what I read about it and everything, I know Feige took it all the way back. They looked at it and they was like, "Oh hell no, we can't do this. This is trash." They salvaged what they could, and that's what most of the first season was, except for episode 1, 8, and 9. Those were from the reshoots, and all of season 2 will be from the new showrunner and the new writers as well. So, I mean, it was kind of you could tell, a lot of little things y'all discussed. It was kind of a Frankenstein type show. I mean, you could see where things were put together to try and make it work. I'm like you though. I really enjoyed episodes 8 and episodes 9. I was fine with the end. I would have been fine if they had to cut it off after episode 8. I thought that would have been the perfect ending. Just right there, cliffhanger. Yep, clean cut. Hey, let's start fresh next season. Because it kind of felt like they were doing episode 9 had too much to do. Setting up the next season. Just everything they had to lay the groundwork for. They should have just done a clean cut with episode 8 and went from there. I'm with you guys. The psychiatrist chick, She
gotta
was
go.
she was in a totally different fucking show, man. I hated her.
She was
had
fine
more-
when she started, right? And then she like
Yeah,
became this
she got worse
idiot.
every episode.
What did she do that was so annoying?
You got to watch it. It's not that it's
It's-
annoying.
she's terrible.
She's got
Everything
terrible
that happens,
input.
well, everything that happens in the show to her surroundings, it's like she doesn't see it. She can't.
No.
Like you can
psychiatrist
hold
ever.
a sign
So
up
she's
in
a
front of her
blind
face.
psychiatrist. That's the
You
irony.
can hold a sign up in front of her face that says, "I am the killer," and she would look at you and say, "Do you know who the killer is?" Like that's how dumb the character was written. It is insane.
It's terrible.
Cool.
Like I liked her when she first came out. I was like, okay, we got a different love interest and stuff like that, and it was fine. But the minute we got into this whole
The coffee
her
shop,
working-
the coffee shop scene was great.
yeah, like the minute we get to this part where she's like, now Fisk is her client, and she's working with, she's talking to Matt. She's learning more about Fisk. Like at this moment, she should know there's something clearly wrong with this guy, right?
And this
Because
was
the
one of
whole
my-
yeah, the whole thing about Fisk, as they pointed out, the showrunners pointed out, Fisk is a monster and a child. that's how they pointed it out.
Monster baby.
No,
He's a
Caroline,
monster baby.
she's literally got Muse in her office being his psychiatrist, and he tells her he's Muse, which takes forever to sink in, I guess, for her. And he eventually just like slaps her and puts on the costume and gets ready to kill her, and Daredevil flies in the room and saves her. And like while they're fighting, she takes a gun and gets the kill shot off on Muse. And this is literally a line. She said, "Daredevil didn't save me, I saved me."
And then she said that he was out for his own thing. Like, what the hell you think he was doing?
Yeah, he
What
was
the
out
hell
for
he
his
was
own
doing there?
interest.
He's like, no, they were.
Exactly.
She should have just said, you know what? Daredevil came to fight with Muse because they were play fighting like two damn cats.
This is what happens when you get your degree from Phoenix Online University. The Harvard of online schools.
So as more and more happened, she was like,
University.
"Oh, you know, this is what they do. This is how they are. This is what the mind of a vigilante is." And like, stupid moron, Muse ain't no vigilante.
I thought
What is he?
Stephanie was going to rebuttal and say,
He's a serial
I live in
killer.
Arizona. What the heck?
But they kept on referring to him as a vigilante for some stupid reason.
No, vigilantes usually are seeking justice outside of the law.
Or revenge.
I am justice.
I will say this
Vigilante
though.
justice.
I think. Oh, sorry. I will say this though. I thought D'Onofrio was awesome
I love him.
throughout the show. He was absolutely incredible. I love him and
He
King.
had some fun moments though.
I love him as an actor. He's another great character actor.
Oh, definitely.
From what is it? Steel Metal Jacket? Was that the?
Yep,
And
that's
Full
one of
Metal
the first-
Jacket.
Full
Yeah.
Metal
Metal
Jacket
Jacket.
and Steel Magnolias, the
That-
crossover we've all
no.
been waiting for.
I'd love to see that. I would
the
watch it.
sequel.
Clarice. No, that's a fucking. It's not.
When your writers get a degree from
Weezer with a gun.
Hey, I'd pay money to see that.
Here, shoot Weezer.
Oh my
Arlie
God.
Ermy just in his hair shop screaming at all these ladies. They'd scream back though. That's the best part. They
Love
were
it. And then she
they
cuts
wouldn't
off
be
the ass.
intimidated by him. Just Dolly
Yeah.
Parton and Arlie Ermy just arguing.
Mm-hmm. Olympia Dukakis. Those are some strong bitch. I love me a good Southern bitch. They're
Hell
funny
yeah.
as hell.
Hell
They
yeah.
are.
They are funny as hell. They're
Oh
weird.
my
They are
goodness.
weird. Just like pipe like oh my god, what's her name? In White Lotus, the Parker fucking Posey.
Parker Posey, yeah. She's
Oh, I
from
love
Florida.
Parker Posey.
That's not far from me.
Piper, no. She kills that
love-
North Carolina accent, dude.
I love Parker Posey, man.
Yeah.
She's-
I've loved her since Waiting for Guffman.
She's
love Waiting for
she is the
Godfrey.
best thing of that Superman Returns movie. I'm sorry.
When she's in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's Lexus. She's basically Miss Tessmacher.
Yeah, without being Miss Tessmacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's the fill-in.
There'll always be a
She
place.
was
for
funny
me
in
at the
Blade
Dairy
Trinity
Queen.
as the vampire. with the
Yeah, I
little
I
remember
dog.
now.
loved her in that. That was the only thing good about that movie was her.
Triple H was cool in there. He had the steel thing.
He was a little
dog.
stiff, you know.
Hannibal King, played by Ryan Reynolds, and don't forget that you had Jessica the Body Beale in there. I don't know. It was
Yeah.
definitely fast food cinema compared to 1 and 2, but I mean, there's some.
It's a fun movie.
You can tell the production was a nightmare for that one, and the
It was a
director
fun
and
movie.
Wesley
And then all the
really disliked each other and stuff.
yeah, it was a fun movie. I
Justin
enjoyed
and
watching it.
Jessica are there on the rocks. They may be splitting.
Oh no,
Really?
we have to
You
do
guys,
something
you
about
guys
it.
sound really concerned. Like all
Yeah.
the guys sound like, really?
Apparently, it's not cool to do cocaine and get DUIs all the
Hey,
time.
all
Why?
I'm saying is I'm just
Says
happy my
who?
girl Margot is still available. I think.
Margot, Robbie.
Oh,
What about her?
Margot Lane.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear Margot, I think of The Shadow.
Did anybody sign up for Amanda Beale's OnlyFans site?
I love Margot Robbie.
Oh,
She is
God.
phenomenal.
You saw
You're
that?
kidding, right?
Margot Robbie.
I don't keep
is
up with
one of my
OnlyFans
favorite-
as well as you do. I live vicariously through you.
I just remember Christmas Vacation. Why is the floor wet, Todd? I
Todd.
don't know, Margot.
I do like Margot.
Posey's good.
Margot Robbie's awesome. I hope she's in new movies soon.
She is goaded. I love
She,
Parker
she,
Posey,
she,
bro.
she has all the monies in the world.
She's the indie queen. I love her, man. She cracks me up, and she's hilarious in like Best in Show and any of the mockumentaries that Christopher Guest does. She's in a lot of those.
Did you ever see Babylon?
Oh,
I've
I
never
love
seen
that
Babylon.
movie. You're talking about with Margot Robbie and
Yeah.
Brad Pitt, dude, that movie was so good. If you're a movie head, you would love that movie. If you're not, you might think it's a little self-indulgent and too long in the tooth. But if you are a movie head, that is a must-watch movie.
Yeah,
I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago on vacation. Like I'll stay up while the rest of the house goes to sleep and watch movies and stuff. And I watched it at I started it after midnight, and it ran well past 3 a.m. and I was on Instagram posting about it. Like I was late to see it because it was on Paramount Plus when I watched it. And it
That's
was
what I did last night with
it's-
Mighty Gemstones or Righteous.
you follow actors and actresses in Hollywood during it starts in the silent film era, them making movies, and which is fascinating to begin with, and it goes into the time of the talkies, which is just
it's
super
tanked
cool.
though, unfortunately. Like
Is
it
she
tanked
is
hard.
she done being Harley?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, yes,
She's Barbie
and
now.
yeah, but yes, but she
Beautiful.
could. She does have the
Barbie
option of
movie.
returning, which I don't think she will.
I don't think we need her to return. I think she did good. She carried a lot of weight and draw power as Harley Quinn. She did good for those 3 appearances. But we gotta do as much of a clean break as we can, though, right?
Yeah, but she's definitely part of the group
James
that,
Gunn
that can
she's part
come
of
back.
James Gunn's DC.
That's why
'cause
she can nail that North Carolina accent because
Yeah.
she knows.
Yeah, you can definitely bring her back as Harley because we got Peacemaker stuff. It'd be weird not to have her at that point.
The only reason why I think they probably wouldn't bring her back, the only reason I think they wouldn't bring her back is probably she'll ask for more money than they're willing to
She
give her.
deserves it.
I'm not saying she doesn't.
Yeah, she's a draw.
Yeah, but she's definitely she's a big bill.
Who, Harley or Margot Robbie?
Both.
Yes.
Who would you replace her with if you didn't bring her back?
Well, we have someone.
Well, not Lady Gaga, I'll tell you that much.
No, God, no.
Steph will do it, right, Steph? No.
I don't know.
Lady Gaga is just Lady
It's
Gaga. She can't be anybody.
No,
else.
that wasn't a recasting.
Steph,
Yeah, it's a
would you do
separate
it?
universe.
I'd do it.
Hey, what about that chick that played in oh God, what was the name of that movie? She was actually in the last Scream too. She was one of the first ones to get killed. She's almost like her look-alike. I Catch Me If You Can, or something like that. Not Catch Me If You Can. It was a horror movie. The same guys directed this movie, directed the new Bad Boys movies. It was a horror. She was getting married in the movie, and
It turns into they're chasing her, trying to kill her.
Yeah, her. I would get her.
Oh my gosh, what is the name of that?
It's some kind of game.
Yeah.
God.
Well,
Ready or
Stephanie
Not.
said she would do
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
Yeah, this girl does look just Samara Weaving is her name.
You
Yeah,
know,
I think she's kin to Hugo Weaving, the one that played in the Lord of the Rings. I think that's her uncle.
I like how Hugo Weaving you go to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
not
Samara
Agent
Weaving
Smith.
does
Yeah,
look
not
like
Agent
Margot.
Smith. That's
So-
I
wild.
try to block those out.
Oh my
I wanna
God,
explain-
Yeah,
Samara
she could-
Weaving does.
She could
Look
definitely pull it off with that
Yeah,
look.
she's got the look.
You think Sydney Sweeney could?
No,
Dude,
No,
No.
God, no.
Dude, no,
no,
she's
Sydney can't do that.
Samara Weaving is basically Margot, but younger, I think.
Yeah, this is Margot Robbie Light.
So this is I'm going to say this, and it's only because I think she's got the range and she could do crazy really well, even though she might be considered a little older. It's fucking. I think Emma Stone could do a crazy good Harley.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If Emma
definitely.
Stone was younger, I could see it.
Like,
I
Right
don't think
now,
she's
she's
too old.
No,
I think
she's
she
in her
could
late
still do it.
30s, I think.
Still
Yeah,
look young though.
but I don't.
think it's
I think
old.
they want a Harley that's really young.
See, I think she could. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
because it makes sense that you're fucked up and easily manipulated when you're younger. But I just think that she could do crazy really well. She would
You know
also
who
probably
I
be a really
love?
great Selena Kyle.
You know what?
Emma-
Now,
Yeah.
now you got me thinking about this. I bet you that psychiatrist in Daredevil might end up becoming Typhoid Mary if they do it that way.
Dude,
No,
I can see
whoever
that.
brought up Emma Stone, I've always been a fan of Emma Stone.
She's great. I really like her.
Yeah,
I think
but
she's
Emma
funny.
Stone's another one. It's like you're not gonna hire her to play Harley, not even because she can't do it. She's a high price. She's a high price
Yeah,
as well.
she's
You
an
got to
Oscar
get
winner.
somebody that. Let's be honest. If you're gonna get a new Harley, you're gonna find someone that you could spend the money on. You know what I mean? You
already
can't
told
get
you
you can't
guys
get
who could
A-list
be
actors
Harley.
for roles like that.
Excuse me, would the Harley step up? No, okay.
So it's you have to look at it from the price range issue. So
Yeah. That's why I think the Weaving girl would be a perfect fit.
you got to
She's
look
still
at
trying to make her
CW.
way up the ladder.
Dude, and she's only
Yeah,
one
good
year
actor,
younger than
too.
Margot.
Whenever you can cast up and comers, I mean that's clutch.
That's where you want to go.
That's how you lock in a franchise for a decade.
That's how you
Yeah.
get it.
Exactly. And I know DC's trying to cut costs any way they can, you know,
They
with
have
Warner
to.
Brothers in trouble. I think she'd be a perfect fit.
They have to.
Yeah,
though.
you know that's another thing that kind of plays to the point. You don't have to pay for big name actors as long as you can get somebody who could do the part, because people aren't buying a ticket for the actors with these superhero
They're
films.
buying
They're buying
a
the
ticket
ticket
for
for the characters.
Range.
Well, they're buying the ticket for the characters. Nobody's
Yes,
like,
you got to do the character well.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you don't have to get a Brad Pitt or somebody like that to put on the suit to
It
get some
detracts
hair.
from it if you do. Honestly.
Yeah,
Like, it's better to
exactly.
have
Because
the name.
you're seeing the actor more than you are the character. If you can get somebody
Yes.
who's good at what they're doing and isn't a household name, you can make a household name out of them, and they'll be there. Just like how Henry Cavill was
Evans,
embedded
bro.
as Superman for so many people. Nobody
Chadwick
knew Henry
Boseman.
before Superman, and now he is Superman for so many
But
people.
maybe you need a draw too. You need the name to draw people back. you
But
know?
they tend to lean toward the villains for that. A
Yeah.
lot of times.
They do the villains, and the reason why they do the villains is because they usually look at the villains as a one and done type of scenario.
I don't even think Nicholas Hoult is a household by not even
No.
close. standard.
No.
He's been in a lot of stuff.
He's
but
been in a
he's
lot.
He's not a lead.
If anything, Nicholas Hoult is probably, you know how we say A-list? I'll call him like a B+ list.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
He's known, but he can't carry a franchise right now.
If you go to your local Walmart and you just stop somebody and say, "Hey, are you excited for Nicholas Holt's next movie?" They'd say, "Who?"
Got no idea.
Who
They
exactly?
would say, "Who?" every time.
Yeah.
I would. I'd be like,
They'd be
"Oh."
like, who?
He was
So-
Beast in the younger cast stuff, X-Men First Class and Apocalypse. He played Beast. He was
Oh, I
also
like
in
him
Mad
a
Max
lot.
Fury Road
that's
as
the
the
thing.
War
Top
Dog.
I like him a lot.
But that's
He's
the
hot.
point.
Yeah,
But that's the point.
Nosferatu was
How many
great.
people remember that?
I like him.
I mean, just movie
will.
heads, man, comic fans.
He also played in a biopic about Tolkien.
Yeah.
He was also in what was that zombie movie where the zombie is turning back into a human?
Oh, I know what you're talking
I
about.
remember that. Yeah,
It was
that
so
was
good.
good.
It was so good.
But he's one of those guys that I think he's waiting for his
Jack the
optimal-
Giant Slayer. He was in
I
that.
forgot he was
Oh,
in
he
it.
was?
The Bryan Singer film
Yeah.
before Bryan was canceled.
Yeah.
Warm Bodies. Thank you, Sledge.
Yeah. I think Nicholas Hoult is one of those actors as he's waiting for his opportunity to get an Oscar opportunity.
I think he's got range.
Yeah,
He
does have
definitely
range.
has the range.
He's got
Like
potential
the
for that.
movies he's
I agree.
doing, the movies he's doing right now is so he could get that Oscar
He's
nomination.
getting the chops.
Hey,
Bro, that's
got
kind of
the
like
sorry
Aaron
for
Taylor
him.
Johnson. Aaron Taylor Johnson plays as Craven, Kick-Ass, Savages, but you put him in like a drama role. The dude's got like presence and range, and
Mhm.
like
He
he
does.
does better work outside of superhero stuff. That stuff's just got to be for fun and exposure.
I
Hey,
think he's
Mark.
doing that for the paycheck.
Mark, can I ask you a question? It's not superhero related. It's about Tron. So you know in the
Absolutely.
trailer you hear the voice talk. Do you think it's Clue or do you think it's
Clue is gone. Clue has been reintegrated into Flynn. Flynn is gone. Like what I think is you're seeing residual presence of Flynn. I think that what we're going to get, this is my theory here, because I'm a Tron head.
I am
The-
too. I love Tron.
The grid, like when Flynn died on the grid, something happened that had never happened before. An actual living consciousness died on the grid. And what the side effect of that is going to be is a form of AI, because AI is the big topic now. So like we got the ISOs, we got like that whole big philosophical conversation of what is life when it self creates and materializes out of nothing on the grid. Now you have a spark of life that was ended on the grid and stayed on the grid. How does it remanifest? I think you're going to have the living embodiment of the grid, and it's going to take the appearance of the creator, of the user, of Flynn himself.
You know what? And
Why
I
else
agree.
would
I am
Flynn
a huge
create a
Tron
search and destroy program like Ares? He wouldn't. Flynn wouldn't do that.
And you know what's so funny is not I don't have a lot of friends outside YouTube, but a lot of people don't know, but I actually am a big Tron fan as well.
Hell yeah.
Like I loved the new one, the one that came out in
Legacy.
2000 something. Dude, when I
2012.
went to that movie, my jaw was open the whole movie. I'm like,
Whole
this
time.
movie
Yeah, I've
is
rewatched
amazing.
it countless times. That movie, in
No,
my
yeah,
opinion,
it's
Tron Legacy is a masterpiece.
oh yeah, and then you got Daft Punk with the soundtrack. Like,
You
dude,
got 9 Inch Nails doing the
9
movie.
Inch Nails,
Super
baby.
excited for that.
dude,
That is
just
a
like,
soundtrack I want to
dude,
hear.
Yeah.
you know what's so funny is I was a gamer a few years ago. GTA 5 released these things called like the Excite Bike or whatever, and it
Oh, I love that
looks
game for
like
Nintendo.
yeah, it looks
On Mario
like
Kart, there's Excite
not
Bike
Excite
courses.
Bike. It was like a bike. It was a motorcycle, but it looked like the Tron bike. It was
Yeah, the light
hilarious.
cycles.
Yeah, it looked like the life cycle. It was hilarious.
I still
Yeah,
like
I'm extremely excited for Tron Legacy. I saw where what's that kid's name? Is he Evan something from American Horror Story? He played Quicksilver in the Fox stuff.
Evan Peters.
Evan Peters is playing
so good.
Dillinger. So one bad thing about the Tron franchise is like that how Legacy didn't pick up what they wanted. They had Pirates of the Caribbean do this phenomenal trilogy that made gangbusters for Disney, and then they went on a
so
spree
good.
of what is our next big trilogy franchise. They tried Prince of Persia, it didn't work. They tried John Carter of Mars, they tried Tron Legacy, they tried The Lone Ranger. All of those were franchise starters that they put both feet in. All fantastic movies, but it just didn't pick up the traction they wanted. But in Tron Legacy, they hired Cillian Murphy to play Dillinger, and we had him in the beginning where they show that he's kind of this prick computer wizard, and his dad is Master Program from the first one. He was supposed to be the next setup to be the villain once Sam and Cora came out of the grid at the end of Legacy. They would be dealing with Dillinger in the third one, but we didn't ultimately get that
So, Mark,
story.
do you
So
think
they have Evan Peters playing that Dillinger's son in Ares. So we're going back to having Dillinger like we should. He's the ultimate antagonist for the Tron franchise, and I'm glad that we're not ignoring
So,
that.
do you think we'll ever find out what happened to Sam and Cora, or they're
It's
completely gone?
impossible not to reference it. You brought an ISO off the grid. I mean, that's the whole. Why else would they need
So
to send
you
other
think we'll
programs
just
off the
hear
grid?
what
You know what I
happened
mean?
to them? Like,
You had
oh,
Clue
they went.
wanting to invade, take an entire army off the grid. So, like the invasion thing, like lame. They're sending a seek and destroy. This is basically what I'm getting vibes is Terminator. You know, we got We got a program being sent to seek and destroy something. What else is out there? Like whether we get Sam and Cora directly, I haven't seen anything that shows that Garrett Hedlund's coming back to play Sam or Olivia Wilde. It looks like they're not in this. But what can be in this is a side effect of them having come out. They've been out for a while. It's been over a decade now. So whatever they did, we can have this world be introduced to these new medicines or these new technologies that came from Cora, and Ares can be after that at least, or something along those lines. He can be after the MacGuffin that their appearance created.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that because we're both Tron heads and we don't get to talk as much as I want, but yeah.
Bro, like the only person I know that I can like deep talk Tron with is Bubs.
Really?
Go down that rabbit
Nice.
hole. I love talking Tron.
I like your theory too, though, about
Did your
how
dad like
kind
Tron?
of his consciousness since he's died in the grid. It kind of gets integrated into the grid. That's a fantastic take.
It's like a Russian nesting doll, because you know, he reintegrated with Clue, the explosion, and then
Right.
It's not going to be nothing. We saw how deeply connected he was to the grid. Like he walks around as like the god of the grid. Walked in Castor's whole party and just went down on one knee and put his fist down and shut everything off. You know, like the dude is an entity inside of the grid. So what happens when that entity is no longer contained? Where does it go?
Yep. Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask that because we don't get to talk a lot. But yeah, thank you, Mark.
The biggest question I have, because like there's a lot of stuff, I say this a lot. I don't care about speculating on comic book values, but I love speculating on stories. It's fun. It's fun to think about and talk about what could be. The biggest thing, the name of the movie is Tron. And in Tron Legacy, the name of the movie was Tron. And they had that really cool reveal. You know, we got the backstory with how Clue did the uprising and assumed that Tron was taking out, but really it was Rensler the whole time. And ultimately he overcame Clue's programming. And they gave you the tease where you see him, you know, he did the whole I fight for the users and takes out Clue. And then it flashes to his body with all the lights off, sinking, but then it cuts back on. So we know Tron, the ultimate security program, is still alive and out there. We don't have any information, any hints.
Did
any
they
clues,
make a Tron comic book?
Yeah, I own it.
Yeah,
there's a couple miniseries. I've got his first appearance and everything. I didn't even realize when I bought it was his first appearance. It's a lot newer than you would expect.
Is it good?
There's some magazine stuff, but the comic book format, it was like from the early 2000s. But we haven't gotten any information on what Tron is up to. Bruce Boxleitner, the actor who played Tron, who played him in Tron Legacy and stuff, well, he played him outside of the grid. But we got no information on that. And you can't do Tron without Tron. So I'm hoping that like it's like one of these like dire situations, like Ares is upon us kind of thing. How far can we, how long can we keep getting away from him? And then out comes Tron from the grid. Like get Rensler coming out. I remember how badass Rensler was, like with the 2 identity disc and like just the little subtle things, like in the disc battles in the game when Sam first throws his disc at him and he does that slow motion flip through the air and the disc goes past him and he lands in the superhero pose, looks up, then he slightly ducks his head just like 3 inches and the disc flies up. We need that back to fight Ares. That's what we need. Tron and Ares.
So you mentioned Sam. I know Hedlund's career has kind of fell off, but
he stars in Tulsa King. He's one of the main actors in Tulsa
I haven't watched that. I tell you though, if they wanted to recast, they could get Austin Butler. He looks very similar.
Yeah, and what a phenomenal actor too.
Oh God, yeah. I love him.
What he did in Elvis and Dune, like man, he's good. Yeah, Tron Uprising is a 1-season cartoon that kind of deals with a time period after the massacre of the ISOs and Clue's takeover. What was that main character's name? It was like Tech or something like that. You know, it's worth a watch. If you like Tron, lore, it's definitely worth a watch.
Cool, yeah. And I'm a 90s kid, and I love Tron.
I'm an 80s baby. I'm pretty much a 90s kid.
Close enough.
Yeah, I was born in the late 80s. But yeah, my Tron love comes from Blockbuster.
Bunch of babies.
Mark,
Blockbuster.
So I got something cool to tell you after the stream if we have time. I don't want to announce it on a stream because I've announced it like 100 times.
Okay. Yeah. Back in the day, my mom and dad hated taking us to Blockbuster on a Friday night. It's too busy. It's too busy. And like, I mean, it's right down the road. Like the building still stands
Yeah.
today. It's now
Really?
like a music store, but I mean, it's literally right down the road. Its parking lot butts up with my nearest Zaxby's, Izzy, and you know how much I get. I'm a Zaxby's.
Yes, I love
But,
Zaxby's.
We don't have
it's
Zaxby
right
over
there.
here.
Oh,
So
it's
they
so
would
good.
say it's too busy. We'll go tomorrow. So we always went to Blockbuster on Saturday nights. And if anybody's old enough to remember Blockbuster, new releases get checked out on Fridays. Everyone goes on Fridays and gets the new movies they've been waiting for. So we would
That's
go
why
in
I
there.
went on Thursdays.
So we would go in there. They would put him out on a Friday. Izzy?
Not in my area.
Yeah, bunch of criminals you hang out with. And
Welcome
what
to the
happens
Bronx.
is we'd go in there and the back wall would just be cases of movies that we can't wait to see one day down the road because it ain't going to be that day. The good thing is, new releases are like 2-3 day rentals, but the older stock is a 5-day rental. So we just go hit the regular middle aisles again. And Tron was one that we don't see anything new in the old aisles. And we're like, oh, let's watch Tron again. It was one that we would just revisit over and over and over. I don't know why we just didn't buy a VHS. Well, back then, I think because of the size of VHSs, most movie places, they didn't keep a massive inventory of backlog. You don't have space for it.
No, our Blockbusters, they would have movie sales, and
VHSs were like $30
they would do
back
the
then.
preview for a little bit of nothing,
Mm-hmm. I so much of my DVD collection, which I've got thousands of physical copies of movies, thousands. I was a store manager of a movie stop for many years, which is it's literally GameStop's sister company GameStop back in the day would start taking DVDs, and then it got so many so fast that they opened a sister company, called it Movie Stop. Same thing, reserve new stuff coming out, get a little membership card for a discount and bonus on your tray, all that stuff. But I was a store manager of one of those for years. And I remember going to like Blockbuster, Movie Gallery, Hollywood Video, and always just shopping their 3 for 10, 3 for 20. It's the ones that used to get checked out all the time with a 100% guarantee. If it doesn't work, bring it back. No risk, all reward. I got so many movies because of that kind of stuff. People talking about Tron and Avatar, the excitement of Legion is a little look at an island, if you will, of the world I want to live in. Yeah. Yeah, I love both of those things so much. Big Tron fan, big Avatar fan.
I tell you, you bring up Blockbuster, that brings back so many memories, man. I miss video stores, period. Just going in there, running into your buddies and just hanging out.
Isn't there one Blockbuster still in Alaska, supposedly?
Yeah, the last Blockbuster, I think, still.
No, it's not. It's not Alaska. It's Oregon.
Didn't it close though? I heard
think
it
just closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a documentary on it because it was getting ready to
It's on Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched it. That's sad.
I thought
I still have my Blockbuster membership card somewhere in this desk.
Still got mine somewhere. It's crazy.
No, I see all
these
these
things
kids
we thought would never go
I see
away.
all these kids go to Redbox
Things we take for granted.
Yeah.
And I'm like cringed out. I'm like, you guys don't know movie renting if it hit you in the face.
Yeah, streaming.
The funny thing about Blockbuster was that some people don't know is that it had an opportunity to buy out Netflix.
Really? I didn't.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
and they said that's going nowhere.
That's in the documentary.
Irreparable damage. If Blockbuster could have got ahead of the curve and jumped on the because they attempted the Netflix, Redbox things. There was a couple of Blockbuster.
Yeah, they attempted the model,
but it was too little, too late that they.
Well, they just didn't understand. They didn't understand. No, Redbox ended.
No, there's still Redbox, buddy. We got them.
No, they know, but they're gonna close them out. That's what I heard.
I'm about to say there's still some here. There's not nearly as many there used to be. There'd be one in front of every Walgreens and all the Circle K's and the Kroger.
We still got
all the supermarkets for some reason. So
yeah, we still got the ones at the supermarkets, I think, but Walgreens and the gas stations, they're gone.
Yeah,
I may break down and watch Selling Superman today. Yeah, that's one that I don't
get the box of tissues.
I don't know why. I have no desire to watch it.
Yeah, same.
I have nothing against it. It's just I understand the story. I I don't.
Did they release the
Where?
Kingdom Come yet though? Like
No,
actually released it?
so the Legend of Kingdom Come is happening pretty fast. They're going to be doing an online. They're doing a showing somewhere, but if you backed it, you're able to watch it
Yeah.
through the website that's attached to the Kickstarter.
Mhm.
And the physical stuff is not in production, but like at the back end of production and
Yeah.
I get all the updates. I backed that thing the first 5 minutes and went live.
I saw it
Emerald
too, and
edition.
I was like, man, I looked at the price. I was like, no, I'll be able to pick this up somewhere, even if it's eBay. You know.
Yeah.
I was excited to back it. For me, Kingdom Come is like the greatest comic story ever.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's amazing.
I think a lot of it is going to be lent to the upcoming movie that we're getting this summer. Between All-Star Superman for the aesthetics and a little bit of the tone, I think the baseline of Kingdom Come is the blueprint for this movie. The concept of this isn't an origin Superman. This is the Superman that's been around. And I think society is going to look at him as old and antiquated. And these other heroes, Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, Metamorpho, Mr. Terrific, they're new, they're flashy, they're a little bit rougher around the edges, and that's what society likes. For example, I think Superman is going to be fighting that kaiju, getting hit with a fireball, buildings falling over, and he's trying to stop it. And I think this team of Terrifics is going to come in and just put it down hard, put it down fast, and everyone's going to praise them for it. And Superman's going to be like sad that they took it down, and that whole thing. You know, the old ways are outdated. And then Ultraman's going to show up, and he's going to put his paws on the Terrifics, and they're going to need Superman's help, kind of thing, and kind of see the value in him. And then they're all going to come together like butt cheeks and fight Solaris together at the end, which is going to be released from the Fortress of Solitude by Lex Luthor. That's my prediction.
Hey, sounds good to me. What do you think about David Cornsweet, the new guy they got playing Superman?
All I know
think he
from
looks
his
dead
push-
on, man.
He looks the part.
He's massive. Yeah, like
He
can't
looks the
really
part.
tell it from can't really tell it when he's laying in the snow, but in the movie Twisters that came out last year or so, which was really, really good, he was in that, and the dude is like head and shoulders taller than everybody else. He's
like 6'4", 6'5".
No, I wanna
Yeah, I think I
ask
read that he's the
everybody.
tallest
I know
actor
he
to play
voiced
Superman yet.
Batman.
So what we haven't seen yet is a proper second trailer. We haven't seen a proper second trailer where we're gonna get some story. We're gonna get to hear him talk, because that's the thing with him. It's like right now we really haven't heard him talk.
Not at all.
You know,
Not
at
as
all.
Superman.
You know, the only thing he says is "Crypto, take me home." That's literally all he said in the whole thing. So
Kind of wheezes it.
yeah, but that's not him really talking. That's him trying to you know get the dog to take him home. So we have to see his interactions, which we got more of Lex Luthor saying he's here. That seemed to be more of like, okay, I'm okay with Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor.
Yeah, I think that's great casting.
That one line was like, okay,
He was
that's
up
Luthor.
for Superman. He made it to the finals.
Yeah,
I guess you could say he was like in the last three.
but I bet you he's
the
happy to be Luthor.
It's a better role.
I think he's gonna play the part. Just seeing that scowl, you know, that close up of his face,
Oh,
like
yeah,
he's got it.
Tears are coming out. He's holding a gun. I think he's gonna be incredible.
It's almost as if they got all the Luthors and they kind of created Nicholas Holt off of all those Luthors in that little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I love the one from Smallville.
Should have got Peter Dinklage to play Mr. Mixbiddle.
Yeah, that's messed up. But to your point, Michael Rosenbaum, that's the small. He is to me the greatest. He's the greatest Luthor.
He's incredible.
Not Kevin Spacey.
No.
Oh God, no.
Please.
Not Gene Hackman.
Hackman was awesome, but he was playing a different type of character.
Tell you what I loved the guy that they got for Superman and Lois to play this like pissed off, gritty, just hate.
You mean the guy from Two Men and Baby or something like that?
I don't know about that one, but he was in The Walking Dead.
He was in 2 Men and a Baby.
Yeah,
or like whatever.
Like it was a very specifically driven Luthor. Like Luthor has been at this part of his life before in numerous stories, so it played well for this, like the story arc they were doing. But he's like big, he's imposing. You even get a scene where Clark goes to confront him, and Luthor hits the switch and all the street lights turn to red sun and he's down. So it's just Clark and Luthor fist fighting in the streets, and it was just intense. Oh, dude, we didn't even think about that. No,
I thought of him. I thought of him.
liked his portrayal. It was eccentric and different, but man,
it was poorly written.
I wouldn't even say that. I think it was written. I think that Lex was probably one of the better written Lex, but it's just weird coming from Eisenberg. The whole like obsession he had with people worshiping him as a god and feeling like that power and that position was taken from him, and him throwing the photos of his mom down. I think it was written.
I get that. I don't think. You see, when I heard Eisenberg was going to play Luthor, I was actually excited for, because I do believe he's a great actor and he has those intricacies that I think would work well with Luthor. But they kind of create him to be kind of this almost the mad scientist version of Luthor, which a lot of people forget about, where most people are still looking for the business tycoon version of Luthor. And I think that's where it's screwed up, because the scene with the freaking Jolly Rancher, you got come on, that scene was stupid. You know which scene I'm talking about, right? Where he takes the Jolly Rancher, he puts it in the guy's mouth. That kind of stuff was just dumb to me. So
yeah. You're right, though. I think a lot of people tend to forget, how smart Luthor really is. I mean, that's the key part of his character, is how brilliant he is.
They seem to let all that stuff go, because it's like we want a business tycoon, and yeah, you should, because that's all John Byrne that did that.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is this package? Arriving at 7:00. Okay, bring it in here already. I got an iPad coming in. The Jolly Rancher was awful. Awful.
Trying to remember that part. What?
Oh, it was bad. I forgot who he was giving the Jolly Rancher to. Was it the guy in the wheelchair or something like? No, it wasn't the guy in the wheelchair. See, now I got.
Was it in both versions, or was this strictly director's cut?
I'm trying to remember if it was director's cut.
Which I've seen both, but it's been back when the movie first come out, and then when they first released the director's cut.
I think it's in the regular version. So if it's in the regular version, then it's definitely in the director's cut.
After watching the director's cut, I can't watch the original version anymore, though.
Yeah.
I can't.
They got to see
basketball. After watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, I mean, completely different movie. The original was garbage, hot garbage.
Yeah.
Like a damn dumpster fire.
Did he give it to this lady, the judge?
Maybe. Now that you've mentioned the judge, that sounds familiar. I think you're right.
Which one?
The Jolly Rancher
thing.
Who do you give it to?
No, he gave that to the congressman.
Which was the judge. That was the judge. Yeah.
That's when he was trying to cut the deal and get the contract to get access to the Kryptonian ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I will say his one scene at the end where they cut it off and they put it in on the boat, that's the way he should have been.
Fully suited up.
That was perfect.
With his arms back.
That's how he should have. That was the Luthor we needed.
I would have loved the scene where they
Killing Mercy Graves was diabolical. Because that wasn't just his chauffeur, that was Mercy Graves. Like that's his reoccurring character. Mercy's always there with Lex, like Clark has Jimmy.
Yeah. The best hair in all of YouTube.
It's been voted on.
Has graced us. Look at the beauty right there. Eman, my man, how you doing?
Doing good. I hear Reggie's trying to come after my trophy. This guy.
He got rid of everything.
He went beard, mustache, goatee.
How dare Reggie attempt to
E-Man.
take over this right here? Yeah, Reggie's gonna win. Actually,
Hi,
Reggie.
E-Man.
He's completely baby faced and bald, and he's going to win.
He is. What's up,
E-Man,
Boggs?
hello.
My boy.
I've been watching Reggie's videos and I'm
I
like,
thought I was your boy, E-Man.
You are my boy, Boggs.
Thank you.
I'm just I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy Reggie's back. I really am.
I'm happy he's
he's
back too.
yeah. I'm like, hey, he's been posting again.
I didn't know Reggie, but I hope to meet him sometime. So, yeah.
I met him at Shortboxed a couple of years ago, and genuine guy. He was super like,
oh god, this is like the most beautiful panel I've ever seen before.
Hey, Nick, and real quick, in the words of Lady Fantastic, Mama told me not to. I did it anyway. Misbehaving.
All right, sorry guys, I just had.
Hey Nick, I posted your video, by the way.
Thank you, sir. I have yet to watch it, but thank you.
Yes, thank you. No, thank you. You helped a lot.
So, how you guys doing today?
Good. We were just talking about
great.
everything in the world.
You know what I wanted to bring up? I brought it up before. You know, I still am wanting Jensen Ackles as Batman.
Not happening.
Hard pass.
Yes.
Not happening. Ooh.
Why no? Why
everybody
no?
Oh, don't tell me you're gonna show me a Mark Jeweler.
Here we go.
Yo, what kind of condition is that book? That thing looks
9.2. It's a 9.2.
Put the book down, Nick. Put the book down and do it like a real.
Do it correctly, Nick.
It's not a 9.8, but it's
Nick, we need the perfect.
Especially because I didn't pay for them, it makes them extra.
Nick knows some guys that know some guys that rob some guys.
Nick is like
That
the
robbed
back.
some other guys.
Nick's the back alley Mark Bueller collector. Mark Bueller? Mark.
I can't hear a word they're saying. I don't know.
Bueller. Wait, you can't hear what we're saying? He can't hear us.
Jerry.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
Cool, you can hear us.
You can hear Mark. Could you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear E-Man?
Hey, what's up?
No, I can't hear E-Man or Nick's Kicks.
That's
I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, can you hear him when he was talking just then?
No.
Okay,
I'm
back. What did I miss?
Everything.
He may need to restart his
Yeah, you may need to restart.
Yeah, just hop out and come right back in.
I'm gonna have to go watch the video now.
What video?
This one. Okay, where did you get this collection, sir? Went to somebody's army base or something like that?
Back of a truck.
He's like the flea
Let me
market.
hop out and hop back in. Maybe it's on my end.
Yeah.
No, it's just these. There was an LCS here that recently closed.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, that's terrible.
But they reopened again, but it's not.
Oh, yay!
It's not open to
redemption.
Yay!
And ladies and gentlemen, you know what you call that? You call that an emotional roller coaster.
So the guy who owns this store actually brokered the deal for Nick Cage's comic books back in the day.
Oh wow!
Oh, Nick Cage, the wrestler?
No.
Okay, I'm thinking someone else.
Are you talking about the?
Oh, Nicolas Cage. Oh, that other Nick Cage.
The black actor who portrays Nick Cage in The Defenders? Is that who we're speaking about?
No, that was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Now I got you.
There you are.
Welcome back.
Yay!
Yeah, I thought I was losing my fucking mind, man. I mean, that was a flashback or something. I'm like,
Hey, Nick, by the way,
poor guy, he's like, "What's going on?"
I've talked to everyone
what are they
about this
saying? How does everybody hear them and I don't?
Nick, it's good to catch up with you again, sir.
Yeah, we'll be seeing each other in person in 3 weeks.
I know, right?
Oh, you guys, what is it? Heroes Con coming up?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I wish I was going to be home for that. I was going
Where
to
are
take
you
it.
at?
Just about 8 or 9 weeks.
Oh crap! I got to put my savings now.
I told you last year, Mark, and I'm keeping the promise.
I'm excited.
I said I'm going, and guess what? I am going.
So far, so
Yay! But I'm sharing a room with Rob.
Oh.
And again, ladies and
With the
gentlemen,
setup
this is brought to you
and
by. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is brought
You know that
to
means
you
you got to go to
by-
bed like super early and stuff like that, and then wake
Again,
up.
guys, this
Gotta
is
wake up
brought
at
to you
like
by
4
the
o'clock in the
letter
morning.
E
He's a
as
big
an
cuddly
emotional
guy.
roller
It's all right.
coaster
Oh,
for
wait,
the
hold on. Shit. You said 4 o'clock in the morning, and that's 4 o'clock in the morning East Coast time. That's like still yesterday here on Villain time. That's
God.
crazy. Like waking up
gonna
at
die.
midnight just to hang out and have breakfast. No, I'm good. I am good, Rob. Hey, email, let's go get some breakfast. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Go to sleep.
No, what's gonna be
He's
awesome?
like, he'll be like, hey, Romania's calling. Hold on.
So
I gotta...
what's gonna be awesome is that on Friday we're gonna have the meetup, right?
Yep.
And then Saturday is the auction, and the auction could go late, man. That auction, like, if you're not staying locally, that auction's gonna go late.
Izzy, I
Auction?
think because
I
I
got-
only live 30 minutes from the con this year because I'm going off 3 days, I think I'm going to go to the art auction. I really
It's
want to
definitely worth.
So
It's worth it, man.
let me
I
tell
gotta
you
start
about
working on my piece.
let me tell you about my finances. Can we share some financial news?
Yes, of
Okay,
course,
let's-
my good
Okay,
sir.
this
gonna
is
tell you guys-
the CNBC of the YouTube stream now. All right, go for it.
I owe $5,500 on my credit card.
Oh,
Holy shit, bro.
That's not immense.
Hold on. I'm trying to get that shit paid off by Heroes Con so I can make even more irresponsible decisions over there.
Yeah, man, I wanted to ask you something
Are
because you're a techie. You enjoy tech stuff. At least
do
you say
enjoy
you do.
That's the rumor.
So I take you at your word. What do you think of Tron Ares coming?
It's got nothing to do with
It has everything to do with tech.
I see the correlation, Mark. Don't worry about it. So I've told you before, I think Tron Legacy is an absolutely beautiful movie to watch. While
No, I
you're
said
listening
Ares.
to- Hold on. I think
know where
Tron
this
Legacy
is
is a
going.
beautiful movie to watch while you're listening to Daft Punk. Ares, because of how I liked Legacy, I'm going in with some reservations, and I'm hoping that it's going to hit it out of the park. Because rumor has it, I guess Sam is coming back, and I just what I like about the trailer is that it raises a lot of questions and there's a lot of hope. Because it just looks sick where the grid comes out. Now the grid is here. We have
That's
all
where
of
we
them up
left
here,
it.
and yeah, that's
where
how we left
the
it. There was
story.
a door left open for people to come out, even though that whole world was destroyed, there's still something that's left over. And I like all of the questions that it's raised. It looks absolutely beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And I'm hoping that I can get like a really high refresh rate on some of those scenes, especially revolved around the light bikes. Because growing up, I loved the light bikes. So Ares, I have reservations, but I can almost guarantee that it's going to be a beautiful movie at least.
I like how DJ or Nick didn't understand the correlation of being a techie and watching that movie. It's made by techies for techies.
For
like
techies.
that's what it is. The more you know about technology, the more you would understand the nuances to the concepts of everything you're looking at and how the world itself moves and operates. Like, dude, I didn't even think about when the first Tron came out. No one even understood what they were talking about. Like these programs, these information. I envision it moving through the system like a vehicle on the highway, and not just that. Like, this isn't the internet. They're not going into the computer. They're just in a single operating system. You know what I mean? And one operating system is not another operating system, and they haven't connected operating systems yet so far. Like, and now that from 2012 to now, we have things that are commonplace, like Dad in Legacy, how this new thing called wireless interfacing is happening. And he's like, I thought of that in the early 80s.
Yeah.
And now that's commonplace. So what is that going to mean and do for the grid itself now? Are all these closed operating systems going to be accessible where they can hop grid to grid even? Like, no, understanding tech gives you understanding on Tron.
The original Tron really tried to touch on that right there. It really did. And it was really far. It was really advanced back in the 80s, you know. But people who lived in the Silicon Valley, people who lived in the Bay Area, they were like, yeah, dude, that was actually super interesting. The only thing I don't like about the Tron franchise is that after the very first Tron, which even they barely touched on, there really is, it felt like Tron, the character, took a back seat.
Yeah, he was a backseat in the first one, even.
Yeah, and it's like this movie's name is Tron. Like if you called it the Grid or something like that, cool. But the character itself took the backseat, and it's kind of like
that's an unfortunate speed bump that this franchise has to deal with, because the movie was about Kevin Flynn going into the Grid, and him and his friend. It was Bruce Boxleitner's character that created the security program that discovers the Dillinger's like little master plan to backdoor the whole operating system they were rolling out. So it was just this program. There was a side character that you named the movie after. It's a concept you name the movie after, but they're able to lean into that because it's a security program. So it gives you your ultimate warrior kind of aspect. And I was mentioning it earlier with Ares and them coming off the Grid. We don't know what he's coming for yet. I hope somehow, some way it's correlated to Sam and Cora leaving the Grid in Legacy. It doesn't have to be them, but something that's associated with them leaving the Grid. And I hope we get to a point where like all hope is lost. What do we do? Tron exits the Grid and we get his proper return since Legacy. And now you have something that can fight Ares, and a Tron v Ares one-on-one finale, like in the city, would be nuts.
So do you think they recast Tron?
He has a closed mask. Yeah. But
like,
if the mask comes off, he has to look like his programmer. That's how it works. So he has to look like young Bruce Boxleitner. And I guess with Legacy, they didn't want to double down on that because it was really new technology, and they did it for Jeff Bridges, and it was a stretch them trying to do it. They were really around with Clue.
But it made sense though with how Clue looked. It looked a little off, but it made sense because it was supposed to be his image, and it was kind of computer generated. But this is a computerized movie, so it kind of makes sense.
And it's him when he was younger too, and that helped a lot, having like real time Jeff with the beard and the gray hair, and then younger Clue. Yeah, and it's one of those things that is definitely off when you first see it, but as you watch the movie, it
makes sense.
It settles in.
Yeah. Because Tron in Legacy, he was a badass.
Rinsler was insane.
He was awesome, and I wanted to see more. I wanted them to feed me that more, and I didn't get it. Like we got snippets of it, and you kind of avoided him like like a final boss. And you got a little bit. I would like to see that guy. You're right. I want to see him come back, and I want him to go up against Ares. And I think that Clue left Ares as like a backdoor emergency program to kind of like, all right, if something happens to me, all right, Ares, you're in charge.
Yeah, I think Clue is Fubar. And you know what's funny is we start the very first Tron movie with Kevin working on a program, and it's Clue, and that version of Clue gets destroyed by one of Master Programmer's things. The very first character you see in the Grid is Clue, played by Jeff Bridges in the early 1980s. But I think because you saw Jeff Bridges in the trailer, he's like, "Are you ready?" Because there's no going back, and it's like it looks like he's the one that creates, activates, and sets Ares off. I think that when Flynn reintegrated with Clue, you had a human consciousness get expelled across the Grid. And I think that that's going to create this form of AI. We definitely got to be playing with some kind of AI. And the Jeff Bridges we see is a computer response on the Grid to what was left of Flynn. I don't think it's in any way Flynn. It just is taken on his likeness. And I think it's the like, we know that stuff like life finds a way and materialize. We have the ISOs. I think this is going to be an AI that is just self-appearing as Flynn because it was his consciousness that sparked it to life.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
That's actually really.
So wait, let me see if I get this right. You're saying that a Disney movie left you unsatisfied and wanting more?
Shocking.
That's how it happens, Nick.
Absolutely shocking.
So I asked,
wait,
Nick,
you gotta clip that moment. Oh God. You had to show me that.
I was thinking about this
okay, now I'm gonna get to that point. about this. Why did we see the Rise of Silver Surfer remake?
Bro, did you
That's
see
all
the
it looked
scene-
like to me.
Even in the scene with her flying through the stuff, like, dude, that's when he flew into the Galactus cloud right there. That's it.
Yeah,
Hey, there's
it
Johnny
was
Rico
literally
Surfboard.
the same. It felt like the exact same story.
Can I ask a question? Serious question. Why do you think that they made her a woman? Why do you think they made the Surfer a woman?
In an alternate universe in the comics, it was his wife, and Nord Rad actually died. And so they're going to play with that. I think we're actually going to see Nord Rad as the Surfer as well.
Yeah, so in Earth X, which is the Marvel kind of Kingdom Come
Marvel's
kind
Kingdom
of deal,
Come.
alternate future, alternate story. It's a what if story. 13 issues with the issue 0. She appeared on the cover of one issue and appeared in
9.
these panels of that one issue, and that's it for all of her comic history. She's a nothing burger character. Originally, Shalabal is his wife in the main universe, also a nothing character, as we don't really go do anything with that. It's just who knows why they're doing it.
They're doing it because they want to play with multiverse. That's what they're doing it.
Yeah, because I think
it's just a way to establish that this isn't, like Izzy said, this isn't the main universe that they're on.
I was going to say
and,
that.
It's an unfortunate way to roll the silver. They've been terrible. Like, they got only so many characters left in the can. You know, like, we've done the Avengers, and now we're at a place where everyone's wanting something to cling on to attach their fandom to like that, and we don't have anything right now. It's been
Unless they wanted to create a
lot
character
of
that just wanted
swing
to
and a
go off.
miss. Fantastic Four is one they had left. The Mutants are one that they had left. Silver Surfer is another pretty established, well-known character, and so that seems kind of unfortunate to me that they like, even if they do Norrin later, so it's kind of like with the Mutants. You see what they've done with the Mutants. They gave us the Kamala Khan's the first mutant. They gave us Beast in an after credit. They gave us Professor X just to kill him. They keep popping.
Which I gotta kill again.
They keep popping up mutants in goofy, stupid ways instead of rolling out X-Men.
Yeah.
So by the time X-Men get here, it's just this watered down, who cares kind of thing. Like,
we'll see.
The multiverse saga has been a load of
they've
horse
woven
shit.
the Fox stuff in there. It's just there's no big rollout left.
Well,
for
they
the
want to.
X-Men.
They
They're
want to.
just
They want to
put it
close
out
the
there.
door for. They want to actually close the door for Fox.
See, and that's the thing for me, Matt. To me, they already did.
They did that.
They
with
already did that
Deadpool
with
and
Deadpool.
They even gave us the
But they didn't
farewell
really
song.
close it,
Yes,
though.
they did.
Yeah,
they
no, they
shut it.
didn't.
They slammed it shut, and even gave us the Green Day soundtrack with the footage of what came before. That was what it was. But because it was
that should have been it.
It was the only thing that they've done successfully. They're like, we have to give them more stuff from the past. We don't know what to do now. Just pull more in.
Right.
The
Yeah,
reality
right?
of it is, I don't think it's just they want to close the door on all universes prior.
Green Day slams door shut.
You know, so it's not just, you know, we keep talking about X-Men, but they want to close the door on the old Fantastic Fours. They want to close the door on Blade. They want to close the door on what else came out during the beforehand. Anything that was
Daredevil.
Anything that was Daredevil.
Man
anything that came before MCU. That's not MCU.
That's cool, Nick.
That's what they're doing. They're closing that door. And I just, as I was watching this trailer,
It feels like they're opening the door, though, doesn't it? Because we just closed it. So
yeah, they got to open the door for Doomsday so they could kill everybody.
they got to Secret Wars it. So we all knew that this was coming in Secret Wars. It's supposed to be full multiverse, full everything.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Close
Nick,
that door.
Nick, this is a family show, Nick. If you don't,
Nick.
for the love of God, sir.
Nick, I didn't know.
There's children watching this, Nick. Watch it.
That ain't no cloud.
Hey, you got to give Galactus head. I mean,
So, quick question. Just my theory on Fantastic Four. They've got to build Doom up. I mean, like they did Thanos. Do you think Doom actually takes out Galactus at the end of Fantastic Four?
But you screwed up Doom already. Without even showing him, you screwed up Doom. Honestly, Doom should never be Tony Stark. He's freaking Tony Stark.
Well, they did it in the
They should have got
comic.
Mads Mikkelsen like they were talking about.
Well, there was talk. There was also talk about this guy, Cillian Murphy, who I think would have been
I
cool.
would have rather had Mads.
He has the eyes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Mads Mikkelsen was my choice for Doom. Like,
I
he
God.
think
would have
the
been
ultimate
perfect.
hurdle
Plus,
with
he's got the accent.
you know, what the ultimate hurdle with this Avengers Doomsday is in my opinion, like you can see the formula pretty clearly. You have Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars. It's kind of common sense here. Infinity War Endgame. We know Secret Wars is going to be massive, huge. Everybody, every world, everything. So Avengers Doomsday has to be the setup for that. The only difference is when we did Infinity War, everything that came before it lended to it. So when we had all these characters show up in Infinity War, we understood who they were. We understood what their motivations were,
story leading up to
what their driving factors were. We understood where we last saw them. We understood everything about them. You didn't have to do any of that storytelling in Infinity War. The first time you see Steve Rogers with a half suit on and a beard on, you know what? He's on the run. All of that. And so with this, they're bringing all these characters in here that have no real clear narrative and have just been on kind of like thin ice the last time you've seen them and just no direction at all. So they have a lot of work to do in this single movie to introduce us to 50,000 characters. They have to separate them so that they're not all in the same place at the same time and get 50,000 different plots going at one time, just like we did with Infinity War when, Thor and Rocket are going this way. We're going to Wakanda to defend it. We're going over. You have to have a reason for all of this. And we got none of that going into this whatsoever.
See, the Russos have even said that they had a wonderful opportunity with both Infinity War and Endgame because they were able to close that door. Now with Doomsday and Secret Wars, they've mentioned, and this is, I'm hoping this is going to tie into what you're saying, Mark, but this is them now opening a brand new door. So Secret Wars and Doomsday is not ending anything. Matter of fact, it sounds like, according to the Russos, they're about to begin something brand new.
I think they're going to begin it with Doomsday and end it with Secret Wars. I truly do.
I don't think it's going to be an ending with Secret Wars, but there's going to be some kind of redirection.
Oh yeah, I expect that. I mean, like narratively, like kind of like how Endgame capped off that stories. I think like this they've kind of dubbed it the multiverse saga, right? That's kind of like we have the Infinity Saga. I think they're wanting to shut the multiverse saga down, and you need Secret Wars to do that. And I think they're too stupid. Wow. I think they are too stupid to hard reset the MCU. Smoke bomb. To hard set the MCU with this layup. This is a layup to hard reset it, and they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
We're going to end this with the same MCU characters that we go into it with, and the multiversal characters will be cut. That's going to be we're going to close the ones that were already closed off. They're too stupid. They've proven it.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Izzy.
No, what I was gonna say is we also keep in mind that there was a mandate that was put part of it as well. That to be honest, Feige had no control over. He lost control of everything. So there was that, and that's where we ended up getting all this
mandate,
crap.
and who did he lose control to? Fill us in.
The mandate when
Chapek took over for Iger, yeah.
Chapek literally said, "I want more stuff," and they said, we'll do it." And I'm not saying that Kevin Feige is the smartest person in the world, but man, the guy has credit for doing the first 3 phases pretty good.
Yeah.
The problem is that these phases have all you're doing is just you're spoon feeding us character after characters after characters, and characters that, to be honest, we don't give a damn about. We don't care about these characters.
What was the mandate, Izzy?
The mandate's feed us more stuff. Give us more.
We want to do 3 or 4.
We want to do more stuff.
And so many Disney Plus series.
We want to do 101 Disney Plus shows. Yeah. We want to have a movie every 2 months.
Yeah.
It was a lot of that.
They're flooding us with shit just to flood us with shit instead of
look at 2025, E-Man. Just going down the list, the Wakanda cartoon that's coming, the Spider-Man cartoon we just had, the What If season. You've got Captain America 4, Ironheart TV show, Daredevil TV show, Thunderbolts, and there's 2 more things. Fantastic Four, and there's one more.
Marvel
Nine-
Zombie.
Nine
Marvel Zombie.
things happening in 2025. That's
Nine
too
things.
much.
Yeah.
It's
Those were
not.
all
No, they won't,
being,
Kevin. No, they
made,
won't.
though. That's
Am I
ended up
muted?
showcase
No, no.
bullshit.
No.
No
I
one has-
disagree with Kevin.
No
I
one has
think-
ever said they don't make enough. They said, I can't wait for the next thing. There's a massive difference.
and there's value in waiting for that next item. There is value
Get
in
hype.
oh,
Build
you know,
hype.
that cliffhanger, that wait period. You know, I don't mind being in the waiting room as long as you give me something good next, instead of like jumping from one to the other to the other. That gets tiring. It gets upsetting. And
The
and then
man
you
is
lose
a
quality.
legend, E-Man. Look at this. Look at this.
Hey, what's up,
Nelson?
buddy?
Hey, my man.
Happy Superman Day to you, Nelson. We're excited.
What's up,
to know that,
Nelson?
you're a Superman fan.
Hope you're well, Nelson.
We need Nelson to jump on another shower scene with Nelson. That's,
But
Hey,
yeah,
look who joined us.
it's
It's
just,
Matt.
you're giving us so much stuff, and the thing is, for us who read the comic books, we know who these characters are, but then you're giving us characters, and you're utilizing stories from comic books, but you're only taking just, I guess you could say, the shell of that story without giving me the heart of that story.
Yeah.
Which what ended up
That's what's been missing.
which what ended up being Love and Thunder. Love and Thunder was the shell
Secret
of,
Wars.
of Jane Foster Thor. That was a shell.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting
Daredevil,
Jane Foster
Born
Thor,
Again,
and we want to get
Shell.
this beautiful.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this beautiful story about her dealing with this cancer. What did you do? You screw that up,
Yeah.
and you put like 101 things that you wanted, not
Yeah.
that came from the comic books.
Dude,
No,
this
you,
is a,
you
this is a-
allowed Taika Waititi to put in 100 things that he wanted, because those
this is a
fucking
great
votes
this
pissed
is a
me
great
off.
comment and perspective to dive into, because I really enjoy talking about this. But Taylor says Marvel doesn't give a flying crap about comic readers. We're 0.01% of their audience. So
True.
it's not true. Let me point something out. It's not true at all. So how many Star Wars movies were released before 1999?
Just
Yeah.
How strong was that franchise?
3. No,
Oh, it was
counting the TV movies, though, there's like 6 maybe. But
Wait,
just
just off those 3 movies, that fandom thrived nonstop. And the prequels, and then the same thing. Look at Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, you had 3 movies. The fandom for those 3 movies is still alive, thriving, and so strong. You can sell marketing, you can do whatever you want. But if you make something that steps on the toes of the actual original creator intention or fandom, it will get bastardized and destroyed by the fans, just like what's happening with Amazon. So with comic shit, how much existed before the MCU? Plenty, nonstop. They would make shit. They've been making superhero movies since 1940, when Captain Marvel popped up on the serials. Superman, Batman, Captain America. This has been going nonstop since the inventions of comics, and they were always profitable. There was always a fan base. You can always market the stuff. You can go to stores and find some form of merchandise at any given time. Not saying on the same level. It has its highs and lows. Always fucking there. Lunchboxes, everything, book bags, because that 0.01 is a myth. There's a massive fandom for comic book shit. There always has been. And when you market to your audience and when you budget for your audience, you make fucking money.
Yeah.
So when you're sitting there
agree.
laundering money on a $600 million project that has to make $1.5 billion to be a success, you're just laundering money and you're a fucking idiot businessman. When you focus on your audience, you cater to your audience, and you budget for your audience, you make bangers. Now, if I go out there and say, I want to make a baseball movie and it stars a soccer player playing fucking tennis and I expect it to be for everyone, I'm just a fucking idiot. And that's what's happening right now with a lot of stuff.
it might not be
So to that point, which TW, to that point, to what TW is saying, I get what you're saying, Mark, but I also agree with TW here. I do believe that the comic book fans that exist are comic book fans. They're called casual comic book fans. They know of comic books. They know of comic books. They may know a story or two here and there, but they're not like us. You know, we're the ones that go in. We read these books. We collect them. We have boxes of comic books. what Taylor's referring to is the people that have the boxes of comic books. That's the 0.
Dude, the vast majority of people that go and even shop at comic shops don't have boxes of comics.
Well, but that's my point. The point
There's
is
a difference. There's a difference
between
between someone who likes baseball and goes and sees a game once a year and a guy that has season tickets.
Well,
There's
yeah,
still baseball fans, and that's
they
still your
gotta-
target
oh,
audience.
they're trying to make
Football-
football
analogy.
You're
casual
narrowing
analogy,
your
like
target audience. Those are
football's
still
even more. Football's even more, right?
I don't care about us.
Yeah,
That's what it means.
Football's the same analogy, right? But even more so, because with football, guess what? Everybody watches the Super Bowl, but no one watches the season. That's what we're talking about these fans. These fans don't care who shows up, because guess what? They come up to me all the time and say, "Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy?" And then you have to give them an explanation on who this person is. It's like, that wasn't exactly the same way. That's why people are like, "I care about this. This Silver Surfer is awesome." No, she's not. She's Shala Bao, and we want Norin.
We don't even know if she is or not yet.
That's Shala. It's Shala.
Dude,
There is
Norin.
definitely
I
a
hope to God they
fine.
call her Norin. I hope she doesn't die. I hope she comes
Nora.
to the main universe. I
They
hope
just
she
call her
stays
Norma.
Silver Surfer
Not
going
all
forward.
fans that go and watch,
It's Norin Red and Nora.
not
Awesome.
all fans that go and watch the Wolverine Deadpool or something like, you know what? Oh, look, there wasn't everybody. And they're going, I hope they have a comic accurate Wolverine costume. You see that one right there has got the different lines in it.
Bro, everyone's been
that's what
begging
they're
for that
saying.
yellow
I can get
suit
it,
for
'cause, like,
decades now.
And that's the
people don't
one
know what that
beautiful
is.
thing.
They don't give a crap that Wolverine had a yellow and blue suit.
That's the
Yeah.
beautiful thing about what Ryan Reynolds did, is that he knew how to teeter that line between satisfying the fans, doing what he wants, closing a door, and giving us a solid movie. Like, he teetered on
I
this
like how you
very
snuck
fine
in
line.
closing the door again.
Don't forget though, he did the little Wolverine too, which was a joke on what his comic accurate portrayal looks
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
You know,
See, I think, dude, y'all remember, like, time goes by and so much stuff is forgotten, but Marvel said publicly over 5 years ago that they're using their comics as testing grounds for their films. That's what they're doing with them. That's they
I
betrayed
always
their
knew that.
readers. They betrayed their readers publicly.
Yeah, I remember.
and there's no reason to really test those characters, because there is
already
literal
tested.
decades worth of content that you can just bring up.
Very big,
And
yeah.
you know, here's the thing too, is that they've also said that, hey, look, if you want this story from this comic, go read that comic. I get that, but if you're going to take something like Infinity War, or you're going to take a certain storyline from, one of the comics, do your best to stick to that story. I understand you may need to make some adjustments, but don't give us one thing, say it's one thing, and it's something completely different. It is teetering that line.
I mean, Marvel's not the only one guilty of that.
Yeah, but we're just talking
DC,
Marvel right now.
Batman v Superman, which I like the director's cut, but like, he takes stuff from Dark Knight Returns in it.
It was a mashup.
Other movies, Doomsday, and threw them
Yeah,
all together, and they just put it in there and hoped it
heavily
would
from
work.
Dark Knight Returns for the
Yeah,
tone,
they all
style, and
do.
drive of his
I don't
characters.
know why they do that way.
No, but
Like
it goes back to that notion of, I get it. You wanna cater to a broader audience, right? And I also understand, if you want to go back to the original story, go back to the original story. But like what they do with novels, like what they do with everything else in the world, you give me the heart of the story, and you modify you modify certain parts and pieces without getting rid of everything that makes it great. What they're doing now is that they're literally taking the shell of what's great about a story and then do whatever they want with it. And that's your shell. Like Taskmaster. Taskmaster is going to die in Thunderbolts. Within the first 10 minutes, I bet.
Yeah, I think they kind of teased that with the chairs. Being that was the one Thunderbolt actor or actress that wasn't included in the chairs.
Not in the chairs. And if you look at the trailers, she shows up in one scene.
Yeah.
And check
Either that or it's Natasha coming back.
Natasha's done.
Natasha's done. Yeah. Scarlet.
And Nelson says that Shallow will die in this movie, and
movies are
Norm
like
will
that
be
anyway, though.
appearing at the after credits replacing her. Now, I hope to see Shallow connect with Sue, knowing that she's pregnant, and connect on a mother level, and maybe do something wild that we've never seen before, like fly up to Galactus and maybe self-destruct and take Galactus out herself. That would be cool to see the Silver Surfer go against the grain.
Yeah, I saw that movie years ago. It's called Rise of the Silver Surfer. You have it as your background right now. Remember that movie?
Everything you know is at an end.
Literally the same. It's the same
no,
plot.
Alan's
I'll
here.
help out just a second, guys. I'll be back in a few.
All right.
All right.
And no one gives an F about that Taskmaster. I feel relieved.
It's true. And that's why they're going to kill her off. It's obvious she's going to get killed off.
That's true.
Quite. It's blatantly obvious. I am with you, Izzy. I concur. Here on
Hollywood do that,
KLOC
though, like
Radio.
a video movie,
But
though,
I think what I'm excited about Thunderbolts.
They want to appeal to what are the
I lost you, Matt. We lost you. He was just saying something, then just
Can
got
you hear me?
muted. Yes.
Yeah. There's a little bit of lag, but
No, I quit talking because I didn't want to talk over you. I was just saying, doesn't Hollywood always do that though with movies, even if it's not superhero movies? Like, oh, how's this going to play in, how's that going to play in the Midwest? Oh, we got to appeal to a massive audience. We got to appeal to overseas audience, and then they water it down until the movie's just garbage, right?
I would almost go as far as to say, don't appeal to anyone, just give us quality. Don't
I
worry
think
about
that's
what
when they started getting bad. Then when they started trying too hard, just make your movie, tell your story, and let the story do the work.
Yeah.
Look at Avatar.
Exactly, Mark. I totally agree.
Perfect example. That is like has the biggest broadest audience ever, because it's just not recreating or reinventing anything. Just awesome.
I'm sorry. To me, when you say Avatar, I think about the last Airbender cartoon.
Alan just walked in and I was trying to kill him.
And I shall agree that yes, that's got a fabulous audience of humans. I'm gonna have to dip out here in a few. I got a meeting here in about 5 minutes, and hopefully, if you guys are on, I'll jump back on. But yeah, overall, hey, damn, Mark,
Oh, look at
Mark
that!
grew
Oh,
a beard.
wow, in the same place.
Dang.
There you go.
Special guest.
Alan Rua.
Notice.
Here on
Wait. Did you guys
KLEO.
notice something? Mark's wife leaves and Alan shows up.
That's intentional.
The back door.
Hey, mind your business.
I got a mouth to feed. You know what I'm saying? Your books are
9-8. That's awesome.
it should be somewhere in that stack beside you.
Hey, Mark.
It's in bad shape, but it's like the third appearance.
Oh, cool.
Now, is that one available in 9-8? Like, have you seen it?
Yeah. Well, I got comics I can show too. They're old, but I got comics too.
Ooh.
It's stuff that I've been posting on my Instagram.
Was that Clown Killer? What's that kid's name? Clown Killer or something?
Well, shit. What was his name? Yeah. That was his first appearance, right? Mark.
I
give
think
him
it is
attention.
Batman Annual 5. Tinian. Well, we'll wait till he comes back.
Yeah, Tinian the Fourth and Jimenez when they
Johnson.
first jumped on the book. Yeah.
Hold on. I need to stop
Yeah.
everyone. I need to stop everyone right now. He's corrected every single person. It's 2 syllables. It's Tynan.
Ah, okay.
It's supposed to be. Isn't it supposed to rhyme with onion or something like that?
And it was one of those things where people
Like tiny onion.
it was supposed to be associated with it, but it's Tynan.
Like, but that's
Tiny
why he came
onion.
up with tiny onion.
He came up with yeah.
Yeah, from that.
Oh, Tynan. 2
Tynan.
syllables. And it's still no. Everyone's gonna keep going calling him like Miko Suayan. People can't mispronouncing his name. Suyan. No, Suayan. 3 syllables. Tree.
Tinian. The onion.
Clown Killer? No. Fuck, what's his name? Now I want to know. Someone has to put it in the chat. What was the clown kid name from Batman?
Tinian. Or I don't know. I never even say it. I just like Tinian.
Funyun. Almost had it there. Close, but no cigar.
All right.
But you are 100% correct. You're spot on with the Marvel crap.
I just want something good. I just want something. I am actually looking forward to Thunderbolts. I'm looking forward to Thunderbolts because it looks fun. It looks dark, but fun. And I don't know, maybe I am in the bottom 1%, but I actually like what's his name? Red Guardian? I like his character.
I like him. I like David Harbour.
He's fun, and sometimes I need a break from all the shit that you're trying to make serious. Just give me something fun. And
so with Thunderbolts, it's one of those forget about the original concept of Thunderbolts.
Clown Hunter, thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Forget about the original concept of Thunderbolts. Here's a movie. Have fun watching it. And that's what Thunderbolts is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want the whole it's it's like Suicide Squad. It's all the B squad going out after a major A+ character. Don't say that. Just give me something fun,
But let's be honest here, it's not the original. It's not the original because it's completely different.
That's fine. Just give me something good. That's all I want. Just give me something good.
I think.
And don't
think
hard
Taylor
about
Winder's right about that though. Like it's all going to hinge on whether if they can pull the Sentry character off. This movie all
they're gonna do is they gotta. Here's what's gonna happen. She's gonna go into that little black mushroom. She's gonna talk to the Sentry, and he's gonna fight the Void from within, and then the Void leaves him. And the movie. That's the movie.
That's the movie.
That's the movie. I'm almost certain because they're doing this whole thing that she's gonna be the key to get him out.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that's missing, the Baron Zemo part. But they could be holding off on that one. I'm hoping they do.
I hope they bring in Baron Zemo. I love that character.
He's a huge part of what Thunderbolts was originally intended for.
And to me, I think Baron Zemo is probably top 3 villains in the MCU also, because he was between him and Thanos. Those are the only two that were actually able to execute their plan.
Now here's will really be cool.
Well, they all executed.
And this is me theorizing. He
doesn't have. He doesn't have a sword or.
What if he's the guy behind? What's her name? Elaine. What if he's like the benefactor to Elaine? And that's the connection.
That makes sense.
I mean,
he's also a quick question about you remember the Captain America? I mean, the Falcon and Winter Soldier series.
Mm-hmm.
What about Agent 13? Because at the end of that, we found out
Agent Carter.
They found out she
could be part of it.
Yeah.
Hey, I got the meeting. I got to dip out. I'll be back.
Take it easy. So. Obviously, we're going to find out what the hell the asterisks supposed to mean. Because it is
like Dark Avengers.
I hope they don't do that. Because this isn't the Dark Avengers.
No, definitely not. But how Marvel cherry pick though.
So here's the thing. They're going to I missed out on the opportunity. They're going to be showing advanced screenings next week. So the rumors are going to be out by then.
I'm going to try and stay away from them.
Yeah, the advanced screenings on Thursday next week, 1 week from yesterday.
This is I think Fantastic Four will make more money box office wise, but I think Thunderbolts will be the better movie this year.
I think if Thunderbolts is good, it's just gonna be cruising.
It's gotta be good. If we get another Brave New World, I mean Marvel's gonna be pretty much in the same box the DCEU was.
Yeah. They still got enough lovers. Everybody's excited. The public's excited for Robert Downey Jr. returning. I think the comic book fans are like,
Okay, let me ask you guys, honestly, what was the last Marvel movie you were excited to go see and you actually went to see it in the theater?
Well, I can tell you the last Marvel movie I went to see in the theater.
Avengers Endgame.
No, the
in
last
game,
one.
but I'm not able to go to the theater anymore because I'm disabled.
Well, the one I was excited for was Guardians 3. But you got, if anybody knows me, they know why I was excited, and that kind of hurt my feelings because I'm a huge Adam Warlock fan, and it just hurt me.
That was horrible the way they did that character.
Yeah, but the movie itself was good.
Yeah, the movie was good.
Like, it was heartbreaking, man, seeing some of those scenes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love
it was sad that stuff with Rocket and all
story.
Make me care about a raccoon.
It was good to finally get a backstory to him, like where his origin.
All I said is that there was a raccoon outside,
like,
and I'm like, you know what? I know it now. I know what you're going through.
Yeah, there you go.
But that's what gives me hope for the DCU, man. I mean, what James Gunn was able to do with Guardians. I mean, us as big comic book fans for many years, and I still didn't know a whole hell of a lot about the Guardians. I knew enough. I knew who they were, but I never really dove deep into their stories. But I mean, he made me give a shit, you know.
Yeah, but that was a different Guardians, though. So that's the Guardians in the
yeah,
comic
that's
books.
not the original. But
the original OG Guardians.
Yeah, they showed up in what the end of 2.
Yeah,
Stallone and all those guys.
Mm-hmm.
That was the original Guardians.
Yeah. So they turned them into like Ravagers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. I got to continue working, guys. I have to bounce.
See you.
So,
Have a good day.
Good to meet you, Izzy. Take it
Later,
easy.
Izzy. See you, man.
Guys.
Good to see you.
Yo, it's quiet.
Yeah, it got quiet.
Yeah,
Quick.
we got dead air.
Will, I got that tracking number for you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cool.
I was
draws
in the middle of reading that.
Matt, are you all good today? You all recovered from
Here.
the anxiety and the antics of last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I
YouTube
deleted the whole
says,
stream.
how much
I didn't
do
want to
you
be
think-
abused or anything. You know what I mean?
How much do you think that the success of these movies will affect the value of the comics they are adapting? Which ones are you referring to, though? Because I think there's a massive difference between the Marvel and the DC stuff, depending on how the Superman movie is received. It could do a lot. I mean, a lot of price shifting for DC because there's so much room for them to move. The Marvel stuff is pretty much dudded at this point. Like, the value of books are the value of books. They see a small little change, but we're lacking iconic characters and blue chip books and harder to get key. So they're like, it's modern books that are kind of associated with the pops. But with DC, it's going to be interesting because they're different than Marvel. When all these DC iconic characters were created, Marvel literally didn't even exist, and for decades.
Right.
So most of DC keys, like true keys for these iconic characters, are unobtainium. They're millions of dollars. You're talking Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman. We're going back to the 1930s for this stuff. If you go back and look at just a run filler for a Golden Age Superman, no key factor, just because it exists, you're talking 4 figures on the lowest end imaginable, 5 figures at most of the case. It's wild.
I've read somewhere, but Action Comics #1, how many actually still exist?
I think it's like 30 something on the census. On the CGC census. I don't know how many actually exist, but I'm pretty sure there's like 30 something on the census. And
that's
most of them are wildly recognizable. Like, there's the Rocket edition, there's the Nick Cage one that was owned. There's the high grade one, like an 8.0. But so with DC, it's going to be interesting to see what people cling to. Like, for example, with the Superman movie, you can't go out and buy the first appearance of Superman, but you can go chase down Brave and the Bold 52, which is the first appearance of Metamorpho. Or you can go get DC Showcase 32, which is the first Silver Age appearance of Hawkgirl. Because, like, with Hawkgirl, she goes back to the early Golden Age. So good luck. And ain't none of us got it like that. But with DC, because of its uniqueness.
Good luck.
I've got to run. See y'all later.
All right, Vogsy. With DC's uniqueness going back so far, they have what's called first Silver Age appearance keys. You'll see graded comic books that it's a key comic because it's the first time in the Silver Age that a character appeared. And those are I think are going to be the sweet spot that people go after, is that first Silver Age appearance. I think that those can see a lot of movement if some of these characters pop for the fans out there and they want a little memorabilia, they want a key comic to commemorate how much fun they're having watching it or their fandom for it. But it'll be interesting in that aspect to see.
Good luck getting the first appearance of Crypto. You better be independently wealthy, right?
That's a 4-figure book on the low end.
Wow.
For a dog. For a dog.
5 black pages.
I think you could get about a 3.0 for around 5-6 grand.
It was crazy how much people started shitting on the movie because of Crypto too, man. I think that's like a one-off scene. Crypto's not going to play that big a part in the movie at all.
I think Crypto has a very massive part to play in the DCU. I think Crypto is going to be minimal in the Superman movie.
Yeah.
What comes after the Superman movie in the
Supergirl?
DCU? Now, what's that based on?
Woman of Tomorrow.
And then issue 1 of that, the little Ellie girl links up with Supergirl, and Supergirl doesn't want any part of what she's got going on. But the people after Ellie put an arrow in Crypto, and now Supergirl's a part of the story. So if we get an after credit or something along the line that gives us Millie Alcock's Supergirl at the end of the Superman movie, and she has to head off, she has to go to space. Or you could just start the movie on Earth and send her to space, but she needs to start Supergirl in space by herself, thinking of her traumatic past, and everything, losing her family. She was older than Clark when Krypton exploded. Right. She watched her people die, she witnessed it. But her celebrating her 21st birthday alone, reflective, not really feeling like she's a part of here on Earth, meeting that girl, having Crypto with her, and then Krim taking the shot on Crypto, like that's the driving factor for her, is Crypto got taken out. So I think that we can use Crypto for a proper plot narrative.
It was harder also for Kara to adjust because, like Kal-El, he was able to adapt to being on Earth quicker because he don't remember Krypton, right?
Yeah, he just grew up here.
Harder for her to fit in because she remembers all it. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you look at Power Girl, who's from Earth 2, who watched Krypton die, Earth 2 die. Yeah, a lot of people don't think about that. Power Girl is a Supergirl from Earth 2, so she's watched 2 worlds that she grew up on and knew and loved just get destroyed under her feet. Helen Slater, man, that was an interesting movie. Helen Slater was a cool movie. I watched it a bunch of times. It always reminded me of Maximum Overdrive when the big
little kid, I loved it though.
Yeah, when the big bucket truck goes and picks up the not Jimmy Olsen character and is driving around with him and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that they were smart to bring the main man himself into the Supergirl movie. I think that's going to be a huge driving factor because even casuals are going to hear the buzz like Lobo. Right. They're going to be like, "Who's Lobo?" and saying, "Who's this character?" and hearing excitement. That's what needs to happen, is genuine excitement for something being talked about. That's what will get people to say, "I've heard this is good. I heard this might be worth seeing. I heard. You don't want to see the trailer. You don't care what you read on the internet. It's toxic and you don't know what to believe. But if you hear people talking excited about something, that's genuine, and that'll
word of mouth's everything. And that's what Marvel's been missing. That's what's been killing Marvel, actually.
They get plenty of word of mouth. It's just saying what
man, Marvel sucks, dude. But yeah, you talk about the main man. Tom King said that he originally planned to have Lobo in that story.
One of the issues,
he got edited out.
Yeah.
I really liked it. I love westerns. I'm a fan of westerns, and that's what it was. Tom King said he wanted to do a True Grit. He wanted to make his own True Grit with these characters, and that's exactly what it was. It was awesome.
I've got it here.
The days of like Gene Siskel, Siskel Ebert and Gene Shalit and all these old, and they tell you about the movie. Those days are dead because the internet killed that out. So now it's like word of mouth is I got the whole.
One of them dying also didn't help.
I read it in
Siskel passed away. That didn't help.
It's probably the best thing. No, I just meant like that kind of job is kind of not the same as it. But
now everybody has the ability.
first Tom King ever wrote. You know?
Yeah, now everybody has the ability to put their review out there. And, you know, back in the day, like people would say, like people saying, I don't trust the critics has been around as long as critics have been around. But now, like you can just see everybody's thoughts and reactions to stuff when it comes out. It isn't just the critics. It's literally the consensus. Like it's wild. And I don't care what people say. People still trust them. I was talking about that earlier. It's not that you trust them, but people's like the critics and stuff, they still heavily influence the way that people decide to spend their money. Like whether you think about it in the front of your brain or if it's in the back of your brain, it's in there. If, like look at Madam Web and Craven. Look at the Venom. Like people looked at those. They hear the consensus and they're like, I'll set it out.
Yeah. A good example is on Rotten Tomatoes.
Rotten
People
Tomatoes,
still, no matter if you hate it, love it, or whatever, people still go there. People still read it.
True.
Yeah, like I go watch everything for myself, and I still want to see stuff I love get amazing scores because it matters. I want, you know.
So, what do you think?
Very few things that don't matter.
What do you think Thunderbolts is going to score at critic?
Critic wise, I bet Thunderbolts hits a solid upper 70s, lower 80s.
Yeah, I think it's going to get in the 80s. Marvel hasn't had one in the 80s since what? Let's see. From one that really mattered.
What did Captain America score on Rotten Tomatoes, E-Man? Brave New World.
I don't know. I didn't watch that movie, but I can check right now.
Yeah.
Rotten.
And what came out before that, movie-wise?
As in MCU or just...
Yeah, we're curious what the last few movie scores have been, but from the critics.
Okay.
We were wondering if we had to predict, what do you think that the critic score would be for Thunderbolts? I'm saying upper 70s, lower 80s. I think it's gonna.
I think it was gonna be like that.
I can't hear Eamon. I'm gonna hop back out again. I don't know why it does that.
I'll see you in a second.
He doesn't like me.
I think that they're moving into more like kind of I don't want to say totally fair, but I think they're getting more into the fair realm. I don't see them getting as many critics as they used to. I think a lot of these like incentives to score high are going away. Holy potatoes, they got a 48%.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, 48% critic score for Brave New World, but 78 audience score, which is kind of in line from what I'm hearing from everyone who's watched it. It feels like, I mean, because critics look at how the movie is made. They look at editing. They look at,
it was a nightmare in that aspect.
They nitpick so much as far as movie creating goes, but they don't just sit back and
they don't factor for fun as much as the audience does.
No.
You like it, Eamon? I still haven't seen it.
No, I couldn't. I'm glad that I watched it, and I could not recommend it to a single soul. I was team Anthony Mackie from all the way back in the day.
Yeah, me too.
Like I've been saying since Endgame, the biggest crime that the MCU made was not rushing him to forefront, while you still had the momentum, while you still have the story right there. Like even if he's only going to rock the shield for a little bit, if you're going to shift it to Bucky, if you're going to bring Steve back, whatever you're going to do, we needed Sam to solidify that role. And the only way to do that was to put him in the forefront. And all they've done is the opposite of that. They kicked the movie down the road. They made a whole show that was cringe as hell about him not wanting the shield. Yo, Steve freaking Rogers looking you in your face saying you're the man of the job and handing you the shield. That would do the trick. Sure, you'll have some reservations along the way, but you're not giving the shield away to anybody after that. You would die over that shield at that point.
Right.
Whether you think you've earned the costume and to go out there as the icon, that's another thing. But you're not giving the freaking shield away. That's crazy.
I like the show.
I liked the show also. I'm in the 78% realm with that show. I don't think it was too cringe.
No,
I did like.
I was a fan.
The ending was, to answer your question though, the 5 movies that came out prior to Brave New World, Deadpool and Wolverine, The Marvels, which was
trash.
Absolute fire. That movie I loved. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, another
trash.
fine. That's another fine.
Yo, where our next big MCU
Terrible.
villain is bested by a person named Ant-Man. Where do you go from there?
And then
the
Black
villain's only as
Panther.
good as a villain is until they're beaten for the first time. Then it's the law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever prior to that. So there's the previous
Yeah.
5 movies
Kang
before.
was not for everything we did for it. That's what killed it. That's what killed that movie.
You know, me and Alan got invited to come like live stream host at this little mini con and go to this premiere event for
I remember that.
Wakanda Forgettable. And dude, we walked, everyone, like, there were people dressed up in like white gowns to go in mourning and everything. And everyone walked out of that movie like shoulders down. Even the people dressed up shoulders down. It was like, but and Pops is walking out like, yo, that was hilarious. It was just bad, man.
And on top of that, I had to ride home in the rain
on a motorcycle.
You
How you
know,
gonna drown in a skyscraper?
So there's
Kang
this
is not supposed to be a
device.
solo movie. Kang is not a solo series villain. He's a guy that the Avengers have to beat. Not that's what I didn't like about that Ant-Man and Wasp movie.
And that he was stuck in the quantum realm the way he was. I mean, look, you're Kang, dude. Like you
Yeah.
should be able to get out whenever you want. Like there was, I like Paul Rudd as Ant-Man. I
He's
really
fantastic.
do. Yeah. What's her
I
face
liked
as the
Ant-Man
Wasp?
too a lot. I know a lot of people are like that was a weaker movie. I thought that was great. It was a good.
It was fun.
Ant-Man movie.
I
It was
love the
fun.
first.
Yeah.
Walton
Second
Goggins
one.
was in that too.
Yeah.
He was fantastic.
The second one was fun. I really enjoyed, the
Yeah, when he got
quirkiness.
big for the first time, how amazing was that? Came up out of the water and then he's sitting there kneeboarding on the truck bed and stuff. You're doing Ant-Man stuff. Like it
Yeah.
was, it had its, see, that was the thing. Like that was our comic relief character.
Yeah.
Every movie doesn't have to be a comic relief character. That was it.
Yeah.
And
It's
the
like, what
original
was-
Ant-Man movie was
what
great.
was-
It was like a heist film in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, and that's what was like great about the Thor movie. You know, they didn't make Thor a joke in Thor or Dark World. There were funny elements when you take an Asgardian, a literal god, who's being straight. He's playing a straight face, and you put him somewhere out of place, like our realm. The way he interacts with us is going to naturally be funny at times. Like when he drinks his beer and he crashes on the ground. I'll have another. That's
Give me
funny.
another.
That's normal for
I
him.
meant no
It's not
disrespect.
here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not being.
Yeah,
he's
a
not
lot of
being
people
great.
shit on the Dark World. I like
I
it.
like Dark World.
I
Yo, when they're
didn't-
like fighting through the portals and
Yeah.
stuff.
I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it for
And
sure.
The Cursed was awesome.
Better than anything in the multiverse saga. I'll say that.
Murdoch looked like something that was created on Snapchat. Yeah, he did.
I think you're giving them a little bit too much credit with that one right there.
Too much credit.
And the fact that he was Darren Cross, I'm like, what? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why is this Darren?
Yeah. And I like Darren Cross in the first
was
movie
great.
too. He was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Tales to astonish. I was like, ah.
I see what he
I
did
see what
there.
you
Yeah,
did there,
yeah.
You know, it bring back fun, please. Stop overthinking. Bring back fun.
Yeah, they're
know?
trying to manufacture fun instead of just have it.
Yeah.
Look what Jack Black just did with Minecraft. He's just having fun. They're like,
I didn't watch it.
you.
I
I'm
got
sure
kids.
you're
I
a
haven't
tech
seen
guy
it
enough to realize that that movie is a phenomenon. And everyone who's like not a fan of Jack Black have gone in there like, yo, this guy just went in here, loved what he was doing, loved Minecraft, and loved playing the part. And it's impossible not to have fun with him when you watch it.
My
Like even
kids-
these older Minecraft fans are like, I'm not watching that. They saw what happened with it and like, all right, I'll go look at it. And they walked out going, yeah, they did good.
Yeah.
I think the
Mike-
rule
oh.
of thumb for these Marvel movies should be keep it simple, stupid.
Mhm.
Kiss.
Or just
Like
bring it back. Just bring it back. You know, maybe you don't have to completely reboot, but just have fun.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds had fun, but he had a big task to take on, and he executed well. You know,
He did.
two things I want to say real fast. One, I have a 22 and a 31-year-old, and they both went and watched the Minecraft movie, and they're like, Dad, before we say anything, what do you think the Minecraft movie is going to be? And I told them, I was like, I think it's going to be really stupid, but fun. And they go, as a Minecraft player, it's exactly what it was. It's not the best piece of film, but Dad, it was so much fun. And they're like, you probably won't appreciate it as much as we did, but it was just popcorn movie fun. I was
You know,
like,
Paul,
okay.
That sounds like what you were talking about earlier.
This movie might be played and kids are going to sing along to it and do their little thing. It's just like that. You know, it's really like a little cool thing.
Yeah.
Like
And
you were saying earlier, Mark, I think that's what they did with Minecraft. They played to the fans. They made it for the fans.
And that's what the older fans were reluctant. And I've been saying it since before it came out. I didn't even know what Minecraft was a year ago. Like I got introduced to it. I've seen these little square things. No clue that it's been around like a decade. It's like the #1 selling video game of all times. It's bigger now than it ever was and continues to grow. I've learned so much about it. But I said going into this, like people were criticizing Jack Black, Momoa, they look goofy, and the people criticizing it are the ones that were there for day one for Minecraft that have grown up with it, and now they're more mature and they do other things with it, but they seem to have forgotten what it was like for them when they weren't this old. And what this movie did is it played to everyone. For the kids, it was their movie. It was for them. For the older heads, we didn't forget you either, and we've got everything that you would want in here. Are we telling the Minecraft story as it's written on a 1-paragraph paper? No, we're doing something better. We're just giving y'all a fan event pretty much. And
that's
like
what
when I saw that they had what was that YouTuber's name? I already forgot about it. Something Blade. God, there's this YouTuber. He was like the first Minecraft YouTuber, massive, huge. He was so big that Minecraft did all kinds of stuff for him because how many people and players that he brought in. He had cancer and he died. And when he died, they put like him on the home screen for Minecraft as a tribute. But even in the movie, like there's this because his whole avatar he played out was a pig with a crown. So in the movie, when they're walking into the village, you see a pig walk by with a crown on it. And the little kid goes, "Oh, is that a king or something?" And Jack Black's like, "No, that's a legend." And it was Jack Black's idea to make sure that we included this in there. And like,
that's really cool, man.
Absolutely insane. So all the OG fans out there that are too old to like kid stuff, they saw that and they're like, "Yo," they thought of me when they made this movie. I have to go watch it now, and they're loving it too.
Which is what Marvel needs to do again.
Yeah.
You know, and then real fast, I need to get this thought out real fast because ADHD. I want to see Ant-Man and Deadpool together in a couple of scenes. I need to see those two together. I need to see the
Technoblade was his name. Technoblade. Heartbreaking story. All that ungodly YouTube money those people made being some of the first big streamers, he saved it all. When he died, he had set it up where it was going to his family and to cancer charities. They didn't even know he had all that set up till after he was passed away, from what I saw.
Wow.
Good kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad. Yeah, my kids were really sad when when that happened. I was like, "Oh man, I'm sorry." You know, because they followed him. They loved his content, But Minecraft's not for me, but I have it on literally all of the systems that we have here in the house. And
we don't do it online, but I got Finn a Nintendo Switch when he graduated kindergarten last school year, and he wanted to play Minecraft, and we just put in the cartridge. We don't play online, and I'll pop in because he likes to like free roam and stuff. He's got like a 3 square mile roller coaster in there. He'll just come up to you like, "Hey, look at this." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "You see this hole?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he'll jump in it, and he's like, and it just falls forever through the back end of the map. Like he's exploring and having fun in it and stuff. But we don't do the onlines with them. They're still major outdoor kids, you know what I mean? And that's how they need to be.
Yeah.
But that Minecraft thing, it definitely encourages creativity. And he likes to peek on YouTube at some of those Minecraft videos of people playing and stuff, because that's where he gets a lot of inspiration and ideas, and his little creative gene is just going, man.
That was the cool thing about Minecraft, is that I didn't know that you can create within that sandbox, and just the things that a lot of these people create, a lot of these gamers create within that world is phenomenal. And I look at it like, okay, you're able to create like the Eiffel Tower. Some people have actually recreated Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings. Like, it's really cool. And I'm like, these are very, very big pixelated items. I'm waiting for someone to come out with something that looks even more detailed on a grander scale, because their sandboxes can get extremely huge. And I can only imagine these kids coming up and saying, hey, you know what? This is like 8-bit graphics. I can find a way to turn this into 4K, make it look smooth and beautiful. And that's one thing I do appreciate about what Minecraft did for a lot of these kids is that it opened up their creativity.
Well, they do have a game like that kind of, it's not exactly like that. It's called No Man's Sky. Have you ever played that?
Oh, yeah.
They build all these like bases on these different planets. It's wild.
No Man's Sky was one of those few games where, real fast, it was one of those games where at launch, people were like, this is crap. And just updates have happened over the years, and it ended up creating like a really big cult following.
Yeah.
And I picked up that game long after they did all the updates, and I saw the appeal, but it was just too vast for me to
it's a little bit too much for me. I watched my cousin play it, but like I just couldn't get into it. But
I just got him.
I'm a Mario Brothers NES kind of person, so that's more my speed.
I'm going to put this out in the I'm going to put this out in the universe
right now. They're up 3 minutes early.
How much are the how much in price did they hike up from the tariffs and stuff, or was it negligible?
Negligible, and they're actually up. Come on, man, with the slow ass shipping method. The Superman movie figures have just dropped 3 minutes early on the McFarlane website, and this people is why we pay attention ahead of time.
That's why I'm not.
And I'm trying to get this order in because, I get all the movie stuff, and with the movie stuff is typically like $89 for the set, and this one is $144 after tax, and it doesn't include Lex Luthor or Ultraman.
Bummer.
But it's the two separate Supermans, a Metamorpho and the Mega Kaiju. Card numbers, come on now.
Did you hear about the McFarlane Toys truck being stolen?
Yeah, it was a Walmart truck with the Supergirl stuff.
Oh wow,
it had the Joker. What's the Brian Ballin famous Joker one shot? Had the Killing Joke in there, the statues, and the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow that came in the clear packaging. Got my order in. There we go. All right.
Live here on
always
Comics orders.
So what's exciting about this? Then I got to get out of here to go pick up Monkey. What's exciting about this, guys, is we get our first look. So they've been messing with us here because they said that today's the day for the Superman figures, and then they said that they're only dropping Superman and Lex Luthor, and 9 other figures will come out in June. But then they just dropped 5 figures today, so they've been very inconsistent with their marketing for this. But what's important is we did, in fact, get our first look at Metamorpho here of what he will look like in the movie. Look at that. Look at that. There it is. We're seeing this for the first time close up together. Spot freaking on, guys.
Cool.
He's got his Nike shorts on, too.
See, I'm one of those comic book readers where I'm like, who's that?
He's the elemental man. The elemental man.
Well, they made it look. I mean, it looks pretty. Like they didn't try to. They didn't try to far too away from the comic book
at all. He looks spot on.
And that has to be James Gunn saying like, no, we're going to try to keep this as comic book accurate as possible.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Yeah, Barbarian Crypto is in there. So I ordered the set. I was most excited for today in terms of seeing that. But here's what comes in the set. You get the Collector Series Superman, which is a deluxe figure with the multiple face swaps and hands. You get the Mega Kaiju, which you see him fighting in the trailer, Metamorpho, and then a standard Superman without the swap. So they just double sold a Superman.
Do you get Crypto Superman? Oh,
yeah, Crypto comes in the collector one. So I don't understand why we need 2 separate Superman. I very well can just sell the standard one or get rid of it, put it in a giveaway or something. But $129.99 for that. That's high. That's crazy. The collector series one, those cost a little bit more to begin with, but that's high. But yeah, 1 minute over here.
Do you think that it's so high because of the tariffs? Like they
no. It's a little bit higher up. They went up $3 a figure because of tariffs. They didn't go up. It was negligible. And keep in mind, this is McFarlane, who hasn't raised his Spawn prices since the 90s, and also through all of the price hikes that we saw over the last 4 or 5 years in the market across the board, all the inflation, he didn't go up on prices either.
Right.
So I hold no ill will toward McFarlane going up a little bit while
You
all
think
this
maybe
stuff
it's extra
gets
because the kaiju figure's a little bigger? Maybe that's why they're charging more.
Again, I bought the Aquaman set for like $100. It had like it had a giant seahorse in it, a
Oh,
mega
okay.
figure, 2 different Aquaman, Kordax, Black Manta. So different sets. I think they're just banking on this also having a little bit more juice, being Superman. And they put that collector series, the collector series with the face swaps and stuff. Those are tiny molds, separate molds, and those those cost a little more.
How do y'all feel about McFarlane losing the DC toy contract back in the day?
Super bummed. I'm super bummed about that. I'm a big McFarlane guy, and I'm a big movie figure guy. And depending on what Mattel does, I don't know if I'll be getting anything. The last movie line that Hilt McFarlane will have is Supergirl in terms of new movies. We're still supposed to get Shaquille O'Neal Steel, Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern, and Halle Berry Catwoman that I know were leaked and we should get before it's all said and done. But we'll see. We'll probably get a Clark. We're definitely going to get a Guy Gardner Green Lantern, a Lex Luthor, but we'll see. Those aren't coming until June. But I got to make like a baby and head out. Let me go pick this little girl up from preschool.
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate all you hopping on.
Thanks for having me, man.
And let's find the little ending to this. What say y'all? Don't forget, this is a thing now. And also, let's go with this one.
Is that it? Is that all you got?